What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have two that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Afternoon. I am Charles Flint, Vice Chairman of the Development Review Commission. I will be presiding over the hearing today as acting chairman in the absence of Commissioner Reale this morning. On behalf of the rest of the board, welcome. The Development Review Commission is a voluntary group of citizens appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. The commission is responsible for considering requests, including special exceptions, site plan approvals, variances, reinstatements, redevelopments, and street vacations. Copies of today's agenda are available at the podium to my right, which is your left. Certain proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that all parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony to assist the commission in making its decision. If you have questions regarding the quasi-judicial procedures, there is a guide available at the clerk from the clerk at the center console. All persons who plan to provide testimony today will be required to take an oath prior to speaking. Anyone speaking before the commission on a quasi-judicial item must fill out a blue card and will be sworn in by the clerk prior to speaking. A representative for a group or organization may be designated, but the representative will be allowed only 3 minutes. The pulling of time is not permitted. For each quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation will be made to the commission by a representative of the city administration. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent will each have 10 minutes for the presentation. Following presentations, all persons in attendance who have filled out a blue card located on the podium will be given 3 minutes to speak. If you have filled out a card, you will be called by name and asked to approach the podium. All statements, questions, or testimony must be stated in front of a microphone located at either podium on each side of the room to ensure all audio is recorded for the record. When addressing the commission, please begin with your name and address and state whether you have been sworn in. Once members of the public have had a chance to speak, cross-examination will begin. During the cross-examination phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to ask questions of any witness. Questions should be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. Following cross-examination, rebuttal and closing statements will begin. During this phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to provide a rebuttal and closing statements. If there is no registered opponent, any person who wishes to be a registered opponent may register as a registered opponent with the DRC clerk prior to the beginning of the initial presentation of the case and may participate in the limited purposes of cross-examination and rebuttal closing statement phases of the hearing. If more than one person wishes to utilize the time for the opponent, the opposition must select one representative to present their case. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the commission will go into executive session. The commission may ask questions of the applicant or the public at any time during the proceedings. All motions of the commission are made in an affirmative manner with a quorum of 5 or more commission members. It takes 4 concurring votes of the commission for any motion to pass. Once the commission has voted on your item, we ask that you continue any conversations outside if weather permits. This will allow us to move forward with your fellow St. Petersburg citizens' DRC matters. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation. Finally, I ask you to turn off all cell phones and similar devices during these proceedings. At this time, please rise so that we may begin the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Again, with everybody in here, if you could please silence your phone.
For anyone wishing to speak.
Anybody wishing to speak, please rise.
Please stand and raise your right hand.
Again, anybody that will be giving any presentation or speaking before this board today, please rise and be sworn in at this time.
Okay.
I do.
All right, that's manageable.
Okay, thank you very much. And if we could have roll call, please.
Kiernan,
Here.
Reale, Flint,
Here.
Clemens, Platt,
Here.
Conroy,
Here.
Gonzalez,
Here.
Reiner,
Here.
Battle,
Here.
Huggleston.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Right, thank you. We have a quorum. Do we have any approval of the minutes from the March 4th, 2026 DRC hearing? Any comments, questions, changes?
Move approval of the minutes?
Second.
And we have a second. Commissioner Blatt, roll call, please.
Kiernan,
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Platt,
Yes.
Conroy,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Reiner,
Yes.
Battle.
Yes.
Minutes pass.
Thank you very much.
Conroy, you were my second on that.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, at this time, we're open for public comments. Do we have any general public comments not related to the cases today? If you have a comment related to the specific cases today, that is what the blue cards that you fill out are for. This is for just general public statements. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody for just general public statements, so we'll close that out. Thank you. Okay, today's public hearing agenda, first case is going to be case number 25-51-00002. Address is 717 and 719 Newton Avenue South. And if we could have staff report, please.
Siobhan Chambliss of the Zoning Division. I'm here to provide the presentation for 717 and 719 Newton Avenue South. The subject property is located on Newton Avenue South between 7th and 8th Street South in the Bartlett Park neighborhood. As a bit of background, the subject property is zoned NT2, neighborhood traditional single family. It has an approximate lot area of 9,000 square feet with a lot width of approximately 90 feet and a lot depth of 100 feet. And those measurements are taken at the boundary line. The subject property was developed in the 1940s with 3 detached dwelling units. These dwelling units were recognized by the property card interpretation and the property card itself, vesting the 3 units. The applicant has provided a reinstatement application in conjunction with this application, making it eligible for redevelopment. It is the intent of this application to request approval of the redevelopment plan to allow the redevelopment of the 3 dwelling units into townhomes. Here we have images of the subject property. The subject property is the subject of an open codes case. The applicant has secured the structures to prevent unauthorized occupancy. This application has been amended from its original submittal. The initial submittal proposed the 3 townhomes placed in a staggered recession with alley loading parking, front porches, and walkway connections to the public sidewalk. The building had a proposed floor area of approximately 4,725 square feet, more or less. The orientation of each of the units presented represents 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom concepts with individual entrances that face Newton Avenue South. And here are elevations from the initial submittal. Here we have images of the development across the street, which consists of 1- and 2-story single-family homes. These homes, based on the era of development between the early 1920s and the 1950s, represent most notably the minimal traditional, craftsman, and new American architectural styles. The most recent development being a 2-story single-family home across the street. After meeting with staff, the applicant has revised the request to reflect the following. This application reflects more of a traditional form of architecture. The redesign is taking advantage of the 4-square and prairie view forms of architecture. The redesigned building in accordance with the four-square prairie architectural style now aligns the front facades, relocated entrances for units A and C to be side loading with individual projecting porches. It incorporates landscaping, and it's recessed the building a little bit further from the front boundary line to assist in mitigating the visual impact along with the landscaping at the pedestrian level. The site parking remains unchanged. It provides 6 spaces with a 24-foot back out, predominantly shielded behind the building, as the district does not allow parking or driveways in the front. The aim of the redesign was to provide a more traditional form of architecture in character and respect to the development stock across the street from the subject property, which is in contrast to its original proposal, without altering the floor plans. The following is an elevation of the proposal. The application originally attempted to take advantage of the FAR bonuses for design, which unfortunately architectural style was unable to be identified. So with the assistance of staff and the design professional, the applicant provided 3 options, and city staff and the applicant sided on this option being the most appropriate. The application does not take advantage of the redevelopment plan's FAR criteria. It has been designed in accordance with the floor area ratio of the zoning district, which is NT2. The threshold for the NT2 zoning district is lower at 0.4, where the redevelopment plan allows applicants to utilize an FAR of 0.5. This application utilizes design bonuses within the district to comply with the within the 0.6 floor area ratio maximum by lowering the building height, implementing a dormer, providing a parallel roof, and maintaining window sashes inside, or window muntins or dividers inside of the windows, along with other bonuses specified in the staff report. Pursuant to the review criteria, as previously mentioned, structures and development along the block facing across the street consist of 1- and 2-story single-family homes and multifamily structures. Typically, townhomes present themselves as 2-story reveals, which is consistent with, the proposal is consistent with the allowable building heights provided by the NT2 zoning district. The applicant in the revised plans again has recessed the building to help mitigate for the visual impact at the pedestrian level by providing a front stoop setback at 22 feet where 15 is required, a front porch setback of 23 feet where 18 is required, and a proposed building setback of 29 feet where 25 is required. The building has building roofline heights of approximately 20 feet and a building peak height of 27 feet, again, which fall within the criteria for the NT2 building heights. The site development criteria maintain the alley access parking. Each unit will have 2 parking spaces available for dedication. Pedestrian connections for each of the individual porches are maintained to the public sidewalk, And again, the application is not requesting a variance to the floor area ratio to accomplish the revised application or the revised submittal. With regard to public comment, all property owners in the neighborhood association within 300 feet of the subject request were notified. 1 phone call requested clarification of the request. The caller did not indicate if they were in favor or opposed to the request. 2 emails were received after the publication of the staff report, which have been provided to the commission. The first indicates concerns for proposed facade design and the lack of character presented by the building's design. And then the second marked questions relating to platting guidelines, the suburban presentation of the building, and the absence of unit delineation at the pedestrian level, and concerns for the density and site design. Given the prior mentioned, based on the review criteria for redevelopments, in accordance with the evaluation criteria previously disclosed and provided in the staff report and the presentation, the zoning division Staff recommends approval of the requested redevelopment plan, subject to the conditions found in the staff report, and I remain available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of staff at this point?
I have a couple questions. So I saw in the staff report you called it prairie architectural style, and then you mentioned Foursquare. Can you kind of just clarify what this is?
So I believe it's the historic guidelines or the guidelines for historic properties, the city's design book that's used for new development actually lists the styles together as prairie and Foursquare. So that was the criteria that staff provided to the applicant during the redesign process, which they took advantage of by providing the dormer, maintaining the window muntins, the door selection, the porch orientation and design, and the building height.
Okay, and the reason you asked for changing what had been that staggered approach was to have it be more in line with that architectural style?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Oh, one quick question. In the special conditions for approval, you say property tax, item 1. What about the business tax? Did you intend to include that in special conditions that the business taxes had been paid?
So the applicant has a separate reinstatement application in process to address that. So with approval of the redevelopment plan, if it is approved, then the reinstatement conditions pass over to the redevelopment plan. So when the site gets redeveloped, all of the criteria that's ordinarily assigned to the reinstatement, including attaining the business tax license, the applicant will go through that process as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have no further questions of staff. Thank you. Do we have the applicant today? If you could please approach the podium and provide your name and address and whether you've been sworn today.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I have been sworn. My name is Kendrick Johnson. I am the owner of 717 Newton. And did you need my personal address?
Yeah.
Oh, my address is 337th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida. But the address in question is 717 Newton Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You've heard the staff report. You have 10 minutes here to present the information that you'd like to.
I might not need 10 minutes. I just wanted to let you guys know that I did comply with everything that the DRC asked, nothing more, nothing less. And I'm just here to redevelop a property that's really been in my family since 1996. So, yes, and that's it.
Thank you. Give up the rest of your time at this point, or would you like to make a comment at all? If you do, again, name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
My name is Mary Lane. My address is 337th Street, St. Petersburg, Florida. I have been sworn in. I just really wanted to say I've actually watched him do this from the beginning. The type of work he's been doing, the type of homes he's been building, the type of love he puts in his home. I know that has nothing to do with what's going on today, but I just wanted to kind of point that out, that he's doing it for a good reason and for our community. So that's it.
Thank you. All right, do we have any questions of the applicant? All right, looks like we have no questions of the applicant. Let's see here. We do have a blue card here for this case, and it is for was it Richard McGinnis, I believe?
Yes, he should be out in the hallway.
He's right there.
In the back corner. If you could approach either podium, sir. Name and address and whether you've been sworn, sir.
Richard McGinnis, 45 27th Street South. Yes, I've been sworn in. I'm here to support the project. It's a derelict project that's been kind of an eyesore and a safety issue for the neighborhood. And the only thing I would say is that we're totally for the density, totally for the program. As a neighbor, we would just ask as a courtesy that what's not consistent with the neighborhood is the surface parking. There's 6 cars back there, and it begins to kind of form what I would be kind of almost like a suburban apartment building, which is a little bit out of character. The current configuration of the homes are 3 separate structures. So now we have the 65-foot wide structure with 6 surface parking, which I would argue in the grand scheme of things is not necessarily consistent with the neighborhood, but, you know, I support it anyway. But if there's anything that we can do to mitigate the parking in the back to make it look, because again, I have 2 properties in the back, that's my backyard. Now I'm looking at 6 parking spaces, which is inconsistent with what the character of the neighborhood is. So if there could be some consideration there, that would be fantastic. But, you know, congratulations, and look forward to seeing new construction there. Thank you.
Thank you, and on your blue card, you did mark that you are for this case. Thank you.
Can you please ask if there's anyone else? Just
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak on this case and fill out a blue card?
I don't believe there was anyone downstairs, but we just, before we
If
officially,
there's anybody downstairs in the additional waiting room, if anybody has a blue card, please let it be known. Run very fast. All right. I guess we have nothing at this point on that one. Thank you. Going to move on to cross-examination. Staff like to cross-examine?
Staff waives.
And applicant, would you like to cross-examine any testimony provided today? Please approach the podium.
I would like to. I think I just don't understand it, but from my understanding, that's the only way we could put the parking. And I think that the parking in the back actually kind of gives it a better appeal for the back, because there was a lot of garbage back there. We actually go back there and pick that garbage up and stuff.
At this point, you can state that in the closing statement.
Gotcha.
This is just for cross-examination at this point. Thank you very much.
I don't have any questions.
Nothing? All right, we're going to move into closing statement. Staff, closing statement.
Staff waives.
All right, now the applicant, if you'd like to make a closing statement, if you'd even like to discuss the comments there about the parking in the rear, you have 5 minutes.
Other than, I just complied with what the DRC was asking for. I would love for it to be in the front, but it can't, so that's it.
All right, any, like to give up the rest of your time then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank the guy for actually coming up and being for it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move into executive session at this point. Any comments?
Just to say that I think this is an absolute no-brainer. It's a massive improvement. I appreciate the neighbors' concern on the parking, but as Shervon pointed out, that's where it has to be. And I certainly support this one.
We do tend to run into this quite a bit. City code, when you have an alley, your parking, your driving access has to be off the rear alley. And it may not match what the rest of the neighborhood is because the original development pattern might have front driveways, but that is city code that as neighborhoods redevelop, you access from the back alley. That frees up the front sidewalk connections. You don't have vehicles crossing your sidewalks. So it is a requirement when you redevelop to have all the parking at the rear at this point. Seeing that we have,
I was just going to say, my initial thoughts were similar to Mr. McGinnis's. Having not originally seen the other scheme, I was like wondering, like, why didn't they do something to the facade to break it up a little bit? But now understanding how we got to this point, I am in favor of this as a compromise design. And yes, the parking is where it's supposed to be. So I think that that's just a matter of maintaining that alley in the backside.
Not to rush us along, but if we're feeling like we're in alignment, I'll make a motion to move approval of a redevelopment plan to allow the redevelopment of 3 dwelling units into 3 townhomes, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
and we have second. Roll call, please.
Kiernan.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Yes.
Conroy.
yes.
Huddleston.
Yes.
Battle.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, congratulations. The project is approved by DRC. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. We're going to move on to our second case now. Second case is going to be case number 26-51000001. Request is approval of a redevelopment plan to allow the redevelopment of 11 dwelling units with a variance to setbacks. Owner is Cowabungalow LLC, and the address is 421 15th Avenue South. And if we could have staff report, please.
Siobhan Chambliss of the Zoning Division. I'm here to present the case for 421 15th Avenue South. The subject property is a corner lot located on 15th Avenue South between 4th and 5th Street South in the Bartlett Park neighborhood. The current zoning district designation for the property is NSM1, which stands for Neighborhood Suburban Multifamily. The property, has a lot width of approximately 115 feet at the front yard line, a property depth or lot depth of 90 feet, with an approximate lot area of 10,125 square feet. The subject property was developed with 12 units in the 1925 era, according to the property card. A property card interpretation was completed in 2024, which recognized that 11 of the 12 dwelling units were still used as dwelling units, and the 12th unit had been repurposed for storage office space, making it ineligible for dwelling unit redevelopment. Therefore, the request is requesting the approval of a redevelopment plan to allow for the redevelopment of 11 dwelling units with a variance to setbacks. It is also to be noted that the required business tax certificates have been maintained for the 11 dwelling units by the applicant. Here we have images of the subject property. And we have a site plan provided by the applicant. So I'll be providing a bit of clarification to the data table that was provided with the staff report in the presentation. The proposed apartment complex redevelopment will consist of two multi-story buildings. The eastern portion of the property will have a three building structure with garage parking on the first floor, 8 dwelling units between the second and third floors, and then the western portion of the property will be developed with a 2-story building consisting of a parking garage with the remaining dwelling units, with a bicycle locker room and private storage, on-site storage for the tenants, along with a maintenance room. The application has indicated the intent to improve the alley located to the north of the subject property, which is currently unimproved. It has been overgrown with trees and vegetation. The applicant has engaged the city's engineering department to undergo standards and evaluation to see what criteria will be required in order to provide both maneuverability and repaving the alley. Additionally, this application requests variances to the front, street side, and rear yard setbacks. The front yard request is from 20 feet required to 16 feet to allow for movement of the building forward to assist in providing the 24-foot backout requirement from the alley. For the garage bays, which contain all of the on-site parking required for the 11 dwelling units, and the street side yard setback from 15 feet to 10 feet to allow for 7.5-foot distance separation between the buildings, amounting to 15 feet, which is a criteria of the redevelopment plan in an effort to break up the building mass when you have a subject application that has more than 2 platted lots together. So unlike the last request when it was a parcel and a portion of another lot, the building or the units were not required to be separated, this application requires separation between the units, which is being provided by the applicant as shown. And the rear yard building setback would be from 20 feet to 14 feet to accommodate the L-shape courtyard style of the building. Here we have the ground floor. So the ground floor in this plan shows 9 parking spaces where 8 is required, and one of them is a handicap space. To the east or the left end of the diagram on the ground floor, you have the lockers, the maintenance room, and the bike rack on the ground level, and then a courtyard in between for future improvements for a pool, and then the parking along the north and the eastern sides. The subject property will have a proposed impervious surface ratio of approximately 65%, which is permitted by the NSM zoning district. That would be about 6,580 square feet. The building coverage will be approximately 34%, where it's currently at about 41%. And here we have floor plan concepts provided by the applicant. So the existing floor area is at 0.34 with all of the one-story structures that were constructed on the property according to data obtained from the property appraiser's website. The proposal is for 5,024 square feet, which is approximately 0.49, where the redevelopment plan caps off the FAR at 0.5. So the applicant is just below the FAR threshold. This district does not impose a FAR limit on NSM development for residential units. The concept here contains 4 studio units, 4 one-bedroom units, and 3 two-bedroom units between the 2 buildings. The subject property does comply with the NSM zoning district's required building height limits. The application is proposing a roof line height at 26.9 feet, where 36 feet is allowed, and a roof line height, or a building peak height of approximately 32 feet, where 48 feet is permitted to the building peak. The reason for the 3-level appearance by one of the buildings is because the property is located in a flood zone. And here we have images of surrounding properties. The image on the right is the development directly across the street, which is a multifamily complex as well. Pursuant to the review criteria, structures across the street vary between 1 and 2 story in their presentation. As previously noted, the property is located in a flood zone. The applicant has designed the proposed multi-story buildings to accommodate a variety of apartment options ranging from the previously disclosed studio apartments to 2-bedroom dwellings, which is consistent with the multifamily development along the street. In terms of building scale and height, the subject property and the properties across the street are both multifamily developments, as previously mentioned. The units visually from the street both have accommodations for covered entrances, common courtyard areas between the buildings, on-site parking accommodations, and will both have fenced yards. Additionally, pedestrian walkways connected from the entrances of each front-facing or forward-facing unit to the sidewalks will be consistently provided between the proposed and the existing. In terms of the site development, the parking will continue to be maintained from its alley loading connections. Pedestrian-oriented connections will be established from each of the gated entries on the front and street side to the abutting sidewalk. 1 parking space per unit is available. One parking space is available for ADA parking. The parking criteria for multifamily standards is reduced in effort to accommodate additional on-site parking, or in efforts to maintain required on-site parking, while lowering the threshold. In an effort to address deficiencies and to promote multimodal connections, the applicant has incorporated the bike locker room for the residents. And this application does not request a variance to the FARs. The FAR is within the 0.5 threshold, which is permitted by the redevelopment plan. In terms of public comment, the neighborhood association and all property owners within 300 feet were notified of the request, and 1 phone call was taken expressing concern for potential property tax implications and rental rate increases if the redevelopment plan is approved. Given the redevelopment criteria contained in the application provided to the commission and the criteria disclosed in the presentation, the zoning division staff recommends approval of the request, and I remain available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
I have a question. Can you confirm that there is no variance being requested for the density and that is grandfathered in?
Correct. So the applicant, customarily, before these applications come to the commission, the department has to determine the legal number of units, which the applicants generally have the department either interpret the property card if it's clear enough, or they must go through the property card interpretation. In this case, the applicant went through the property card interpretation, and that's how we were able to determine the 12th unit could not be redeveloped, so they're only permitted to redevelop the 11, because the district, based off of the parcel's lot area, only permits 3 units by right.
Thank you.
What's the ratio of non-conforming setbacks around that area? I mean, are other properties, they're all meeting their setbacks and this is the one that wouldn't? Or are there others that are not meeting it in that area? Just wanting to get a sense of the, neighborhood character.
So I actually have a backup slide to maybe help address this. So here we have an image of the zoning district map. So the different color codes relate to the different zoning districts and how they abut each other. They essentially tear down from 4th Street moving west along 15th Avenue South. So the blue is CCT1. So to the east of the subject property on lots 5 and 6, or really 3, 4, 5, and 6, that would be the Taco Bell development across the alley to the east. Its setbacks generally won't be taken into account for this because of the difference in the development styles. To the south is what was evaluated. So on lots 19 and 20, in the same gold color coding, directly to the south, this image here, it's of these properties in the larger image on the right. They possess, or they're expressing, a front yard setback of approximately 16 feet, which is relatively consistent with the reduced setback request that the applicant is asking for. The measurement taken from the front facade for this building was approximately 16 feet, almost 16 and a half feet. But it's this property street side yard, so its development orientation is a little bit different, because if you take a look at lots 19 and 20, they legally face the west, but the property was developed with the units facing north to facing north. The duplex would face north. So then the gates of the redevelopment would face each other. The redevelopment would face south, the parcel to the south, those units face north, so leaving the pedestrians would see each other coming and going. If you head west, that is NT2. So the parcel directly across the street, lot 12, is vacant. To the north of that, lot 6 does have a duplex on it, and its setback expression is about 12 feet, which is relatively consistent with what the district already requires. So the change in building setback on the subject parcel from 15 feet to 10 feet visually wouldn't really be that much of a difference. It's about 2.5 feet from what's expressed across the street by a totally different zoning district.
That's great, thank you.
Any additional questions to staff? I have a question. On the setbacks, is the setback to the masonry load-bearing walls, or is it related to setback due to what appears to be little patios outside of, second and third floors?
So this would be to the exterior walls. There's a provision in the the allowable encroachment section of the code, which does cover balconies. So those projections, if the DRC approves the reduced setback request, they get covered by another section or provision of the code. The DRC won't need to address them.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions to staff right now? Okay. Going to move on to the applicant. If you could please give your name and address for the record, please, and whether you've been sworn.
Good afternoon, Braden Evans. I'm representing the property owner of 421 15th Avenue South. My address is 2511 North Grady Avenue, Tampa, Florida. Today I'm presenting to you a proposed redevelopment plan of the property at 421 15th Avenue South, which in the staff report that we just reviewed is a bungalow court historically containing 11 units. We can see here an outline of the property with their minimal setbacks, front yard setback of less than 10 feet, a street side setback of 10 feet, 3.5 along that side on the west along the alley, and then just a 2-foot setback along the northern alley, platted alley. The property owner has owned this parcel since 2022. Since that time, he's made a great attempt to improve the property as it is. We can see kind of a progression of the timeline here from 2017 to around 2022 when he purchased the property. This is the current state of the property, which has been attempted to be maintained since the storms when they were damaged after the hurricane. These structures here are about 11 feet tall. They got about 5 feet of water. They were built in 1925 and are largely original. Unfortunately, the buildings weren't able to be resuscitated after the storm. We are now trying to seek this redevelopment plan for the existing density. We've got some additional imagery here. This is the relationship between the subject property and the eastern parcel, which contains the Taco Bell within that CCT zoning district. One of the foundational characteristics of this property is that it's located within a flood zone. So here we've got our flood map. This drastically changes the development ability for development of the site because of its status in a flood zone. Of course, it needs to be elevated above that 9-foot elevation, which creates complications when it comes into the discussion of creating something that's contextually consistent with the surrounding parcels, especially many of which are remain to be original builds and are not yet elevated. So our request really took that into consideration and made a lot of thought and put some focus towards that. So this is our site design that we're proposing. When we initially started some preliminary designs, we absolutely could have met the required setbacks of the NSM zoning district. However, that would have required one building, additional stories. Most likely it would have had to have been one structure, a solid structure with 2 stories on top of the garage. And we weren't able to design it in a way that was complementary to the existing structures. So what we're proposing today is we separated this into 2 structures, one which is 2 stories over the required base level garage, and one that is 1 story over that required base level garage. This transition of height goes from higher intensity zoning district of CCT1 on the east side rather, to the shorter building being adjacent to the abutting residential zone parcels. The NSM1 district acts as kind of a transitional zoning district between those commercial and the single-family residential districts. So our site plan does the same by acting as a transition between the height and scale of the building as it narrows, silos down into that lower intensity. The NSM1 zoning district allows a maximum 48-foot building height to the peak. As you're all aware, that's measured from the design flood, so that would be an additional 11 feet on top of that from grade level. And we really wanted to pay attention to that and make sure that we were not overscaling the building that already had to be scaled higher than what was there before due to the flood regulations. What we're presenting is a maximum to the overall height is 32 feet. So we've been able to keep that a total of 16 feet, approximately 16 feet below what is otherwise maximum allowed in the zoning district and by right. In the site plan, we've also provided ground level fenestration to increase that street level pedestrian character. We've maintained pedestrian access and we were able to increase the green space, which is honestly very limited on the site as of now. We've got some renderings here, which we've seen before and in the staff report. So as mentioned in the staff presentation, we are proposing to improve the northern alley. Currently, the site has never provided on off-street parking. The parking has always relied on street parking. Our site plan now proposes above the minimum required number of parking spaces, which includes an ADA accessible parking space. We've also shifted the building just slightly to the east to allow a greater buffer between the alley loading and the both the exit to the Taco Bell drive-through, which is immediately to the west, and the trash loading area where the trucks come to pick up that commercial waste. Just watching a few of the interactions between the vehicles, the residential vehicles using that alley and the commercial vehicles exiting Taco Bell, we felt most comfortable requesting that, the building be shifted over slightly, which results in requesting a variance on that west side, but allowing a little bit more comfort and safety along that alley for those vehicles that will now be backing out. We've increased the setbacks from the existing, what is there right now. For instance, in the front yard, the 9.5-foot setbacks are being bumped up to 16 feet, which, as we discussed in our staff presentation, is generally consistent with what's existing adjacent to the property. The street side, we're maintaining the same setback that is there now, and we're increasing the side and rear setbacks from 3.5 to 10 feet and 2 feet to 14 feet. This is that alley that we are proposing to improve. As you can see, it is a very narrow alley. However, this photo is not entirely indicative of the true state of the alley, as there's a lot of debris and the fence kind of inhibits, what that visually will look like. We've been working with the engineering department to facilitate those improvements, and we'll continue doing so following approval. Another view of the property here. This is our proposed ground level. We can see we've maintained multiple pedestrian entrances. We have a common outdoor space. Staff didn't mention this was proposed to be a pool. We don't necessarily have intention of a pool. This is just supposed to be like an aesthetic water feature. Private storage rooms, and of course bike storage to promote that micromobility element. We're proposing a mix of studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. All units are going to have in-unit laundry with an array of sizes of private outdoor spaces. Overall, the location is characterized by being within the Innovation District, is located in great proximity to downtown, directly along a PSTA transit route with proximity to a Sunrunner stop. And multiple micromobility improvements have been programmed for the nearby area, including along 14th Avenue South, 18th Avenue South, and programmed improvements along Salt Creek, which is in close proximity. We can see an overview of the site here. In red is the subject property. The 2 green circles show PSTA bus stops, which are located on the same block and directly across. The 2 yellow triangles show nearly brand new rapid rectangular flashing beacon pedestrian signals that have been constructed by the city of St. Petersburg to improve pedestrian crossing along 4th Street. And that green line to the right side of the screen is the existing bikeway that provides bicycle access all the way through to downtown. It's actually, I've made that bike ride myself. It's about a 10-minute ride. It's very nice riding through USF St. Pete. And it provides great connectivity to the location. I also have prepared a small, brief map here showing the existing density and context of the surrounding area. That red arrow points to the subject property. In the blue, we see the array of existing density pattern in the neighborhood, showing 15 units per acre, which is standardly going to be your single-family homes, ranging all the way up to the 45+ units per acre category. We can see many of the existing developments are in that 30 to 45 range. And coincidentally enough, the previous application was in the same neighborhood, just a few blocks away from this property, which is a testament to the overall character of this neighborhood, having many of these historic or higher density structures. Same with on the right, we can see the range from single family in that lightest yellow, ranging down to higher density apartment units. This is the abutting property to the south. It is an existing triplex. This is the abutting property to the north, another existing triplex. We have another historic apartment, which is a 10-unit apartment complex 2 blocks to the north. And these are some examples of some existing development typology going on in the neighborhood now. And kind of some conflict in the existing character patterns, showing kind of our inspiration for deviating from what is currently being built. In terms of maintaining density, the NSM1 zoning district is intended for multifamily zoning. However, on the block directly adjacent to the south, that property on the right is a single-family home within the NSM zoning district that was developed in what is supposed to be a multifamily zoning district. I digress.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the applicant? I have a question for you. If you could go back a couple slides, please.
Yes.
Go back to the newer stuff there. Those. On these, they're multifamily. Do they meet setbacks, do you know?
Yes, from my understanding, these all meet the setbacks required, correct.
Okay, so those meet setbacks, but your proposed development doesn't meet setbacks.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we're requesting those variances to accommodate the additional units and the separation of
Okay,
the two buildings.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, thank you. Do we have any blue cards on this case? All right, we have one. All right, we have a blue card from Cassandra Wallace. Is Cassandra Wallace here? I know you've put on here that you're not wishing to speak, but just want to...
Might have been downstairs. There was one downstairs.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put Cassandra Wallace of 761 Alameda Way South. She does not wish to speak, but she has marked that she is against this variance. Okay, no further blue cards. We'll move on to cross-examination. Staff?
Staff waives.
Cross-examination?
I'll waive.
Closing statement?
Staff waives.
Staff waives. And closing statement, sir.
Yeah, I'll address some of the variances being requested a little bit more. Of course, as Shervon mentioned in his staff presentation, due to the zoning and the configuration of the property with the redevelopment requirements listed in the code, when we chose the site design that included two buildings, we did feel confident that that was going to produce a structure that was more conducive to the existing context of the surrounding neighborhood and the character. However, that does come with a requirement that there's a minimum distancing of those two structures of 15 feet, which is the 7.5 feet for each setback, which is the interior setback of the zoning district. That 15 feet does change a little bit of how we were able to configure those structures. And while we understood that that was a concession that we were needing to make in our design process and needing to request that variance from this commission, we felt as though it would lead to a product that would more holistically complement the surrounding neighborhood while still meeting the various requirements of not only the redevelopment plan but the flood zone that it's located within. With that being said, I'm very happy to answer any more questions, and I'm here during your executive session. Thank you very much for listening to our case.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move into executive session at this point. Do we have any initial comments?
You know, I can offer some. I actually think this project is really a unicorn, and I applaud the development team. When you think about the hardening of our housing stock, raising things out of the flood zone in an area that the overlay district has identified as requiring units with an almost identical density, and you've pulled parking on site, which is always a conversation that we have with these kind of developments, and you agree to improve the alley. I think this is an outstanding project, and I would vote in favor of it.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I feel the same way. I think this is a thoughtful application. I do appreciate the sensitivity of the design to the surrounding neighborhood. The stepping down, considering its proximity to the Taco Bell and, shifting a little further away from that property line in order to allow the alley to breathe a little, I think is a good reason for the setback reduction on the other side. I do think that justifies it, and they had to take into account the separation distance between buildings, which is a building code requirement. So there are a lot of factors that went into how this was designed, and I think it was done in a very considerate way. It could have been taller. It could have had a lot more of an impact on the neighborhood. So I will support this.
I have a question for staff. This is, again, grandfathered for, 11 units? How many by right, again, are allowed on this property? If it was not in a grandfathered status with the 11 units, how many would be able to be built by right?
About 3.
3? Okay. So they could build 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I agree, it's a nice-looking building. My concern here is, same thing that we have on every single case comes before this board, is we have city code that says, here are the requirements that you have to meet. Here's your setbacks. I understand their grandfather. They have the right to build 11 units on the property. Doesn't mean you necessarily have to do it. If you can't meet the setbacks, maybe you should put fewer units so that you could meet the setbacks, or join the buildings together. There are multiple things. You could maybe cantilever the building out towards the alley so that, yes, your parking facade would have your 24-foot clearance for backing, but you could gain space in the units by cantilevering out 3-4 feet on the alley side, which would be the east side. I'm not really hearing anything that's peculiar about this property, that, you know, there's no wetlands. I'm not hearing anything that's really particular to this property that doesn't exist on every other property there. And that's the reason I asked on those new developments that were shown in the photos. Yeah, they're nice, they're new, they're brand new, but they didn't need variances. Could you go to 9 units and still have a product that still has 9 residences on it? Or you build some more studio apartments or 1 bedroom in order to get your 11 units, but your footprint and you meet your setbacks. Here you're looking at a blank slate for a property. I'm not seeing the justification for not meeting setbacks. I could agree with the setback if it met what the adjacent properties were to the west, because it's in keeping with the character of the others. But they can make up several feet of the property by extending and cantilevering out the conditioned space towards the alley and potentially not have to come before this board for a variance. As you know, we've been seeing this a lot the past year with the flooding here and redevelopment, that everybody's having to go, actually for several years now, everybody's building 2-3-story homes because your first 9 to 13 feet is in a floodplain. So as we get taller in these outlying neighborhoods, I think it's going to become more important that we maintain our setbacks. Again, we can see what projects do when they do meet current setbacks. I can understand staff's reasoning on maybe the approval, but I think they have options that could bring this within compliance, build maybe smaller units to decrease the footprint, cantilever out the 2nd, 3rd floors towards that alley, and meet the setbacks here and not require a variance. The variances are, the setbacks are not a request. Setbacks are required in our code. You only come before this board for a variance if there's a legitimate reason that is listed out, and we've gone through this multiple times. Again, beautiful project. If it was on a slightly larger property, we wouldn't be here. But we kind of need to focus on, here's what you can build it to that code.
I have a question for the applicant. If you were to shift the building east, would you meet all setbacks?
Shifting the building east would decrease the variance requested on the west side. It would remain, there would be a 2-foot variance needing to be remained, but just shifting it east would not satisfy the north and south.
The north-south.
North and south.
Because it looks really close, right? It just looks like the building was shifted over towards the west in order to acknowledge, right, the traffic in the alleyway. And you said that there's trash pickup that occurs in that alleyway?
That's correct. It's immediately directly across from the southernmost driveway that's illustrated on that site plan. It's the dumpster.
So to meet the setbacks on the east I don't see a dimension, or perhaps it is, it's a little small.
Could you hold that up? Maybe I could see which picture you're looking at.
You know, how far off are you on the east from the setback, the minimum setback requirements?
We're requesting 10 feet where 7.5 is required, so 2.5 feet.
So you would move the building over 2.5 feet, you would get closer to the public alleyway, and then on the other side, what would be remaining of encroachment into the setbacks?
It would go up to 12, it would be 12.5-foot setback, so it would be 3.5 feet.
3.5 feet. So you could decrease the magnitude of the ask just by that shift.
Absolutely. As I mentioned, that was definitely a difficult decision that we had to make when we were designing this, and we came to that conclusion because it maintained the existing setback of the structure, that 10 feet on that western side property line. But absolutely, we could make that change.
Chair, I find myself conflicted here because I appreciate the unicorn comment and Commissioner Vadilo's comments. I drive this area a lot, probably 5-6 times a week. And I have to admit, when I first saw this, I was like, this is great. This is really what this area could use. It'll kickstart it, I think. But then I hear what you're saying, and you and I have been many times aligned on the setback issues. And one of the things I've learned on this commission is setbacks are a big deal. And we don't treat them lightly. We don't treat anything lightly, but especially those. And perhaps it's inappropriate, but I'm thinking to myself, someone mentioned Salt Creek, and I think we all know it's coming down the road there, right? And then we're going to have it won't be the last time we're going to face this question. So I think what I'm saying is I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, but I'm conflicted. There's so many positives to this. But I have to admit, I've heard you say, and I appreciate your candor. And by the way, I appreciate your presentation. It's very thorough and thoughtful. And you've been here before. You know, we like to hear. But it's interesting, in response to Commissioner Vadilo, you frankly admitted you can make this a lot better by a pretty simple adjustment, which tells me that if you go back and study it more, you could probably even do better. So I am the proverbial fish on the deck right now, Chair, on this one, but I've got issues, for sure.
So, Commissioner, maybe I can provide a bit of clarity as to staff's rationale behind supporting the request. So, commercial development generally requires a 24-foot back out. So, relocating the building back to a 7.5-foot setback only gives the applicant with the alley about like 23.5 to like 23 feet. So, they would need some form of a relief on some level in order to accommodate the back out. Otherwise, they would be coming for a separate request, which was not noticed, which would be for the back out, if I'm not mistaken. So in conversations with the applicant, we thought that this was in consideration of potential back out issues, that this request would probably be more appropriate to maintain it without having to go into a variance request for the 24-foot back out, because variance requests were already being requested from the same section.
And the 24 feet is measured from the edge of the parking space?
To the alley, which, if it's reduced, could potentially affect the stall size.
So if the parking was moved inward, would that address it, or is it relative to the property line?
Or relative to the boundary line.
To the boundary
line. The 24-foot back out, if I'm not mistaken, takes into account the distance from the opposite side of the alley to the edge of the stall size.
So to accommodate parking off the alley, which is what is preferred by the city, then this is why the setback is being encroached the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Which, yes, the district, it actually requires that the parking be maintained off of the alley. Front-loading connections aren't permitted in the district.
But if you have the garage to give you that 24-foot, you could still cantilever out the second, third floors on the east side so that the overall project itself shifts to the east. And you would still have your, at grade, 24 feet to back up. And it's very common, your single-family homes are on alleys directly across from commercial properties, and you don't have a 24-foot backup on them. I would be more comfortable, personally, giving some relief on the alley side if possible, because that is not the public area. I'm more concerned about what is the public seeing when they're either walking down the sidewalk, driving in the neighborhood street. I'm not as worried about the alleys. The alleys are the back end of buildings for the most, in almost every situation here. I would be more prone to providing relief if possible on that side.
I don't know that we are designing this building for them, but it looks, I think it's a pretty elegant design solution. If they reduce the width or dimensions and increase the height, I think you could comply. But then it's it's out of character with the neighborhood. So I kind of think this is, and I hear what you're saying, hey, we could reduce that. Cantilevering out on this type of construction, I'm not sure is practical. But I mean, I understand why there's multiple reasons why it's set where it is, and it's not just a simple solution, a simple design solution, but I think it's a pretty good design solution, so I'm kind of in favor of it.
Well, and I agree with you, Commissioner. I think if we just were measuring setbacks, we could go up here, a robot could do our job, but we're looking at context and the full context of the development, right? And so the setbacks have significantly increased from what's there now. We're helping to accommodate the issue with the commercial development nearby. It's a beautiful design. I mean, they could build a big box, right, and meet all the setbacks, but would that be as high quality? If they made it taller, would that be as high quality for the community? I think we have to look at the full scope of this, and we understand that setbacks are a serious issue, but so are all those other factors. And I think if you take it in totality, the marginal difference in setbacks to me is worth approving the variance compared to everything else. And I'm not in favor of lowering density. I know it's not popular to want density in residential areas, but I think, we need more housing stock here, and I want us to maintain what we have and maintain those 11 units. So I'm in support of this.
The applicant's own photos that were provided were for 3-story box structures as being in context with what they're building.
Sorry, unfortunately, that was my last slide.
I'm sorry, just pointing it out. Those are in the neighborhood, they're 3-story boxes, and they were presented as, things to justify this being a 3 and a 2. I don't like when we are presented essentially an all or nothing, when we can see things that could be done that will meet code, that will meet the setbacks. And if every time something is new that is built, doesn't meet code, doesn't meet setbacks, but boy, it's better than what it used to be. I think that's setting the bar low. We need to say, here's what the zoning says, here's what the setback says, let's meet it. But again, if you have the neighborhood pattern is at 16.5 feet and code says 20, I can live with those situations where it is in context, but not even meeting that. When you look at the house across the street to the west, it's not meeting code, but you're even extending further out than that one, to the property line. So again, my vote on this is going to be no, because I think this could be designed, still be a beautiful project, but still meet code and setback. If anybody has any additional comments, let's go ahead, or if we would like to move into a vote.
Move approval of a redevelopment plan to allow the redevelopment of 11 dwelling units.
Second.
I'm sorry, I have to make sure I'm on the right property, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Move approval of a redevelopment plan, sorry about that, senior moment. Move approval of a redevelopment plan to allow the redevelopment of 11 dwelling units with a variance to setbacks subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
And we have a second, Roy, with Mr. Conroy. And roll call, please.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Yes.
Flynn?
No.
Griner?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Huddlestone?
Yes.
Badala.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And motion passes. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. We have just one more case left today, and based upon my stack of paperwork for that and everybody here, we anticipate this running for probably a couple hours. I wouldn't be surprised. So how about we'll take a 10-minute break here and reconvene at 2:25.
Move the body, body, move it, baby. Move the body. Move the body, body, move it, baby. Move the body.
delay there. What we're going to do is when we get to the blue card section, like we have done on the prior two cases, we're going to take a brief 5-minute break because when we get into blue cards, we're going to go nonstop until public comments are done. And when we do that, we're going to handle it a little bit differently than the prior two cases because so many people are downstairs. I'm going to call up multiple people at the same time so they can come up. I'll reiterate that when we get to blue cards. So moving on to case number 3 for today. It's going to be case number 25-31000012. The request is applicant seeks approval of a site plan modification for a previously approved site plan, case number 05-31-000044, 18, 21, 23, 24. The proposed site plan modification is to allow for the construction of a 150-foot tall, 96-unit multifamily building at the southwest corner of Academy Way South and Harbor Way South. The applicant is requesting a variance to the maximum building height. The owner is Marina Bay Development 4, LLC. Agent is Reza Yazdani. We do have registered opponents on this. And the address for this case is 4500, 4590, and 4630 54th Avenue South. And if we could have staff report, please.
Great, thank you. The subject
Oh,
property.
actually, sorry. If we could have Michael Boone, is there a Michael Boone either up here or downstairs? If Michael Boone is here, could Michael Boone please go downstairs to the front counter? Again, Michael Boone, please report downstairs to the counter, security counter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And staff report, sorry.
All right, that's fine. So the subject property is located along the south side of Pinellas Bay Way, west of Ecker College. The subject property was rezoned to ROP on April 2nd, 1981. There's multiple history and approvals on this property starting in 1984. The Environmental Development Commission subsequently was replaced by the commission here today. Originally approved a 479 dwelling unit and 6 7-story buildings totaling with 200,000 square feet of office space, 20,000 square feet of commercial space, a 60-bed nursing home, and 291 assisted living units, and a conference center. On October 19th, 1992, the residential portion of the development was reduced from 479 to 275 dwelling units. On January 4th, 1995, the EDC reduced the residential portion of the site to 235 units. On September 5th, 2001, the EDC approved a site plan modification for the construction of 424 dwelling units. The approval was appealed to City Council. On November 1st, 2001, the City Council denied the appeal upholding the EDC's approval. On February 6th, 2002, the EDC approved another site plan modification. This was for 728 dwelling units and 42 nursing beds. The approval included eliminating the commercial use. Approval was appealed to City Council on April 4th, 2002. City Council did deny the appeal upholding the EDC's approval. November 6, 2002, the EDC approved a site plan modification for a total of 470 dwelling units and 42 nursing beds. On September 7, 2005, the EDC approved a site plan modification to construct an 8-story building with 96 units on a portion of the property previously approved for the expansion of the College Harbor Senior Assisted Living Facility. This portion is what you're reviewing today that's being modified out of the master plan. On March 1st, 2018, staff did administrative approval for the location of single-family lots and townhome lots and condominium lots within the development. In 2021, another administrative approval was approved to change the number of condominium and townhome units. 2023, there was another administrative approval decreasing the number of units from 209 to 208. April 26, 2024, the last administrative approval was for the relocating of 3 units and was referred to as Section A2 to Section B1. And just again, in 2007, as part of the citywide rezoning, the zoning of the subject property was changed from ROP to CRS 1, NPUD 1, and IC, which just stands for Institutional Center. These are some of the pictures. So looking here, if I'm across the street at the development, looking south towards the Marina Bay and the College Landings property, that's Pinellas Bay Way. As this is the entrance leaving the condominium project to the north, heading into Marina Bay. This is within kind of the main entrance that breaks off here. So if you're looking to the side, on the left, that goes into Marina Bay proper. If you're looking straight, which is the lower image, that goes into the Addington places, which is where the current nursing and ALF facilities are. This is the view again from Addington Place, looking at the open green space. The top image, you can see some surface parking lot, and this is the existing green areas. This is if you're going into the community. This is going to be along Academy Way. And looking at the tree-lined street here, and off to your right-hand side of the screen on the top image is the open space that'll be redeveloped. The lower image, this is going to be from Crescent Place, and that's again looking north, and so you can see the open space there. This is the overall development that's been approved since the 1980s and has been modified multiple times, as you heard. So the applicant here today just to modify basically the upper piece here, which this is not working quite, but you can see it kind of hatched out. This is the blown up version of that plan. So the site plan, what they're proposing, a 13-story building that would be located on the southwest corner of Academy Way South and Harbor Way South. The proposed tower is located generally in the same location as the 8-story building that was approved in 2005. Again, the number of units will not change. The first and second floors of the proposed building will consist of structured parking, with a portion of the first floor being utilized as lobby area. Third through 12th floors will contain 90 dwelling units with 6 single-family story villas over parking along the southern facade of the proposed building, and then there'll be a rooftop amenity deck on the 13th floor. Vehicular access to the drop-off area will occur from Academy Way South. There will be 2 curb cuts. The 2005 approval only had 1 curb cut. Pedestrian access will be provided from the buildings, throughout the buildings on the site, including to the existing nursing home ALF that is located to the west, as well as to all the units to your south. The applicant has modified the existing ponds that will be to the southwest of the proposed building and added additional ponds around the perimeter of the proposed building. And there's additional 90-degree parking that has been added along Harbor Way South to replace the surface parking that's been displaced by the new building. Loading areas to the proposed building will be accessed from Harbor Way South. These are the elevations in front of you. So as you can see, the elevation is the east elevation. So if you're looking towards the actually the canal, looking east. And then you also have the Pinellas Bayway elevation. So if you're on the Bayway, you're seeing the backside of the building here. As described by the project architect, the style is traditional Mediterranean revival style, which is consistent with the other styles of the Marina Bay. The architectural language includes the use of cast stone, stucco cladding, red clay roof tiles, arch openings, decorative Doric columns, decorative metal details, heavy timber, and stucco cornices. These are the other 2 elevations. The elevation on the top is if you were looking east, and the one on the bottom is if you were looking to the north, so the residents in the community would see this elevation. The facade is broken down in orderly patterns of solids and voids, creating an orderly rhythm. The building is anchored by 2 floors of structured parking, with the main entrance located at the motor court above the first level of parking. And these are kind of the courtyard elevations that are, the building's kind of a U-shape. And you can kind of see that from the aerial view here. So again, you're kind of looking north if you're hovering over the Marina Bay piece. So the proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the use is permitted by code. The commission is required to review this as a site plan modification against the 16 review criteria. Staff's review, the applicant is requesting also a variance to building height. The addition of building height is greatly out of character with the other multifamily developments within the immediate area. There are no other structures located within a quarter of a mile of the property with the building height of 150 feet or with DFE 164 feet. The multifamily buildings located north of the subject property are 7 stories. The existing nursing home and assisted living facilities directly to the west are 3 and 5 stories, and the residential buildings to the south are 1, 2, and 3 stories. There are taller buildings located west of the subject property. These buildings were built in 1972, and they are located more than a quarter of a mile west of the subject property and separated by an existing canal, which is referred to as Point Brittany. But these taller buildings are not the norm. The area is characterized mostly by low and mid-rise buildings that do not exceed 7 stories. Here's just another view if you're looking at Crescent and Academy Way, kind of at the vehicular court. Again, it's kind of the same image, again, looking into the court. This is where the earlier picture I showed you, kind of showing where you veer off in the Marina Bay in Addington. This is the view you would see. This is from Pinellas Bayway if you're hovering over that and looking back into the community. Another shot if you're kind of hovering over the Crescent Place Drive, excuse me, and some of those homes. Again, Crescent looking towards the canal, or Academy Way, excuse me. So this image right here before you is going to show what was previously approved and what is being proposed. So the blue was approved in 2005, and kind of the reddish color is what is being proposed. So you can kind of see that the proposed building has a bigger podium than the original building, kind of in its form of mass. The square footages roughly are similar. And again, this is just showing the outline again of the proposed tower to the existing tower. Existing again is going to be in that blue. The proposed is going to be what is in that reddish color. They did some massing models here as well, just kind of showing you again what was existingly approved and what is proposed. Again, at the time of the 2005 site plan approval, the subject property was zoned ROP. The ROP zoning district did permit a building height of 35 feet. For each additional foot of setback, you did get an additional 4 feet of building height. The applicant was approved for a building height of 85 feet, which was permitted. The current CRS 1 zoning district regulations permit a maximum building height of 36 feet. The applicant is seeking to modify the previously approval and is requesting a variance. The requested modification to the site plan previously approved is subject to review criteria as previously noticed, as well as the variance criteria. Again, the criteria for variances are neighborhood character and harmony with the general purpose and intent of code. Special conditions that exist are not results of the actions of applicant. A literal enforcement of this chapter would result in necessary hardship. Applicant has no means for reasonable use of the land, buildings, or other structures. A minimum variance needed will make the reasonable use of the land, and variance will not be injurious to neighboring properties or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. Staff found that they did not comply with any of those criteria for review. Here are some additional imagery. The additional building height, again, is greatly out of character what is within approved. Again, there's nothing taller than this within a quarter mile of the subject property. Buildings within the area to the south are 1, 2, and 3 stories, as well as a nursing home are 3 and 5. With the DFE of 14 feet, the existing building that was approved in 2005 can go up to a height of 99 feet because of the flood. The proposed building would be 65 feet taller than what was previously approved. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
That was impressive.
Perfect timing. All right. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
We do have some questions.
I'll start. Corey, just maybe perhaps stating the obvious, but the myriad of changes and revisions over the years, I wanted to make sure I've got this straight. As it currently stands, and again, you probably made this abundantly clear, but so I'm on the right page, 85 feet would be allowed. Right now, we're looking at perhaps going up to 150, stating the real basics, correct?
The 2005 approval is still valid, so they could come in and build the 85 feet with the DFE of an additional 14 feet. That gets them 99 feet from grade. It's 85 feet from DFE.
I think you just determined that'd be, what, 8 stories, theoretically?
Give or take, yes, because I mean, they're probably going to do parking on the first floor or two, and then you would have about 7 to 8 stories above that of units. And the 96 units, they're not changing that.
And the current request is for how many stories?
So the current request is going to be 13 stories, which includes the rooftop. It's 12 floors really of units, and the podium is about 2 stories, 2 and 3 stories. And so then you would have about basically 3 to 12, the tower piece, as I referred to it. And again, so that's going to be a base height of 150 feet. And then if you add the DFE, that's 164 feet. And that's going to be, the 164 is from grade.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? I do have a question. There's a lot of reference to the Point Brittany properties that are to the west, built 1975, I believe.
Yeah, there was a variance in 72 that allowed the additional building height.
Okay, so on those properties there, they obviously are significantly taller than everything else around. Is the Point Brittany property the same zoning and allowable height as this property, or are they 2 separate zonings, 2 different zonings?
So in 1972, let's see if we actually, zoning back in 1972 is what was referred to as R4. So that would be, it was a residential district, but it wasn't what was ROP, which was approved for this site. And then the current zoning of Point Brittany, let me just double check. Majority of the property is referred to as NSM1, Neighborhood Suburban Multifamily. There's a little piece of commercial in the middle of that. But the base height in that district is 36 feet.
Okay. So would they, right now, the zoning for Marina Bay limits you to what? Without this 2005 approval, is it a 75-foot plus your 13, 14 feet of base flood elevation?
So if we're looking at this as from scratch.
From scratch, just to get a basis here.
So it's CRS1 is the zoning for the front piece, what a lot of people refer to as College Landings or Addington Place, where the existing property is in the two nursing home assisted living. So the base height in that zoning district is 36 feet. They would qualify for a height bonus of 12 feet if they had first floor, 50% of that was devoted to parking, and then of course DFE, you can get the 14 feet. And then the NPUD, Neighborhood Plan Unit Development, is what is the zoning for everything south, which is referred to as Marina Bay, which is all the condos or townhomes or villas, and some of the single-family lots that are just south of there. And that height is also, let me just double check. Is 36 feet as well to the beginning of the roof line, and then you can go up to 48 feet to the top of roof. So if you did a peak roof, or sometimes you can do a step back with a flat roof. That doesn't include DFE, which presume could be 14 feet as well. There is no height bonus for parking on the first floor like in the mixed-use CRS district.
Okay. So by right, ignoring 2005 approvals, 36 plus 12 foot, roughly in that range.
Yeah.
Across the street to the north where you have the and Commissioner Kieran is going to have a follow-up question, but before I forget this one, is this also the same zoning as across the street to the north where you mentioned the 7-story buildings?
So those, that's NPUD 1, so NPUD, and then there's also some preservation zoning, which really has no development rights. You have to transfer that to the NPUD zoning. And so yes, the height would be the same as 36 to 48. And again, you get credits for DFE, and a lot of those buildings do have, parking on I think the first floor, and then you have the tower above it.
Okay.
And so I counted the stories from grade.
Thank you.
And you've got to touch on this, the Dolphin Cay, I'm thinking of the two towers there, those are 7 stories?
Looking from Google image, it's a gated community, so I was trying to look under the Google map, and from what I could tell, there were 7 stories.
That's what I thought, okay. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. What, can you explain in the staff report, there was a talk about the 2004 applicant appellant at that time entered into an agreement to decrease the density in the building height. What implication, if any, does that carry forward? The city was a part of that or no?
So we asked for that document. We have not received the document. What I've heard from some of the letters that were provided in the staff report, that it really had to do with the Marina Bay portion and not this site. There's probably gonna be a lot of discussion about that and comments from the appellant and some of the staff, but we haven't actually physically seen that. And our legal department also tried to track it down to predate electronic filing, so we don't have a paper copy of that. And I don't know, Heather, if you want to say anything else on that or not?
Corey's correct. When comments came in relating to a purported agreement, we looked for that agreement, both myself and our legal files, in our central records files, and in the city clerk's files, and we're not able to locate any settlement agreement, so I could not confirm whether that would be still in effect, still binding, whether we were a party, and exactly what that purported to be, and we have not been provided one. So at this point, my recommendation and advice to staff was that we proceed based on the previously approved site plans that we do have.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Second question, totally unrelated. The quarter-mile radius. Why a quarter mile versus a half mile versus a mile or 5 miles?
That's just something that when staff was just looking at what's in the immediate area, and then knowing that, because where Point Brittany is, it's separated by a canal, and so it's not adjacent, and so that was really just it was really no, it was ambiguous. You know, it was just, oh, within a quarter mile, there's nothing that's tall, and, you know, that's over a quarter mile away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for staff? Okay. We have none. Thank you. All right. Again, we do have a registered opponent, but at this portion, there's going to be some changes in who goes up. But right now, we're going to be having the applicant give a 10-minute presentation. If you could please approach the podium, provide name and name and address, and if you've been sworn, for anybody that's going to be speaking here. Let's knock it out at one time.
Yeah, so before we start our time, Mr. Chair, Brian Unk, 625 Court Street, McFarlane, Ferguson.
Mark Shmaleski, BDG Architects, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
Tim Neisinger with Anderson Lane Civil Engineers, 828 Callista K, Tarpon Springs, and yes, I've been sworn in.
And we don't intend to present Mr. Henry, our traffic engineer, our case in chief, but I'll let him get his name and address in. I'm sure he may be asked some questions. So
certainly.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607, and I have been sworn. Thank you.
Attorneys do not need to be sworn, is my understanding. Is that correct?
We have everybody speaking.
I was sworn, but you are correct. The case law states that I'm providing argument and not testimony. Mr. Chair, Brian Unks again. It's a pleasure to be representing the applicant, Mr. Yazdani, on this last remaining developable parcel in the Marina Bay District that is really oriented directly to Pinellas Bayway. Mr. Yazdani has lived in this community for 25 years, so he is the definition of a local homegrown developer. He's engaged in almost a dozen community meetings since September and interacted and engaged with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of residents to get their feedback. What we're proposing today, in our view, is a significant benefit to this community. We are greatly reducing...
Wait.
Yes.
Can we stop the clock? Wait. All right.
If you could reset my time, sorry.
Please stop the clock. This is a public hearing, okay? This is not a place for hooting, shouting, noise, anything. Let's be respectful for everybody. Just as when you come up to the podium, we're going to give you the same respect, okay? All right, if we could reset the clock there so that we...
Kayla stepped out. I noted the time at 9:21 remaining, so when she gets...
Let's give an extra 30 seconds at least. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This rendering depicts the significant reduction in the building envelope above 36 feet from what was approved in 2005. This results in a 31% reduction in the building envelope and increases the setback to the tower to 162 feet. So we are significantly increasing the setbacks, the bufferings, and the amenities for this community. We're also providing millions and millions of dollars of reinvestment in this aging community, including a new clubhouse, potentially a traffic light, a signalized intersection, which doesn't exist, upgrading security, upgrading the gate. This is also amenities at this project that will be available to the community. And the only variance before you is a height variance from 8 stories to 12 stories with a 13th rooftop floor. The 96 units are available as of right. So what is the hardship? What is the special condition? Well, in 2007, this property was unilaterally rezoned as part of a citywide zoning from ROP to CRS1. That significantly reduced the available height for this development, which was always intended to be a high-quality, multifamily, high-rise, high-structure development. And what that did was limit the height to 36 feet. This property, we believe, was miszoned because it was already entitled to go to 85 feet or 99 feet from grade and have 96 units. You can't fit 96 units in 36 feet. It's physically impossible. That is the hardship in a nutshell. Under the ROP zoning, this project would be allowed without a variance. We could go to 150 feet without a variance, as Mr. Maliska said, by providing increased setbacks, which we've done, and I've got a slide to show that. So the special condition and the hardship, as noted in the staff report by Mr. Maliska, is that the current CRS district zoning height limitations are not the result of the actions of the applicant. This is not the result of the actions of the applicant. This slide demonstrates that with the additional footage of setback, we, under the ROP zoning, would be allowed to go to 150 feet as of right. That is the hardship. That's the peculiarity. This is the last developable parcel in this community, and it's oriented towards Pinellas Bayway. In order to achieve the vision for this parcel that has been laid out since the 1980s, where it was approved for 479 dwelling units with 6 7-story towers and 200,000 square feet of office space, this was always supposed to be a high-quality, intense, mixed-use project, and we are transitioning all the height and the density away from the neighborhood. We will have 36 feet of a podium with 6 villas that will be significantly set back themselves, and then anything above 36 feet is greatly set back from the community. This is showing you that the tower itself is 46,000 square feet. That's a reduction of 10,000 square feet over the original approval of the 8-story building, the 85-foot tall building. 13,000 square feet for the villas, which is below 36 feet. And is obviously consistent with low to mid-rise development in the community. And so this idea that we're providing this gargantuan footprint, the footprint is basically the same. It's 3,000 square foot bigger, but that comes from the 50 additional emergency parking spaces that we're providing to the community. We are providing 0.51 acres increase in green space, 22,230 square feet reduction in impervious coverage. Our FAR is only 0.37 for this project. So, I understand they think that this is some kind of gargantuan project, but it's actually a significant reduction in terms of impact to the community and is much more compatible and beneficial to the community from what was previously approved. Again, this is just a repetition of the staff report noting that under the ROP zoning, which was not changed as a result of the applicant, it was not caught, it was an oversight and a citywide rezoning, they've significantly reduced the height available for these 96 high-quality units, and that is the basis for the hardship and the basis for the variance request. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Neisinger, who's going to cover slides 9 and 10 and talk about the setbacks and the buffering.
And honestly, I'm kind of echoing what's already been said. So this image depicts the previously approved 85-foot building in blue. The proposed 150-foot building is shown in red. They both show the maximum footprint, we'll call it the base of the building, regardless of height. Note that the blue footprint has an additional 25-foot setback from the nearest adjacent building or the lot line along the southeast. This portion, this is probably the more important slide. This shows the previously approved 85-foot building in blue and the proposed 150-foot building, and you'll see that the blue building is it's 11,660 feet larger, so our proposed building is about 31% smaller as far as the tower goes.
And in your opinion, it meets the requirements for the variance?
Oh, yeah.
The code requirements. Thank
Yes,
you.
it does.
All right, we try to be quick here. This is a very important slide in terms of the compatibility and whether it's injurious to the community. These are showing the view corridors over the existing parcel where this building is going to go. These views are, and obviously you're not entitled to a view over your neighbor's property, but we deliberately and thoughtfully engage the community to get their feedback to make sure that this project was more beneficial and was more compatible with what was previously approved. You can see the Point Brittany Tower. It's 175 feet. It was a 250% variance at the time that was supported by the city staff. It was recommended for approval, and it was approved. And it is not, it should be considered as part of the development pattern and compatibility and consistency as well as the high rises across the street and the commercial ALF properties, Addington, there as well. This is the landscape plan. The trees will be maintained and preserved, and there'll be additional landscaping. So there's some concern that the trees are going to go away. The trees are not going to go away. There will be some driveways, but any trees that are replaced will be replaced with additional landscaping, and those trees are going to maintain that high quality tree buffer that you see there on that slide. Additional amenities, $1 million investment to upgrade the community, 50 emergency parking spaces for use during hurricanes, reconfigured entrance, activate a traffic signal entrance to Marina Bay if approved by FDOT, and we're actively working on that. We've also provided an easement for Bayway Trail in the amount of $2 million because Mr. Yazdani is a good neighbor and he's part of this community and he wants what's best for this neighborhood and for this community. I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Shemaluski, our architect, to discuss slides 15 and 16.
Yeah, so what this really shows in the gray is the existing approved massing, which really pushed up against those setbacks. And what we're really trying to do with this new proposed design is to responsibly respond to the neighbors, to minimize those view corridors, minimize those expanse of very large walls right up against those minimal setbacks that you see on that slide and as well as this one. You can really see the difference between the 85-foot against those setbacks versus our massing, which is much more elegant and is designed to really complement and enhance all of Marina Bay with added amenities, site features, and the responsiveness of that stepping back of the tower to really ensure that the residents' view corridors and this really responds to the entire Marina Bay site.
Thank you, sir. Traffic has been a concern. As we discussed, the density is not increasing at all. The intensity is not even increasing. Objectively, the intensity is the same in terms of square footage or just slightly larger, but the intensity of the building envelope is significantly reduced. It's stepped back. We're 36 feet with significant setbacks of the 36 feet, and then 162-foot setback from the tower itself. And again, oriented towards the Pinellas Bayway, which is a mixed-use area and away from the community. Traffic has been raised as an issue. The same number of trips will be generated to a 96-unit condo, whether it's 85 feet at 99 from grade or 150 feet at 164 from grade. Mr. Henry has done some analysis, and he's here to answer questions if you have any, but a 96-unit condo is not a significant driver of traffic. It's just not. And this is the proposed improvements to the Pinellas Bayway and Harborway North, where the proposed traffic signal is. Mr. Yazdani is proactively working with FDOT to get that approved, and he will pay for it as part of this redevelopment. That's not just a redevelopment of this site, but it's actually activation of this site. It's a revitalization of the entire community, improving a old dilapidated toll booth, removing that, replacing that, and providing additional benefits in terms of landscaping and improvements. So again, the site was approved, is already approved at 85 feet or 8 to 9 stories, depending on how you squeeze it in. That's not a lot of room to do 96 units. Those are very, very small ceilings. I mean, I don't know if you could even do 8-foot tall ceilings if you had structured parking. And of course, nowadays, you don't want surface parking. The that old design from 2005 had a significant amount of impervious surface that was surface parking. Those are heat islands. Those are things that are not beneficial for the community.
You have another 30 seconds, I believe.
We already added it to them.
Thank you.
You added? Oh, okay.
Thank you. You already added it? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that, Mr. Chair. So that basically ends my presentation. We believe we've met the approval criteria. Appreciate your consideration, and we're here to answer the questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the applicant at this point? Mr. Kieran?
Mr. Rox, a few questions, and I appreciate your presentation, and I may have found somebody that talks faster than me. If that's possible.
I had a lot to say, sir.
And I've been there and done that myself. How long has your client owned this property?
25 years.
Again, if we could keep it to nothing at the moment. Thank you.
Let me rephrase the question for you, Mr. Roxon. Did your client own the property back when this whole site plan process was revised, I believe back in 2005, when 8 stories, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, but when the 8-story scope was approved, did your client own it back then?
He did not own it in 2005, is my understanding.
And you keep talking about the intensity of the building, but the real concern here, if I'm not mistaken, is the height of the building, correct?
That is the concern that we're hearing, but again, we believe that the height reduces the overall impact of the community by removing that building envelope and reducing.
I understand that, but the height is the issue. From what I'm hearing, that's the variance you need is for height, right?
That's the only variance requested, yes, sir.
And I keep hearing you can't get 96 units without going up. What is the importance of the 96 units?
That is what the property is entitled for, and I think that is the planning objective of the city. I mean, like I said, originally this area was approved for 479 multifamily dwelling units, so it is the intention, deliberate intention of the city through all these approvals to ensure and retain those 96 units for a high-quality development, and that's why I say we believe that citywide rezoning to CRS1 just overlooked this specific site and that approval and that entitlement.
Understood. That's what I presumed your answer would be. you keep focusing on the Point Brittany property, but you'd agree with me, that's across a canal, through a toll booth, and there are buildings that are, the surroundings of that building, I would submit to, seem to me to be very markedly different than this site. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that it's located across the canal. It's only a quarter mile away. We thought it was a comparable approval, and it's taller, so we thought it was a comparable approval. We didn't want to overlook the fact that it was there.
What relevance is there, should I take into account if I go across the street to the Dolphin Cay project and the size of those, what I'm gonna call condo towers, is that relevant for our consideration today?
I think that all of those properties within that quarter mile radius are relevant for consideration of development pattern.
How many units are in the Dolphin Cay buildings, if you know?
I don't have that information, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
So your client, let me verify, your client bought this property after it had been rezoned already?
Yes, that is correct.
So he's looking to go back in time and claim something from, yeah, again, you're looking for development rights similar to Point Brittany, which is 1975. That's 51 years ago. Is that kind of what your argument is here?
What we're looking for is what would have been allowed under the RPO, which is up to 150 feet. If you increase the setbacks by 1 foot, you get 4 feet of height for every foot of setback.
But he bought it with the approval for 85 feet.
That was what the entitlement was at the time of the purchase, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions?
I just had one. Where did the 150 come from versus 100 or 125, or can you?
It was based on attempting to responsibly mass the building and ensure that we have a footprint that minimizes the view corridors, but also allows for the 96 units as well as all of the amenities that are part of that.
Okay, so the 96 was sort of the governing variable.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sir, while you're standing there, there were some massing designs that were provided. Did you provide one that looks at the massing of the property as you are on Pinellas Bayway looking south towards the property?
Not with specifically that view.
Okay. Because you showed, I think, from the south and east-west.
Yes, we picked a few.
I didn't know if I had missed that
specific
one.
ones, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I also have a question for the architect. Did you prepare any schemes when you were, I guess, before you got to the 150 feet design, did you prepare any schemes that achieved the number of units, the 96 number of units, with the height under the 85 feet plus?
We attempted to mass it. It was extremely difficult to generate that in 85 feet without creating a extremely expansive building that takes up a significant amount of the site footprint, which is not really a responsible design.
Do you have to meet Swift Mud and city requirements for green space and water retention?
We'll have the civil answer that, please.
Yeah, we will be meeting all state and local.
Would the original approved 2005 property, would that still meet Swift Mud and city green space requirements, pervious surface?
I've never been asked to look at that from a design perspective. There was another engineer back in 2005, so I wouldn't be able to answer to.
So we don't have any evidence that this is going to be any better because no numbers were crunched.
Yeah, all I can tell you is that we can make this site work.
But would it work at even the 85 foot that was originally approved? Did that meet?
With the larger footprint?
Yeah.
I can only presume that somebody could figure out a way.
I have a question. You have what appears to be potentially retention ponds on a property, and then you have multiple water features with fountains, maybe waterfalls. Are those using fresh water or?
So can you
or
pull that
just
slide
second.
up and I can?
Yeah, if we could pull that
There
slide
were-
up.
If you look at the slide, there's kind of two colors of water.
Okay.
I'm sorry, were you still asking your question?
Yeah, it just, you know, you've got, could you delineate what the retention ponds are to meet swift mud requirements and city, whatever, whatever authorities? And which ones are more the decorative features?
Does this have a pointer? So
If you're going to potentially look and point with a laser, if you could point at this one, please,
Oh,
so
okay.
the board could see it.
How do you point?
I mean, I'm seeing at the northern edge a narrow one that's a darker blue.
So essentially, yes, you've got the existing pond on the very southeast corner. The plan is to expand that. And then on the west side of the pond, I think that was this. Okay. On the west side of the building is a drainage pond, and on the north side is a drainage pond. Those will be primarily stormwater, and the rest of the ponds are going to be filtered, more decorative ponds.
Okay.
With fountains, terrace. The idea is fountain, terraced waterfalls, things of that nature.
There was something recently about water restrictions. Would those water features be subject to water restrictions and fountains? Because I believe Swift Mud has instituted some water restrictions for decorative fountains, water features that they can only run in a limited amount because it increases evaporation of water.
Certainly, they would be subject to any guidelines. If there were water restrictions, those would be, yes.
Okay. I have no questions right now. Any additional? Okay. All right.
Brian, I don't know if, just one thing particular to note
Nope.
is the
Well,
impervious.
unless it's directly answering what we're asking.
This was about your question of did the previous project meet Swift Mud?
Okay.
So that we pulled the comparison of the site data tables from the prior approval, and he was just going to address that since he has that data.
Oh, great. Yeah.
I mean, it literally is just to state that we have a lot more green space than what was previously approved.
Thank you.
That didn't really answer the question.
Yeah.
The question was, would the prior approved project meet SwiftMud? Because basically, you can't build something without SwiftMud approval for
Certainly.
water retention, both quantity and quality. And now you more than likely have to meet higher nitrogen removal levels. Is it in like a 95-95 zone? A lot of
Yes.
things are impacted
So
waterway. You have to go to a 95-95 treatment as of January 1st.
Yeah, certainly. So in 2005, when it was approved, the water quality standards hadn't been adopted. So this will have more restrictive water quality standards than what was previously approved.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, just really quick, the 2005 approval and the data sheets, which are in your staff report, basically the approved ISR impervious surface ratio was 38%. The code allowed 65%. The proposal before you today will have 43% impervious surface, and 66% is allowed by code today.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kern, I did a rough quick estimate of the numbers across Dolphin K, trying to look at the property appraiser. Looks like there's probably about 348 units in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, we've completed questions of staff, applicant. We're going to move on. Next section here, we're going to have presentation by the registered opponent. Do we have the registered opponent here? And if you have anything that you'd like to put on an overhead, again, we have over here, if you need to. All right.
And just before the time starts, so Quincy Bird, Weber, Crab, and Ween for registered opponent, College Landings, HOA, and Mr. Joe DeCobo. Prior to the submission of Ms. Brooks' presentation that she's about to take you through, we submitted a letter of joinder to the memo that she had previously submitted to this commission. So before she gets going, just wanted to state that Mr. DeCobo and College Landing HOA has reviewed her slides and would also be joining with her position. And with that, let her take it away.
Sworn in?
Am sworn in, but am an attorney, but yes.
All right. And if you would be speaking also, name and address for the record.
Kara Brooks, 14 Bayfront Court South, Marina Bay, St. Petersburg, Florida. I am sworn in, and I am an attorney, but not in the state of Florida. So,
Sounds good.
So my husband and I did write a fairly lengthy memo in opposition to this variance request, which College Landing has joined with. It's pages 328 to 360 in the staff report. Again, we wrote it in our individual capacity because we are both attorneys, but we're not licensed in the state of Florida. But I hope that it is something that my neighbors, and if my neighbors who are here, if you may just raise a hand, who are all my Marina Bay neighbors, and hopefully it represents a lot of what they are feeling as well with respect to this project. So first, I'd like to thank Corey and for doing a very quick recap of this very long and contentious, history with this parcel of land. I don't want to reiterate everything he said. I want to hit on a couple points. One is D2 of the variance statute, which deals with, is this hardship self-inflicted? I would really believe that it is. I want to look at City Code Section 1660-31B3, which prohibits a non-conforming parcel to be made more non-conforming, which again, I think this variance request is doing. We're going to look at D7 quickly, the injury to the neighborhood, and then finally, I'll address the public comments that were submitted. So let's see if I can figure this out. There we go. So the self-created hardship, and this gets back to the timeline that the attorney spoke about. The settlement was in 2002, and it was neighbors of Marina Bay who were fighting a building that was 7 stories tall. They went back and forth on it. There was, if you read the 2002 site plan application or site plan report, there was an agreement that was reached, and they reduced the height for this exact parcel down from 7 stories to 3 stories. Somehow, in 2005, this was then, it was ROP funding, ROP zoning at the time, it was brought up to 85 feet. What's unique about this is that the agent in 2005 is the applicant in this case. So the agent was the one who sought the 85 feet. Reza Yazdani was the agent in 2005. He sought the 85 feet. In 2007, as we've already noted, it was rezoned to CRS1. And then in 2017, in connection with litigation with this exact parcel as he was purchasing it from Addington, he, in his affidavit or declaration, he acknowledges that the site was in fact legally non-conforming. All of this aside, in 2024, he purchases the property. So he knows that it's legally non-conforming, he knows that it's zoned CRS1, and he was the one who sought the 85 feet, and he now seeks a variance to 164 feet. So if there's ever a situation when you claim that the hardship is zoning, or you claim that the hardship is that there was potentially an 85-foot exception, that's your hardship, and you were the person who got it, it was a very unique situation. And so we would say that Section D2 is very much, they did not fulfill it not being their own fault. And then we look at City Code Section 1660-31B3, which specifically says, and I'll just quote, "These regulations do not encourage the survival of nonconformities and do not allow nonconformities to be enlarged upon, expanded, or extended. Existing nonconformities shall not be used to justify the addition of new uses or structures prohibited in the district." So again, in 2007, the city of St. Petersburg zoned this property, CRS1, with a maximum height of 36 feet. It potentially has an exception to 85 feet, but anything above 85 feet is in violation of the zoning and is certainly a nonconformity on top of a nonconformity, which is something that this panel should not permit. And then just right here, we see on the left, you see that Reza Yadazi is in fact the agent in the 2005 special exception modification public hearing, and on the right is his statement in his declaration in 2022 that Marina Bay had no idea the zoning status of the adjacent property was legally nonconforming. They learned that it was nonconforming after the closing date came and went in a separate litigation. And so then we get to the injury to the neighborhood. And as the staff report correctly addressed, we are a small neighborhood of single-family homes, 2-story townhouses, and 3-story condos. We are 60 acres. That is what we are. There's no high-rises in our neighborhood. This is completely out of the character of our neighborhood. And one of the other issues is the grand tree removal. We have many, many live oaks that create this beautiful canopy. I'll show you some pictures right there. Beautiful canopy of the entrance, and that is where they want to put the entrance to this high-rise, and removing a lot of our beautiful protected live oaks. And here you see the kind of homes that we have in our community. This is an example of the advertising that for the last 20 years that Marina Bay has done to encourage all the people who sit in this room to buy in our neighborhood. It's private, it's peaceful, it's protected. It has low-rise condominiums, low-rise condominiums, low-rise condominiums, low-rise condominiums. This is another one of their advertisements. Give us a like if this is your view. Now, I urge you to look to the houses to the left, those two homes. That is what that is going to look like. And that's what it's going to look like. That is only 150 feet, actually. This is one of my neighbors who is an FAA certified drone pilot, and he went up and he put a dot where 150 feet would be in our neighborhood, and then he had a graphic designer superimpose their designs onto this image. So we have a sense of how out of character this is with our community. And I would point out that we are not a community that is against development. In the last 10 years, I would say we're a little over 200 homes. We've probably had 60 new construction homes built in our community. We're not against development. No one has stood in front of this committee complaining about it. What we complained about is when the development is so fundamentally out of character with what we bought into and the way we want to live. And then this is a fact check. So the taller building is a larger footprint than the 85-foot building. And we could fit the 85-foot building in the footprint of the taller building. So all this talk about setbacks and all this talk about green space, it's based on impervious surface area, paving, that doesn't need to take place. So they're using, it's not apples to apples, it's apples to oranges. This has been a talking point for the neighbor, a taller, slimmer building, but it's not. It's a bigger footprint, and everything that took away green space is not necessary. Both buildings had 2 stories of structured parking built in. There's no reason that the 85-foot building could not be built with the exact same, in the exact same location, with the exact same setbacks, with the exact same green space. There's literally no explanation for it, nor do they try to even begin to explain it in their materials. And then we get to public comments. So organically, when we look at what was submitted to the DRC, we had 215 pages of opposition that were submitted to the DRC, 82 emails and letters from this community right here that were submitted. 1 letter in support, 1 letter from the community. And then we got the additional support that the applicant put into the record. It was a list of Marina Bay residents who allegedly support it. There they are. And we circulated it in the neighborhood. And wow, a lot of people who had already written letters of opposition were on the list. Over half of the people on the list do not support the project. And we have a community over 200 homes. There's maybe 18 people on the list who have any support. Allegedly, there's people that maybe I didn't even get a chance to talk to. And then they also supported, they submitted, and you might have seen it or you might have it in your packet, 1,006 signatures of people in the community who are allegedly in support of this project. No addresses, no phone numbers, just signatures. And one of my neighbors, I don't know if you're here, one of my neighbors started Googling. And the first, 130 were high school students at St. Pete Catholic High. That's who the supporters were, not listening to the residents in the community, but just getting random signatures from people at St. Pete Catholic High. So, I would submit that all of that should be ignored by the committee. And then finally, we do not concede as a community that the 85 feet is in fact still viable today. There's a number of reasons for that. I know that's not before the commission, so I won't get into them unless you want my opinion on it. But we just want to put on the record that we do think that 36 feet is the right height. We don't think the 85 feet carried over for 21 years. So we just put that on the record. And we thank you. That's it.
Again, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. We got 57 seconds left, if I can.
No clapping. I've mentioned it a few times. It's disrespectful for everybody here. If I have to have people leave, I will ask people to leave. You need to be respectful for everyone here. Again, this is at least the 3rd time I've said it. I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. We'll add a little additional time to you.
I don't think I'll need it, Mr.
Great, thank
Chair. Again, Quincy Bird for College Landings HOA and Mr. DeCobo. And I think one point that should be emphasized to the commission is the standard that should be applied to the issue, the unique singular issue before the court today. I know it's in front as this site plan modification, But even as the applicant concedes, it's a site plan modification that has only one component, and that is a height variance, right? And so whether or not this feeds the broader community, whether or not this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, is only relevant to the extent that it's relevant to the specific criteria established by the city code for height variances, right? And so we'd also remind the commission too that to the extent public comment comes in, public comment from the neighbors themselves is part of that criteria to be applied to height variances. Public comments from lay people who are not members of the community are largely irrelevant to that. And so we would just encourage this commission, as part of its quasi-judicial role here, to discern what will be a very large amount of public comment, what is and is not relevant to what's before the commission today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Finished our opening statements here. Typically, we would go into blue cards at this moment.
Do we have any questions for the
Oh, yes,
registered opponent?
we do need that. Any questions for the registered opponent?
I do. Ms. Brooks? Yes. I wrote this question down when you first started. I think you may have kind of answered it towards the end, but then you said something that got my attention. If we were to hypothetically assume we're here today and this, the applicant was seeking an 8-story building, again, I'm just talking paraphrasing, okay, when I use the term 8 stories, what would your position be on that?
If it was zone CRS1,
We're here today, the application was for an 8-story building, which back in 2005, the site plan was revised to allow that. What would your position be?
I guess I'm not sure if you're asking if it was zone CRS1 and there wasn't a special exception back in 2005, our position would be no, please build in the character of our neighborhood, which is in fact 3-story condos, single-family homes, 2-story townhouses. That would be my position.
That may answer
That's my position.
I'm sorry, that may answer my next question. You said, well, that was 21 years ago, whatever. That's 21 years ago. It's not now. Well, that hasn't been removed or changed, so why should we not follow that?
Again, I mean, I think there's evidence that the property was not properly subdivided at the time that there was a subdivision problem. The city has said they needed to unify the property, do, I think, a lot split on it in order to keep the 2005 special exception moving forward. I'm unaware that that was done when this property was purchased in 2024. And if that wasn't done, then this special exception back in 2005 would not necessarily run with the land. So that again, I know that's not an issue that's before the commission today. I know you're looking at whether it should be 85 feet or 164 feet, but that would be a question going forward if whether the 85 feet is even valid.
So your position there, God, that's your argument. You don't have any evidence or support for that today, other than your opinion, right?
So what we have is we have a lot of litigation that the applicant was involved in when he was purchasing this property. And we have his affidavit, which is attached to our memo of law dated December 10th, 2025, where they did a zoning consultant came in and said that this property was legally non-conforming, and the only way that this could go forward was for the city said you have to do this, that, and the other thing. You have to do unification, and then you have to do a special declaration or in covenant in order to bring it forward. And I'm not unaware, you're right, again, it's not before the committee today, I'm unaware that that was done. So if the property was purchased without doing that ahead of time, I'm unaware it's possible that this 2005 special exception of 85 feet would not run with the land.
Well, it may not be here today, but I do think it's relevant. I think I know the answer to this, but tell me why we shouldn't consider the Point Brittany project and those buildings relevant to this consideration today.
Maybe because that was 1972. It was completely different zoning, a completely different zoning scheme. I mean, in 2007, the city of St. Petersburg decided that CRS1 zoning was proper for this. And I understand if that 2005 special exception exists, then it was grandfathered in. Again, I'm not conceding it, but certainly you wouldn't look at what happened in 1972 as a justification for building this property now in our current climate.
And then the last question, you've heard my questions about the condominium towers, using that term generally. In Dolphin K, is that relevant in your mind?
I think there's 7 stories. So, I mean, and I don't know the date of those, but that certainly would not, a 7-story condo in Dolphin K across the Pinellas Bayway, 4 lanes of traffic, would not justify the variance to 164 feet in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Any additional questions of the registered opponent? Okay, so I was a little curious on the list of support emails. There were multiple pages, and this was provided. So this is what you were saying. These were St. Pete High School, St. Pete Catholic students?
No, I can't say all of them were, but I know at least 130 were confirmed as St. Pete Catholic High School students, correct. And there's no addresses, there's no phone numbers for them. They just put a list of 1,006 signatures. And it was a piece of paper that they apparently asked people to sign.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, again, to answer
I'm sorry, this is questions for you unless you're directly answering a question, right?
Correct, yeah, I'm answering your question, I think, about the list of names. And I think that's also why it's important that the commission discern what is and is not relevant here, right? Because this is, that's the definition of hearsay, and it's being offered as sort of this poll, right, of community support. That's entirely irrelevant to the variance criteria established by the city code. Unless there are people here willing to be sworn who are neighbors that can provide evidence in support of that provision of the code. But to the extent the court considers that, it is not substantial competent evidence that would support the granting of a variance.
I have another question. In your presentation, you had some photos. When you come in the entrance, you were calling them Grand Oaks.
Mm-hmm.
Have you verified that those are Grand Oaks? Because from what I remember, to me, those didn't look like Grand Oaks. They are mature oak trees, and it appears most of them would be remaining in the site plan that was provided.
I mean, if you look at the pictures of the site plan, when you see 4 lanes of traffic going into this proposal, the road is, I don't know, it's not much longer than this room, and there's about, what, 18 trees, I think, on it. And so they would have to be removed. I mean, there's just no way to, looking at their design, there's no way but to remove those trees. And in 2005, the special exception, it specifically said that, I think it was trees over 2 inches in diameter needed to remain in place or be removed or be moved whenever feasible. And the other thing I'll point out is that there is another access
I think
point.
our question's answered. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Yep.
Any last second questions here before we move on? Okay. All right, the next section here, I jumped the gun earlier, I'm gonna look over you, Christine. We're gonna move into blue cards, but let's take a 10-minute break until 3:50, because we are going to go straight through with the blue cards until they're completed. So, again, let's return at 3:50. PRC is back in session, thank you. Okay, this section is going to be similar to the first two cases where we have a stack of blue cards. You can approach either podium, but what's going to happen here is, in order to speed things up so that we don't have a lot of delay between speakers, we're going to start with the first blue card. We're going to have go to this podium here. I'm going to call a second, third, and fourth, so that if we have anybody downstairs, first, is there any way we could verify if anybody is downstairs at this point? Still? Okay, so there are, all right. That way we give additional time, because there's 10-second delay on the monitor there.
Walkie-talkies, so that we can communicate from
Okay,
downstairs.
so what we'll do is that way we can stack them and have them alternate. You're going to be limited 3 minutes. And so let's go ahead and start with the blue cards. If I can have those, please.
Sure can.
Oh, wow.
There's only about 147.
Yeah.
Your opinion is the same as others. Whatever you feel appropriate.
I will definitely mention that here shortly.
Okay.
Beat them over at the very beginning.
The talking stack looks real big now.
Okay. 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 All right.
Okay.
Okay, the first card, and please forgive me if I have difficulty with names. Jason, I believe it's Martin. Is there a Jason Martin? 115 62nd Avenue South.
Jason Mathis, maybe?
Mathis, there we go. Jason Mathis.
My understanding is he's not present. He'll be on his way back.
He's not going to come back?
He's coming back, but he's not.
Okay, I'm just going to set it aside for a second then. All right. Renee Flowers. Ms. Flowers, if you could approach just the closest podium to you. Now, what we're going to do is start calling for the second podium and get a couple lined up. We have Rick Kreisman. Mr. Kreisman, if you could go to the podium to my right. And then we have Stephanie Margolis. Is Stephanie Margolis? Okay, I'm gonna, let me knock that out right now before we lose track here. So Stephanie Margolis, 21 Crescent Place South, you are against the variance. Okay, thank you. Do we have Michael Krasner? Not speaking. You voted, you marked against? Correct. Diana Skogsvith? Srogvith?
Lincoln Avenue South.
Lincoln Avenue South? You're against, you're not speaking?
Not speaking.
You marked against. Dahlia Rimmies?
Yes.
You will be speaking? No?
Be speaking, I am against.
Okay, you marked against. Bob B.R.
It's Broski, maybe.
Broski? 121 Bayfront Court South?
Robert Brooks at 14 Bayfront Court South. I flunked penmanship.
It's very nice, but it's different. You will be speaking?
Opposed.
Are you're, okay, are you going to speak then? Yes. Okay, let's have you hang there since you're up in the room. We'll go with what we got now. So, thank you, Ms. Flowers. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Renee Flowers, Pinellas County Commissioner, 240 39th Street South. I'm here today to speak in support of the requested approved plan. Currently, the plan calls for or would be able to support over 400 single-family home units, which would in fact increase the traffic pattern along the corridor. Requesting a fewer number of units on the same lot of land, I'm sorry, because I wasn't prepared, you called me so quickly, on the same lot of land will allow for individuals to continue on with their daily lives of living, but making sure that they are still within the constitution of the land that has been allotted for the development. I understand that there may be a concern relative to what was permitted initially versus what the request is now. However, over time, the space and amenities that are attractive to home purchasers recommends a varied perspective. If you notice, downtown St. Petersburg has also gone through similar, if not the same, height restrictions, issues, and/or concerns. However, they have been able to become neighbors with those who have moved into the area and have constructed units in buildings that are far above what is current and present. There are no obstructions to the views currently, so that should not interfere with the homeowners and the property owners that are there at this point in time. While Point Brittany is a little over a quarter mile away, separated by a canal, if you are addressing comparables, it falls within the realm. The zoning at that time accomplished the task that they set forth. This project is following the process within its realm, which is to request a variance. Lastly, there are a lot of things that I may like or may not like or agree or disagree with. However, if 85 feet is noted as the maximum height, that is what the height is. If you want to know what my relationship is to this property, I attended Eckerd College for a number of years and received my bachelor's degree from there, so I am very familiar with the outline of the land and the outlay to include going across the bay and other areas. And I know that Isla del Sol, Point Brittany, and several other condominium communities that have been built there in that area have sufficed and served for the residents who have chosen to make St. Petersburg and the Isles their home. Respectfully, I would request that you provide the variance that is being requested, going from 9 stories to 12 stories, not to include the bottom floor that is suggested for retail. I would also like to point out that based on the latest rules and regulations that have been passed by the state legislature, when it comes to making sure that there are certain height restrictions and units that are built up above the floodplain, that this project would in fact meet some of those requirements and requests. So as I've stated before, I would respectfully request that you would approve the requested variance that is before you as it relates to the site plan modification for Marina Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, and you marked 4. Okay, we have Mr. Kreisman up, but Mr. Brooks, if you could please come to the other podium. Beautiful handwriting, we got it now. Next up, if we could have Bonnie Dickman. Is there a Bonnie at 10 Franklin Street ready? No, I'm not going to speak. Okay, you marked against. Yes. Mr. Kreisman, we're going to get to you, I promise.
That's all right.
Next up, we have Sarah Sims Finnan at 31 Franklin Court South. Do we have Sarah Sims Finnan? I'm going to give that a couple minutes. Mr. Kreisman, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Rick Kreisman, 100 2nd Avenue South. I have been sworn in, although I am used to being sworn at. I was mayor of St. Petersburg from 2014 to 2022, and during my time as mayor, I frequently spoke about why I love St. Petersburg and what makes St. Petersburg the great city that it is. And when discussing what makes St. Petersburg great, I often spoke about the quality of life here and the character and feel of our city. I believe then, as I do now, that cities who don't grow stagnate and die. However, it's how we grow that makes the difference. And all you have to do is drive down Beach Drive for a great example of smart growth. While many of the condominiums along Beach are 25 stories or higher, walking along Beach Drive, you don't get a sense of the height because they were designed with a step back, meaning that portion closest to the street was only 2 or 3 stories, and the height of the building was stepped back from that portion closest to the street. So you never really got a sense for the height unless you were specifically looking upward. That is smart growth. And when smart growth occurs, the development benefits not only those who live or work in the development, but benefits the entire area or community in which the development is built. And isn't that why our code provides for variances? Long ago, cities and counties recognized the need for variances, as there might be times when the zoning rules or codes might allow for a good development project, but in certain circumstances might prevent a great development project. And that describes the matter before you today. You have to decide whether the residents of Marina Bay deserve a good project or a great project. The project before you today is in harmony with the purpose for variances and the intent of the variance criteria. By increasing the height a mere 65 feet, both the setbacks and the stepbacks increase by 61 feet. And that's huge. That means for those living nearest to this project, increasing the height allows for a greater separation from their homes. Increasing the height also allows for an increase in open green space by more than 22,000 square feet. Now, I love to use this as an example. We can build this way, but we use a lot of land versus building this way where we use less land. This way, you're close to the home. This way, you're further apart. So the project before you today is an example, I believe, of good, smart growth. It's not injurious to neighboring properties, but rather it'll have a positive impact on neighboring properties. And yes, Mr. Yazdani could build what's already been approved, but why allow him to build a good project when he can build a great one? That's what I always wanted when I was mayor, and I hope you want that too, and I hope you will support this application. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and you voted for. All right, we have Mr. Brooks. Do we have Sarah Sims Finnan at 31 Franklin Court South? She left, okay. She had marked against, and please bear with me, Mr. Brooks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, a point of order when you're done getting through there. My question is just simply, well, those presenting, these are sworn witnesses, are we entitled to cross-examination? Does that come at a later time? I'm sorry?
All the parties are going to get cross-examination, 5 minutes for each party. That comes at the close of the public hearing.
Okay, what is the purpose for swearing in these statements then if we're not entitled to cross-examination?
You are. We're not doing it right now.
Okay, so are the speakers going to be instructed to stick around for that time? What happens if we lose our opportunity to cross-examine?
If someone is still here, you can ask a question of anyone who spoke today, but you can do that during your 5 minutes.
Okay, I want to make sure that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Renee Leary of 17 Bayfront Court South?
I'm not speaking.
You're not speaking? You voted against?
Yes.
Do we have Bob Lang, 17 Bayfront Court South? Bob, what's that look like to you?
Lean. That would be Leary, I think. That's
All
another
right, he left
penmanship issue.
against Randall Wagner. Okay, he is against. Ken Carrier. Do we have Ken Carrier?
I'm not going to speak.
Okay, then you've marked against. Thank you, sir. Vince Mancuso. He left? Okay, Vince Mancuso marked against. Deborah Wagner. Are you going to speak? Okay, then you marked against. We have Paul Carter. Do we have Paul Carter? C-A-R-D-E-R. I'm going to put that aside with some others just in case.
Downstairs.
Oh,
That's your stack of.
yeah. Do we have Colonel J. Popejoy?
Okay.
Okay, if you could approach that podium.
Additional staff down there.
Next up after that's going to be Will Hefner. Okay, Mr. Brooks, sorry for the delay. If you could name, address, and...
Yes. Excuse me. My name is Robert Brooks. Address is 14 Bayfront Court South. And you've heard from my better half earlier, and so I will try to not mess up what she said. Couple things. I just want to clarify the record. I understand the attorney for the applicant has recently appeared on his behalf. So he wasn't present, for example, at the meetings he referred to, the community meetings, where input was gathered and implemented into the plans that have been put before this commission. Everyone else in this room was at those meetings. None of the concerns that were expressed in those meetings are implemented in these plans. Instead, the meetings were actually quite unproductive. At one point, it got to the point where Mr. Yazdani, who was running most of the meetings, told one of the residents who had objections to his plans that he was a troublemaker and he should move back to Wisconsin. And people got up and walked out. These were not productive meetings. There has not been meaningful input. Our input is in the 85 or 89 emails you have, which make it very clear that a 164-foot building will change our neighborhood forever. Secondly, there's reference to the building being oriented towards the Bayway. It's in fact oriented right towards our neighborhood. The back of the building faces the Bayway, but the building opens onto our neighborhood. The entrances and exits are in our neighborhood, so it's very much oriented towards us. Question was asked, where did the 150 feet come from? One of you had a question about that. And I think if you're interested, you should look at the first filing that the applicant made. In that filing, the arguments he made, which were irrelevant under the variance statute, were that he needed 164 feet because of demands of the luxury market. He wants sweeping views of Tampa Bay. He can't get them in an 85-foot building. So the building that he sought at 85 feet, he no longer wants to make, and that's for again, economic reasons, which is obviously not a factor under the variance statute. A couple of other issues. I'm trying to read my handwriting again. Trees will be preserved. I've got to speed up. Trees will be preserved. If any of those, there's about 20 trees on either side of Academy Way. If you look at the entrances, you can count the trees that they've included in their schematics. There aren't 20 trees anymore. But live oaks have two kinds of roots. They have a tap root, and then they have a vast network of feeder roots, which is where they get their water and nutrients. If you disturb those, the tree's dead.
Thank you. You had marked against the...
I'm against.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have William Hefner? Are you going to be speaking, sir? No, sir. Okay. You're not going to speak, and you marked against. Diane Blyler. Do we have Diane Blyler? Yes. Okay. Will you be speaking? No, I won't. Okay. You won't be speaking, and you marked against. Bert Driver. You support it? Will you be speaking? Okay. You marked that you are for this, but will not be speaking. Brad Settle. Okay, not speaking, and you are against it. Thank you. Louis Ferris, or Farrick? Okay, if you could approach the podium if you're going to speak. And we will go with Colonel Jay Popejoy, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jay, and I live at 17 Charlie Franklin Court South, St. Pete 33711. I am a resident of Marina Bay. It is a wonderful community. It's amazing. We moved there because that's what we love, and we're there. All of us here are family. All of us here are residents, and including those opposed and those for. We can't have this divide our community. We can't, because this is where we live. And what I'm seeing is this big division. It's not good for anybody. And I've lived here for 50 years. I came here in 1970 as a little kid. So I've been here before any of this was done. I've heard of Point Brittany. I've heard of all these other high-rises. It was a different world back then. I was here as a 10-year-old. Remember the 1970s when all the condos crashed? We built all these big buildings. Was it the right time? Was it the right place? We had people for, we had people against. And we saw what happened on the West Coast, the East Coast in time. Mr. Zindani, Reza, has a great idea, but does it fit? Does it fit this time? We have a glut on the market right now. We can't sell homes right now. Reza, I think you've done wonderful for our community, and we appreciate it. But is this building going to cause such a divide between all of us that we're no longer friends, we're no longer family? So I guess that's the question we have for me is this good for us? I know you got the mayor here. I hear people talking about, hey, this is a great idea. But do you live there? Do you live by that building that's going to be 168 feet high? And you're that house, that one person? Now that property, they just lost value. I've owned a title company. I've owned a brokerage company. And I know what's going to happen. They're going to sell. You guys have brought up price points. Those are totally different price points than what Rez is building. He's building a wonderful building. But does it fit? And I think that's the greatest concern of all of us. Does it fit? And if you don't live there, it's hard for you to say it. It's a good idea from outside left field. It's a great idea. But does it really meet? Like I said, we're a community. It's a great place. There are properties that are still for sale there that still haven't sold and been for sale for 6 years, 5 years. So why are we adding more property for sale when they haven't already sold? Reza, you and your wife have been fantastic to us. I'll say it again. You're a wonderful man. But I don't think it fits. For me, that's just my personal opinion. And as a St. Pete resident for 50 years, who went to Gibbs, Pinellas Park, USF, St. Pete Junior College, University of Florida, I am a Floridian. And I don't think this is a good idea based on the 50 years. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. And again, you marked against. Let's see, we have Louis Verk there, but do we, oh, David Wilsey, if we could have David Wilsey up to the podium, please. He left. All right, Mr. Wilsey marked that he is for. Do we have Chris Steinacher? If you could go to this podium over here, sir. And then is Chase Wilsey here? He had to leave. Mr. Wilsey marked for. Jessica Wilsey Small. She's not here, so Jessica Wilsey Small marked for. Thomas Lane. Do we have Thomas Lane? Right here. Okay, will you be speaking? No. Okay. On your blue card, you did mark for or against? For. You are. No. Against. Are you sure? Against. Okay, I'm going to mark it as against here. Okay. Thank you. Do we have Julia Lane? Julia Lane? I'm not speaking. You're not speaking? Very opposed. Okay, you did mark it, so I'm going to mark that you are against. Thank you. Anthony Rondolino? Here. Okay, you'll be up on deck here in a moment. We will go with Louis Farrick first. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you. I'm a recent resident of the marina, or the Marina Bay. I've lived in St. Pete for 10 years at an apartment, and this was my first purchase. I waited for the right time. This was 3 months ago. Last week, I met Mr. Yazdani, and was not even aware of the project until about 3 days later. After becoming aware of it, studied it, tried to understand what implications it's going to have on all of us, our neighborhood, the surrounding areas. I'm supposed to be out of town today for a week-long trip, business trip. I came in early because I think it's really important. After studying the project and understanding what's being put towards it, to me, it is like a no-brainer. Man, there is so much money that's going to be put to an elegant building that goes up that is no more than the width of this building right here. Not this building, I'm sorry, but this room. To give you perspective, we think that we're looking at this huge, monstrous high-rise. What we're looking at here, like the former mayor had said, it's the phone concept. It's this.
Can you stay by your mic, please, so everybody can hear you for the record?
Apologies. So the point is this. The amount of money that's going to be poured back into it, the green land that we're going to have, it's taking the footprint, shortening it, go elegant, tall. You're the gateway to the beaches, is moving closer to the expressway entrance, or I'm sorry, exit and entrance. But the first thing you see when you get off the expressway is you got industrial, you have a waste plant with not such a pleasant aroma, and you continue on that through the toll gate, and then you enter Paradise. So until you get to Paradise, you got the retainer, the wall that houses or prevents the sounds for the houses. you're just not getting that St. Petersburg, Florida vibe. So the design that we're looking at, that I've seen here today, I saw contradiction in what was presented by the opposing party. A lot of contradictions. They start with the 85 feet, and then they mention the 165 feet. Well, let's call it apples to apples, oranges to oranges. What is the true difference? Well, we're talking roughly 50 feet. Again, the width of this room. And at the perspective that was presented with the drone, that gives you, you're looking at it straight on. I'm looking up at a building, 400 Central, beautiful. It proves that progress can be made. I'm all for it. The other thing I got to say is that this is a tough decision for this committee. You saw things in both presentations. I just saw something on opposing counsel's presentation that was so disturbing. I saw a name on there that was in opposition to this project. And I also saw an email that same person saying, absolutely, I have no control. That is not true. I have no control of that list. This person also mentioned that they're interested in buying there. That tells me there's a lot more to be learned here by this committee. Excuse me. Thank you.
And you marked that you are for. Again, if we could keep our comments to ourselves under our breath. No talking, please. Again, we have Mr. Steinacher up on deck. Mr. Rondolino is after that. Do we have Peter Kent? Over here. And you will you be speaking, sir? Yes, I will. Okay, you'll be up on deck in a moment. We'll go back to Mr. Steinacher, please. Thank you, sir, for waiting.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chris Steinacher. I'm President and CEO of the St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce, located at 100 2nd Avenue North, and I have been sworn in. And we are speaking in support of the applicant's request. Our chamber is proud to support our members, especially when they demonstrate care and investment in our community. We encourage, we educate, we uplift, and we inspire our members to grow our community smarter. We call it the St. Pete Way. But we do our due diligence as a Chamber of Commerce. Every member must present to our Housing and Land Use Committee for approvals. If passed through that committee, it is reviewed by our Board of Governors before we can write or speak of our support. We followed our processes as well as invited our board and others to visit the property firsthand to better understand the creativity, the care of this current property, and the ideas and lessons learned from this new addition. We believe in this applicant and his vision for a better home and a better place for those he seeks to help. He is asking for a variance, and at the Chamber, we need to understand those reasons. We don't take variances lightly. Many times we cannot support such variances as it indicates a notion for just more of something, more units, more traffic, more neighbors losing their views. But we didn't hear that or even sense that being this motivation. His request seems to be rooted in the notion that he has learned from the past storm season, and he believes he can offer a better solution for his community. He wants everyone, even those who aren't his clients, to be safe when the next storm comes to our shores. He wants to offer a better designed space for those who will call this home. Our community is learning a lot of how to grow in places we didn't ever consider, and our recent experiences with the storm has taught us to ensure we are creative as we build these sustainable places we want to live. We believe in this applicant, we believe in this project, and we believe it offers a double bottom line opportunity to build and grow smarter together. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you very much. And you had marked 4. We have Mr. Rondolino, then we have Mr. Kent. Do we have Gail, I believe it's Rosso of 9 Crescent Place South? Is Gail here? Yes. Will you be speaking? Yes. Okay. You'll be up on deck here in just a moment. Okay, Mr. Rondolino.
Thank you very much. I'm Tony Rondolino. I've been sworn. I live at 400 Beach Drive, Northeast, here in St. Pete. I grew up in St. Pete, went to St. Pete High, St. Pete Junior College, and that was in an era when all my classmates wanted to move somewhere else. And thanks to volunteers and elected officials like you all, the city has really grown and grown smart. We don't need high-rises everywhere. We need communities, neighborhoods, and you all have to make the tough decisions. I know a little bit about tough decisions because I was a circuit judge for 3 decades and sat in a lot of hearings and a lot of trials where the acrimony and disagreement was palpable, as it is here today, which is, it's unfortunate because this is a wonderful community. I really appreciate the fact that one of the speakers acknowledged Mr. Yazdani's commitment to this community. I got involved after I retired from the bench with my friend Reza, who started talking to me about his really passion project of Marina Bay. And he knew that this existing vacant parcel was zoned and there was going to be a high-rise building there. He went after it because he wanted to control what was going to be built there and not have some outsider build who knows what there based upon market forces. He paid an awful lot of money to have control of that for his community. And all he really wanted to do, as he explained to me when I was helping him try to buy this property, was make it the best for his community. So he's tried to take some input from the community, moved the building back and is doing that. It had to go up to get more distance between the neighbors. I understand fully that people don't really want to look at a high-rise building sometimes. A lot of neighborhoods don't. I look out over the Old Northeast from my 9th floor apartment in 400 Beach. And I'm sure some of those people would rather not see my building. But his whole motivation is to try and do the best for this community, and he's hired lots of people and spent lots of money to make this the best project that it could possibly be. So I'm standing here in favor of it. I think what he's done and what the architects have done have turned what could be a very blocky, low-level, in-your-face structure into something that's really going to be a benefit to the community. So thank you very much, and once again, I appreciate your courtesy in hearing us all today.
Thank you, and you did mark that you are for the variance. Peter Kent is up on Gail Rosso, if you could approach this podium, please. Do we have Stephen Wilsey here? And will you be speaking, Mr. Wilsey? Okay, you'll be up on deck in a moment. Mr. Kent, if you could proceed.
I am Peter Kent and live at 8 Academy Way in Marina Bay, St. Petersburg. I want to thank the board in advance for your careful review and consideration of this variance request. Before we purchased the Marina Bay condo 14 years ago, as a retired commissioner of public works and town engineer, I checked out the zoning to verify that I was buying into a medium-density, low-rise district. If this application is approved, it will allow a high-density, high-rise building to be constructed within several hundred feet of our condo, in conflict with existing zoning, and which is inconsistent with any building within a quarter of a mile. The current zoning is for a 36-foot height limit in this district, although the developer claims to somehow have maintained a prior 85-foot variance, which was lost when that assisted living building was not built within its 2-year requirement. In other words, prove they still have the 85 feet. The developer claims that he is requesting a variance for 150 feet for the proposed building, which his drawings show to be over 164 feet above the existing site elevation. Naturally, the public expects building elevations to be measured from the surrounding site elevation, not starting from some 10-foot level above the site elevation, as if the building is on 10-foot stilts. And that does not count towards the building's height. The developer hides the resulting 164-foot true height under the abbreviation DFE. This 164-foot true height building is completely inconsistent with existing zoning and any surrounding buildings and should be rejected. The application is built on a parcel which the county tax maps list as containing 4.05 acres. The application also includes an adjacent parcel of 0.61 acres, which the tax map lists as submerged land, river lake parcel valued at $518. The proposed plan keeps this pond basically untouched. I request the board's determination on whether these submerged acres should be legally included in the density calculation under the CRS-1 district standard. If not, the proposed site totals 4.05 acres of dry buildable land, not 4.66 acres. The surrounding Marina Bay development acreage has been completely subdivided and built out, even when the developer does not use them in the application's density calculations. Finally, this CRS-1 district has a maximum housing density of 15 units per acre.
Thank you, sir. You did mark that you are against the variance. Thank you, sir. We have Gail Rosso over here. Stephen Wilsey, if you could approach that podium. Do we have Tim Colber? Okay. Will you be speaking? Yeah. Okay, you're on deck. And Ms. Rosso?
Hi, I'm Gail Rogo. Bad handwriting again. I live at 9 Crescent Place South in Marina Bay in St. Petersburg. I actually have a view of this lot from the front of my home. Previously, it was really nice and quiet there. There's been a lot of clear cutting of trees on the Addington side of the fence that Mr. Yazdani now owns. And therefore, the noise, wind, and dirt have increased exponentially. I just hope, some of the neighbors actually came here before to watch all of you to see what the process was. This is not something I've ever been involved with before. And we're impressed by your strong consideration, especially for the people for whom these projects impact the most. And I ask you to keep that front of mind as you consider the comments today. In my impression, and I could be prejudiced, but the plurality of the comments that are in opposition to this project are the people who live there and will live with the consequences of the project. It's very nice in theory to have ideas, or perhaps you know the developer and are fond of him, and that you feel that he should have the ability to build what he wants to build. But for those of us who will have to live in that community, if it were such a wonderful idea, we're a reasonably intelligent crowd of people here, I would think that we would be more welcoming to the project and more excited about the future of it. So thank you for your time. You guys do a lot of work. We're keeping you extra late, too, so thank you.
Thank you, and you had marked against the
Yes,
variance. Thank you. All right, we have Stephen Wilsey, then Tim Colbert. Do we have Jamie Solak? She had to leave. Okay, Jamie Solak had marked that she is for the variance. Patrick Nugent. Do we have Patrick Nugent? All right, going to set that aside. Christine Hilbert. Do we have Christine Hilbert? Set that aside. Kevin S-K-U-N-I. Okay, not speaking, and you did mark that you are for the variance. Eric Ambrosio. Not here. Okay, Eric Ambrosio had marked for. Manuel Rivera. Do we have Manuel Rivera? Set aside. Zachary Veno, Vino. Set that one aside. Donnie Bush. No Donnie Bush. Benjamin Armstrong. Donnie Redenberg. Daniel Wallace.
I think we'll just let them talk, and if there's some people from
All right.
upstairs, we'll go.
All right, we'll go with Stephen Wilsey. Thank you.
Yes, my name's Stephen Wilsey, live at 1010 Brightwaters Boulevard Northeast, St. Petersburg. I'm a native Floridian, fourth generation, so I've been here my whole life and seen a lot of changes over the years. I've known Reza and worked with Reza as an attorney over the last nearly 20 years. I've seen him build out Marina Bay, and as Judge Rondolino said, it's his passion project. You know, this property, you know, he tried to buy this property for a long time, and it was really with the interest of Marina Bay in there. Reza's a resident of Marina Bay now. You know, he takes pride in the community like nobody I've ever seen. You know, he didn't, you know, he's built it out. He didn't need this project, but as they've said, he wanted to control this parcel so he could control what was built as the final phase of Marina Bay. It's approved for 96 units and an 85-foot tower. Something's going to go there, whether Reza does it or not. He wanted to control it. I've seen some early renderings of the 85-story, 96-unit building, and it's basically a big rectangular box. It would have been an easier process for him to just build there and maximize the revenue from the property, but that's not why he did it. This is a better project by going to the 12 stories to get more green space, to have these water features, to be less imposing. It's huge setbacks from where the building would be as an 8 or 9 story building to the community. And I know I empathize with the residents there that would rather have it be a vacant land or a park, but the fact is something's going to get built there, and Reza has truly gone to extremes and to make it the best project it can be. And with the variance, it's a better looking building than without it. So I'm in favor of it as a longtime St. Pete resident.
Thank you. And you did mark 4. Thank you. Zachary Coletti. Ashley Coletti. Lexi Vetter. I'm going to go until we get somebody up. So just a moment here. Lexi Vetter. Louise Graves. Okay, so you're not going to speak. Against. You had marked against. Eva and Bill Hefner. You're going to speak? If you could come to this podium. Okay. If you could go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah, my name's Tim Colbus. I'm at 25 Bayfront Court South. And I am opposed. Well, a lot of my neighbors have talked about the concerns around the height with being neighbors and in the neighborhood. I want to talk about a different constituent group here, which is the boaters. It's one of my passions. One of the things I appreciate about the area is the beautiful views from Boca Ciega Bay. For those of you who boat around here, it's probably one of the crown jewels, I think, of the area. To be able to sit out there and enjoy the water and see an unobstructed view for miles and miles, I think, is a real joy many of us get from being out there. And I think it's done by the Planning Commission over the years have been very sensitive to what's close to the water and what's along the water line. And probably one of the reasons CRS1 is 36 feet, and this is quite different than that, is that you know, those of us that are out there, tourists and residents, we get to experience the water without the distractions of what surrounds it. You know, sitting over at Gulfport, sitting anywhere around the water area, you can look across and you're not seeing anything that sticks out. You're not seeing anything that obstructs your view. And I think that's a real joy of boating in the area. Structure of this size will be visibly different and will be incompatible with the coastal residential aesthetics that we all enjoy on the water. The structure of this size will be visible for miles, impacting boater sight lines. And I plead with you on behalf of hundreds of thousands of us who enjoy the views from the water and whose voices have not been considered by the developer. The tower would not blend in with the surroundings and would instead stand out as visually dominant and an intrusive structure. And for that reason, I'm against it.
Okay, thank you. And you did mark against. Do we have, again, I'm going to go till we get somebody to the other podium. Joe DeCobo. Will you be speaking? No, opposed. You marked opposed. Michael Straw. Okay, no speaking against. Robin Davidoff. You will be speaking? Okay, if you could approach the other podium over here. And Ms. Hefner?
Yes. Eva Hefner. I live at 14C Franklin Court South in Marina Bay. and I'm concerned about a two-page email that we all received last week. And there's several items on here. The one I'm concerned about is, I'm going to read it to you so I don't paraphrase. Will a new traffic signal be installed for access to the Pinellas Bayway? And the answer is, and this is coming from our property manager, and it is signed by Bill McKenna, and it says, yes, Marina Master Association President and Marina Bay developer Reza Yandani personally paid the costs to lobby this issue. He has secured the commitment of Governor DeSantis for the state of Florida Department to move forward with actions and activities to have a traffic signal installed. This is the concerning part. Should the requested height variance not be approved, then the costs for planning and installing the traffic signal will be the responsibility of the Marina Bay residents and paid for by special assessment. I didn't know that we are responsible for paying for a traffic signal. On top of that, there was a sign out front of Marina Bay that said the traffic study is underway for new traffic lights, so it has not been approved, obviously. And it was thanks to Marina Bay and developer Reza Yandanzi. So I guess when they say, yes, it has been approved, I guess it has not been approved. Then on the second page, it says, if the variance is not approved, what will happen? And there's a list of things, but the one that concerns me the most is that payment for local portion of traffic signal planning and installation will shift to be a master association cost, requiring a capital assessment to all residents. I don't know if you can answer me, but do the residents pay for a traffic signal? Can you answer that question or not? Is this not the appropriate? No.
You could speak to staff later on, after the hearing or during the weekday to get a little bit more specifics on that. This is more just your public comments, which I'm sure staff is taking note of. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, you marked against on your card. We have Mr. Davidoff up. Do we have Carol Pleiner? Okay, you marked against, not speaking. David Pleiner? Not speaking. Opposed. Layla Eidelman? She had to go home. Marked against. Melissa Rutland is here. Can't hide. And will you be speaking? Yes. All right. All right, Robin Davidoff, if you could name and address.
Thank you. I've been sworn. My name is Robin Davidoff. I live at 4830 Osprey Drive South in St. Petersburg. I live in Dolphin Cay, and there's some other residents of Dolphin Cay here today with me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I respectfully ask that you deny the requested height variance for the Marina Bay Residence Project. Variances are intended to address unique physical conditions or hardships specific to a property. In this case, the site can be developed in a manner that is consistent with existing regulations. Because of that, it's difficult to identify a hardship that would justify such a significant increase in height. The opportunity to build 96 units is not a right. I would also like to briefly address the infrastructure and safety considerations, and this was also addressed by the Developers Council. All traffic associated with this development will rely on the intersection at Dolphin Cay Lane and the Pinellas Bayway, which is already a concern for many residents. And sadly, the site of many accidents and even the death of one of my neighbors. It is my understanding that the Florida Department of Transportation has approved a traffic signal at this location based on existing allowable development levels. And I understand that State Highway is paying for the light. At its core, this is about alignment. Alignment with the city's adopted development standards, alignment with infrastructure planning assumptions, and alignment with the community's expectations for consistent application of the zoning code. Denying the variance would not prevent development of this site. It would simply ensure that the project proceeds within the zoning code. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and for your service to our community.
Thank you, and again, you marked against. Do we have Nick Carper? Okay, you will be speaking. Okay, we have Nick Carper on deck and Ms. Rutland.
Am I up?
You are up now.
Excellent. It's wonderful to be back. Thanks for having me. My name is Melissa Rutland. My address is 200 Central Avenue, and I have been sworn in. I used to be in your shoes from 2015 to 2023. Thank you for your service. I appreciate all that you do. I know how hard you all work to put into these cases, and overviewing these 500 pages was not easy. I went ahead and read all of the history, and I think that there's some misconstruing happening. I wanted to straighten out, because I know that not all of you can read all 500 pages and absorb it. I've had a little more time to do that. So I wanted to bring up that the history of this site in 2001, the height was granted. And the approval number for that is SE01036. That is in your staff report. And the it existed when it came in, the 2002 approval to Eckerd College, which is SE02004. And then it was not the developer. His involvement came in 2003. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because it just was misstated in several of the comments. And then also the current variance that has been stated several times, that there's an 85-foot variance. That is actually not correct. The approval that was approved in case number 0531000044, the approval of a site plan modification for the Marina Bay development, formerly College Landings, to construct an 8-story, 96-unit condominium on the part of the property approved for an expansion of College Harbor Senior Living Assisted Facility. The applicant is requesting variances for green yard and setbacks. So this project actually is taking what was a variance for a setback and setting it back even further to make that right. So the folks that are in against this, I really find that this is a better project, because I've really thoroughly taken a look at this, and I think that Reza is a great developer, and I think that this project will very much be better for the community, because let's see, sorry, I'm not used to only having 3 minutes here. The orientation of the buildings located in the recreational facilities in the open space, and the adjacent buildings and surrounding landscape. I mean, if you take a look at all of these things, I think that you're going to find that this is a much better project for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And you did mark 4.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Marianne Novak? Will you be speaking? Okay, you're on deck at this one, please. All right, Mr. Carper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nick Carper, I have been sworn in. I'm here today representing the Office of State Senator Darrell Rousson. He apologizes for not being able to be here in person, though I understand he is watching or at least listening from outside the country, so hi, boss. But he has asked that I read the following letter in support of this project. I'm here today in support of the site plan modification and height variance requested for Marina Bay residences, which would be an excellent addition to the Marina Bay community and entire area along the Pinellas Bayway. My Florida Senate district is just blocks away from Marina Bay, and I am well acquainted with the area, having lived in Pinellas County for decades. This high-end project would seamlessly fit into the community, and I urge the Commission to allow it to move forward. This project would not be out of character with the neighborhood or surrounding development. In fact, there are nearby condominium buildings that are of similar height. Marina Bay residences would benefit our city and be a wonderful asset. I have known Reza Yazdani for 15 years, and he has an outstanding track record as a developer. Over 2 decades at Marina Bay, he has taken a stalled development and transformed it into a beautiful, high-end, planned neighborhood with top-quality construction and attention to detail. Reza has also demonstrated that he cares deeply about Marina Bay residents and the entire community. That compassion is reflected in his plan to provide parking spaces in the Marina Bay residences for other residents and residents of the adjacent nursing home and assisted living facility during emergencies such as when a major storm approaches. Please approve this reasonable request for a site plan modification and height variance. Sincerely, Senator Darrell Roussan. Thank you.
Thank you. And the card is marked for the variance. Do we have Stephen Castrioni of 8 Academy Way, Unit 132? Again, I believe it's Castrioni. You've got the...
Pretty close.
All right, nobody. All right. Rachel Manzanares of 777 3rd Ave North. Rachel Manzanares. Sue Yazdani. We have Sue Yazdani of 52.
She's not here.
She's not here.
She's in support.
Okay, not here. She had marked 4. Denise Harmenting Javins of 32 Jefferson Court South. Jamie Solak. Jamie Solak? She left, okay. Jamie had marked 4. Ruth Reardon. Do we have Ruth Reardon? She left also. She had marked 4. Constance Pagano. Constance Pagano. She's not here anymore. She had marked 4. Arnold Pagano. Gone too. He had marked yes also for the variance. Victoria Beltram. You will speak? Okay, if you could approach this podium. Ms. Novak.
Hi, my name is Marianne Novak, and I live at 10 Bayfront Court, and I have been sworn in. When my husband and I purchased our home approximately 18 months ago, we carefully evaluated a number of factors, including the vacant parcels that are the subject of today's hearing. Marina Bay's own promotional materials proudly describe the community as a master planned community with 4 distinct neighborhoods, from expansive garden home villas and low-rise condominiums to single-family homes, all offering a wonderful sense of tranquility. These representations were a material factor in our purchase decision. Notably, one of the developer's promotional images was taken directly from my lanai, overlooking the pond and the land now proposed for development. The caption of the image read, "Give us a like if you wish this was your view right now." Clearly, the developer understood the importance of this view and the character it represented for Marina Bay. At no point was there any indication that this view, nor the community's tranquil character, was intended to be replaced with a 150-foot rise structure. Beyond marketing materials, we conducted reasonable due diligence by reviewing zoning regulations, wetland mappings, and surrounding land uses. Based on those factors and the presence of a neighboring nursing and rehabilitation facility, we had no reasonable expectations that a high-rise development would be permitted on these parcels. I fully understand that vacant land may be developed. However, such development must conform to zoning standards, community expectations, and contemporary planning objectives related to compatibility, scale, and quality of life. Approving this variance would not only be detrimental to existing homeowners, but would also conflict with the stated purpose of the master plan and the expectations it established for residents who relied upon it in good faith. I respectfully urge the council to vote in the best interest of the existing Marina Bay residents, the residents of Addington Place, and the broader Pinellas County and St. Petersburg community. I wrote that, but after listening to a lot of speeches up here, I have a few additional things. I'm not questioning whether or not Reza is a great developer. That's not the issue. The issue is the variance and what should be put on that property by what was already voted upon by council. And as far as paradise, paradise is in the eye of the beholder, so one can say this would be paradise. I do not feel that way. And downtown does have a lot of high-rises, and it looks wonderful. But I'm not living in downtown. I didn't want to live in downtown with the high-rises. I wanted to move to Marina Bay for the community and for what it stood for. High-rise is not what I want to look at, and there is a big difference. It's double the size, no matter which way you say it. That is not how. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you had marked against.
Yes.
Do we have Mark Lariello? All right. You will be speaking? Yes. All right. You're on deck on this one, please. If you could proceed, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Victoria Beltran, and I live at 14 Crescent Place South, and I have been sworn in. My husband, Timothy Tech, and I have called Marina Bay home for nearly a decade, and I am here today to voice our strenuous opposition to the proposed not only 12, but also 8-story condominium tower. Our home is not just an investment. In fact, it was our first home that we ever purchased. It is our primary and our only residence. Thank you to Kara for showing the image of the back of those 2 homes, plus the superimposed proposed building. My house is the one that was on the left. It fully demonstrates the hardship that this imposes on my husband and I. In fact, it sits about 50 feet from that building. To put that in perspective, my home office, where I work every day, faces this site directly. If this moves forward, a massive construction zone will begin literally less than 50 feet from my front door. And there's also been a lot of comparison to downtown St. Pete and progress being made. I cannot re-emphasize and emphasize enough that Marina Bay is not downtown St. Pete. The developer's track record suggests a 2 to 4 year construction timeline. For a year-round resident who works from home, both of us, this isn't just an inconvenience, it is a total displacement. The noise and debris would make our home unlivable and both of our jobs impossible. Furthermore, this project creates a catch-22 for us. The proximity to an active, massive construction site would make our home nearly impossible to sell in this economy, yet the conditions would make it impossible to stay. We would also become a traffic bottleneck, trapped by a flow design that prioritizes high-density luxury over the safety and accessibility of existing residents. I also want to address the environmental cost. This proposal seeks to remove protected oaks that define our neighborhood. Those trees not only provide essential privacy and wind protection, but most importantly, they are vital for drainage. By removing this canopy and adding a massive concrete footprint, you are creating a flooding catastrophe waiting to happen. And as one of the closest properties, our home would be the first to suffer from that runoff. We are looking at potential property damage that is both predictable and preventable. This isn't just about my backyard. We must also consider our neighbors at Addington Place. These are seniors who are living there who have dementia, Alzheimer's, and chronic health conditions. They moved there for peace, dignity, and specialized care. To subject these vulnerable individuals to years of deafening construction noise and airborne debris is frankly inhumane, and it would fundamentally degrade their quality of life. The developer has told us to our faces that he doesn't need our approval, only, quote, our emotional support. That level of dismissal toward the people who actually live here is telling. Marina Bay residents are very much opposed to this project. We love our land and we love the Skyway District. We ask this board to prioritize the health of our environment and the stability of our neighborhood. Please do not allow this tower to ruin the natural landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. And you did mark against on your card. Do we have Hunter Whittle? Hunter Whittle? Jesse Javins Jr.? Do we have Jesse Javins Jr.? He had to leave? Okay, he had marked 4, the variance. Ross Reardon? Reardon, sorry. Ross Reardon, he left also. He was for the variance. Scott Pickens? You're not speaking? You will speak. If you could please approach this podium, please. Thank you. And please proceed, sir.
Yes, hi. I've been sworn in. My name is Mark Chiarello. I live at 21 Jefferson Court South in Marina Bay. Actually, my dwelling is one of the original 52 that were involved with the original application back in 2001 and 2005. I just want to say I bought into this development in 2019 because it is a low-rise community. It's advertised as such, and everybody talks about looking west from Marina Bay, the quarter mile, the 50-year-old building. But if you look to the east, it's all low-rise, maybe a mid-rise across the street at Dolphin Cay. Everything's low-rise, if you know, from Maximo all the way to 275, and then some. Even on 34th Street, there are no high-rise buildings, mid-rise. The city's own comprehensive plan addresses that height variance or the height requirements to be consistent. Even let's do an example would be Ecker College, which is our neighbor, which is a good neighbor. If anybody would have been building high-rise buildings or even mid-rise, it would have been Ecker College, and that wasn't the case. They understand, I believe, what the intent is of the board and of the city's comprehensive plan. The other thing about this application, when it was approved, I think you said it was 2005-13-0044, there were special exceptions to that application because that use was an institutional use, and it is no longer, it's being sold, it is no longer part of an institutional use. And that application was for College Harbor Care Facility. And I believe there were, again, special exceptions to allow that to be built, addressing incorporating some of the uses, whether it's directly involved to the 8-story building, or I don't want to use the word trade-off, or something, a give-me, that they would incorporate other units or something else into the facility itself. So that goes back part of the, I mean, after going through hundreds of pages through the Pinellas County documents, there's, quite a bit going on there. So basically, I'm just, just research the special exceptions, and I'm opposed to this application. I just enjoy the low-rise community that we moved there for. It's very lovely, it's a great location, and it's a well-done development. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other thing, I appreciate the board, your volunteerism. I was on a Board of Adjustment zoning board for many years, and I know what you go through and what you put up with, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. And you had marked against? Do we have Randy Stargle? 17 Jefferson Court South? 15, good lordy. Will you be speaking today, sir? Yes. All right, if you could approach this podium here when it's time. If you'd like to grab a seat until then, that's fine. And please proceed, sir.
Hi, I'm Scott Pickens. I have been sworn in. I live in Marina Bay. I've lived in Marina Bay for 5 years. When I moved into Marina Bay, having looked all over town, in fact, all over the Tampa Bay area, I was immediately sold, as was my wife, and she made that very clear before she let us drive away. It's obviously a very high-quality development. It is also true that this proposal, for a somewhat bigger building than was going to be built there anyway, is also going to be beautiful. I mean, you can see that from the pictures. I disagree that it's going to have any kind of negative impact on our values. I actually think the opposite. I'm convinced that for a lot of reasons, including the fact that our population is increasing, more people are coming to town, et cetera, we're gonna end up to the better for having this kind of development nearby. Another point I would just make observationally is that Point Brittany's come up a number of times. In case you haven't driven down there, that's 20 seconds from the gateway to Marina Bay. So I don't know what this quarter mile, half mile stuff is about, but I would consider that to be part of the larger community. And that's really my overall point is, yes, I'm a member of Marina Bay, but I'm also a member of the Bayway and drive up and down the Bayway all the time, like a lot of us do, to get in practically anywhere. And, this development to me looks like it's going to be very consistent with everything that goes on there. Maybe not the houses right next to me. And that's the other point. I appreciate that some of my neighbors, many of whom are here, all of whom are here, some of their homes may have a bad view from this, or what they consider to be a bad view. I wouldn't agree with that, but as somebody said, that's a matter of opinion. But I can also tell you, I walk around Marina Bay in its entirety every day, and I would bet you that from most of the houses in Marina Bay, you can't see this community unless you hop on your roof and grow 12 feet. You're not going to see this, any result of the extension in height. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you did mark that you're for the variance. Yes. Do we have Vivian DeCobo? Could approach that podium. Thank you. And if you could please proceed.
Okay. I'm Randy Storgill, 15 Jefferson Court. I've lived there for about 10 years. And I don't know, I'm still trying to digest a lot of the stuff I've heard and seen today from some of my neighbors. But I don't know if they've seen some of the pictures of Marina Bay before Yazdanis got involved, and the fact that the buildings that were there were all painted Pepto-Bismol pink, and the roads were terrible, no street lights, no fountains, and didn't even own the land. And he got Eckerd to transfer the land to the people that lived on them. And it's just been one improvement after another, and to this beautiful place it is now, and I really love it there. But some of the negativity about this has just seemed to have expanded to a level that I don't understand, because I think it's I had my place inspected before I moved in there, and the inspector said if our place ever came down or the roof came off, we'd all be in trouble, because they build a quality product that's so far above code. And I was the first one to put a generator in, and they liked the idea so much they started putting them in as standard equipment in all their newer construction. So it's just a wonderful thing, and I've seen the plans, and I think that the high-rise will be a wonderful addition to the community, and instead of having that vacant lot there. And once it's finished with the landscaping, I think it'll be great. And plus with the extra parking, you can always move cars over there during a storm if it's going to flood. I just can't see any negativity to it, so I'm 100% behind it.
Thank you. And you did mark that you're for the variance?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Do we have Christine Kolbus? Will you be speaking? Yes. Okay, if you could approach that podium, and if you could please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian DeCobo. I live at 20 Crescent Place South. I have been sworn in. I live less than 350 yards from one of the proposed exits of the new building. I would like to share with you the reason that most of us did buy in there. We were told three things. First of all, Eckerd would not be expanding. They would not be growing. The developer still had a little bit of building to finish, and we were talked about as far as the nature, the habitat, the conservation. The developer actually had published this book in 2021, acknowledging that there were 60 species of birds on the property and 43 had been pictured here. Being that a lot of people in the community are educators, we did what educators do. We collaborated with each other, and then we reached out to experts. So I called 4 professors at Eckerd College, specifically in the Department of Environmental Studies and Marine Biology. Each phone call was more distressing than the previous one. As I was speaking to the professors, they all pulled up the plot of land on Google Earth, and they asked where that parking lot is, where that piece of grass is, how tall does that building want to be? Somebody looked at the water levels and said the water levels are not doing well in your community, and I did share, based on published information that the developer had put out, that they were going to be taking some of that water and taking it towards the new building. We talked about the application that he initially put in, stating that no traffic study was needed, and that was based on statistics from 20 years ago. We talked about grandfathering in a building, comparing it to the Point Brittany from the 80s. The comment that was made was, back in the 80s, we did not know any better. We know now. The impact to wildlife and migration was talked about, and one issue that has not come up is we discussed the cranes that would need to be used in order to make this land buildable. If we did have a crane situation, whether it was a medium or high rise, that crane falling down would cause considerable damage. In 2 of the cardinal points, it would take out homes, not just one, but homes. The 3rd point would take out Addington. And the 4th one, which is probably more consequential, it would cross the Pinellas Bayway completely. So now you're not looking at 650 people in Marina Bay. You're talking about Maximo, Dolphin Cay, Isla del Sol, Tierra Verde, Fort DeSoto, South St. Pete Beach, Pasagril, and Viña del Mar. All of those people would be impacted because it would not be a 2-day cleanup to remove a crane and then repair the roads. So if the traffic were diverted onto 37th and then 22nd, you now can add the communities of South St. Pete, Gulfport, Pasadena, Corey Isles, and all of the other beach communities. So with that, we are not talking about hundreds of people, we're talking about thousands of people if a crane were to have an accident. All 4 of the professors asked me to please convey to you today how environmentally fragile and sensitive these parcels of land are. We really do want to maintain what we have. Thank you.
And you marked against on your card?
Very against. Thank you.
You? Good, okay. I get nervous when I get to stare.
Just looking.
All right, do we have Robert Warcola?
Yes.
Will you be speaking, sir?
I will.
If you could approach this podium, please. All right, if you could please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Christine Kobus, and I live at 25 Bayfront Court South, and I am proposed to the development. I am here to strongly oppose the requested variance to increase the building height from 85 feet to approximately 164 feet. This is not a minor adjustment. This is nearly doubling the allowable height. The city's comprehensive plan clearly calls for development that is compatible in scale and character with surrounding neighborhoods. 150-foot structure, 160-foot structure in this location is not compatible. It is a fundamental departure from the scale that has been planned for the established Marina Bay communities. The comprehensive plan also emphasizes preservation of neighborhood character. Marina Bay has a defined coastal residential identity, and a tower of this magnitude would not blend with the character. It would dominate and permanently alter it. In addition, the plan calls for orderly and predictable development patterns. Zoning exists to provide that predictability. Granting a variance of this size undermines the principle and replaces it with case-by-case exceptions. This is how communities lose the very qualities that make them desirable. Good planning also requires appropriate transitions in height and intensity. This proposal does not provide a transition. It creates an abrupt and incompatible vertical change next to lower scale development. There are also real livable impacts, including shadowing, wind effects, and overall scale, which conflict with the plan's goal of protecting light, air, and the quality of life for surrounding residents. Finally, a variance should only be granted where there is unique hardship tied to the property. No such hardship has been demonstrated here. This request appears to be driven by maximum development potential, which is not a valid basis for a variance. Approving this request doesn't just impact one property, it weakens the integrity of the city's comprehension plan and the predictability residents rely on. The best communities in the country are not the ones that say yes to every exception, they are the ones that consistently follow a plan. Zoning only works when it's applied predictably. Once we start making exceptions of this magnitude, we stop planning and start reacting. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that you deny the variance. I thought I was running out of time. I saw 2 seconds. Sorry.
I think we all sensed that one, yeah. Thank you very much for the speed. All right, and you marked against.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Do we have Ron Anderson? You will be speaking. If you could approach this podium, please, and please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Bob Warcola. My business address is 100 2nd Avenue South in St. Petersburg. I have not been sworn, but I am an attorney. I don't know if you want to swear me in.
If there's anybody here that will be giving any testimony statements and has not been sworn in already, if you could please rise and raise your right hand.
I don't know if there's people downstairs either. If we wanna. Eric, can you confirm everyone downstairs has been sworn in if they're going to speak?
Confirming that I asked if some of them are planning to speak. I don't know if each individual has been sworn in. I'm escorting 2 guys upstairs for a different meeting, so I'm out of the room for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll run down in a moment. Would you like me to swear? Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Thank you.
Let me restart this clock for you. Okay.
Thank you. I'm here to speak in support of the variance request of Marina Bay Development. I have lived on Tierra Verde since 1999, and I think I've probably lived in the area longer than any of the residents in Marina Bay. I traveled the Bayway east to west 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day. I'm always struck by the buildings at Port Brittany and just sort of the aesthetic, presentation that they make. I've looked at the plans for Marina Bay Development, and these plans are consistent with the buildings at Port Brittany. I don't know that you can arbitrarily say that we're going to look a quarter mile or a half a mile. You can look on the, the south side of the Bayway. You can also look on the north side of the Bayway, and this development is consistent with the buildings on the north side. I look at this. Mr. Razdani has put together a very attractive proposal. It's going to add to the community. It's my understanding he's going to improve the clubhouse. He's going to make other improvements around the site. And what struck me the most about his proposal was the fact that he is offering parking spots to the folks at Addison Place during a hurricane. And he did that, on his own long before he made this proposal. So I think the point is that he's been a good citizen. I think the variance request should be granted. I think that the variance is consistent with the greater community on the Bayway. And also, I just think the proposal is consistent. You have a good developer. And the question that I have to the residents is, what if somebody else wants to come in and have another building? Are you going to get the same quality, the same amenities, things like that? You don't know. This is a known project. You can see what you're going to get. Thank you.
Thank you. And you marked 4 the
Yes,
variance
sir.
on your card. Do we have Sharon McKenna? Sharon McKenna? So you do not want to speak? Okay, you marked 4, and you will not be speaking. Thank you. William McKenna. You will speak? If you could approach the far podium, please.
Yeah, I'll shift over.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Anderson, if you, the mic is yours.
Ron Anderson, live at 2988 Eagle Estate Circle, and I am very familiar with the Marina Bay project. While I don't live in it, I do have friends that live in the community and spent several nights and weekends and visiting, friends, throughout and over the years, over the last 20 years, in fact. Listened to a lot of the discussions. Again, I'm very familiar with the project, and some of the discussions are about the community. It is a great community, but it is now 40 years old. It could be better, in my opinion. This project, I think, helps fund a lot of the improvements perhaps necessary to bring it up to current standards, whether it be signage, roadway improvements, landscape improvements, all things along Academy Way, Harbor Way as well. There's also a lot of talk about drainage. I think there's new requirements for drainage, dealing with net improvements, so a lot of that will be met with this new project that wouldn't be met with the old design potentially. Also, the project seems to be adding a lot of amenities, both internal inside the building and basically a complete floor, as I understand it, would be dedicated to amenities as well as an amenity deck. So there are enhanced amenities that would benefit the overall community. They've talked about increased setbacks, so they are being, I think, cognizant of pushing the building back as far as they can away from the existing residents. As I understand it, it's roughly 164 feet from the closest point of the taller portion of the building to the existing unit that's closest along Academy Way of roughly 164 feet, which is roughly the length of an Olympic swimming pool or 2 tennis courts end to end. So 164 feet is a huge setback, I think, which is admirable. And as I understand it, also the footprint of the upper portion of the building, the part above 36 feet, is being reduced by roughly 30%, which takes a building that has a mass of 300 feet and knocks it down to 200 feet in exchange for, obviously, the increased height. So again, the project is just a little bit dated. I think it needs to be refreshed, and this project helps support that through funding it through the project rather than special assessments through the community. So again, I am in support of the project.
Okay, thank you. And yes, you marked you are in support on your card. Do we have Tim Neisinger? Okay, so you had already marked on here 4, and you spoke. Tim Nickens? Will you speak? In support, not speaking. Reza Yazdani, will you be speaking, sir?
That's the applicant.
That's the applicant, so obviously 4. Cole Lane, or Cove Lane? Cole.
This is civil engineer. He's the engineer.
You marked 4 and will not be speaking. Everybody up here apparently knows you. All right, thank you. Catherine M. Ward Presson, will you be speaking? You marked against. Robin Belaski? Okay, if you could approach that podium. Thank you very much for the wait there. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is William McKenna. I am a resident of Marina Bay. I live at 43 Bayview Court South. I've lived in the area since 1996. I've lived in Marina Bay since 1999. So I'm one of the longest residents in the community. I was hired by Eckerd College to come in and dispose of what was then College Landings. So on behalf of Eckerd, I repackaged College Landings, which was a failing community, had 50 homes in it, packaged it up, we put it on the market, and we sold it to Reza Yazdani. And we put a lot of requirements on Reza that were unusual for a developer. We made him put in all the infrastructure for the entire community. It wasn't phased. We made him put it all in. We had to put in all the streets, all the water. We had to put everything in. He did it. We thought he'd probably flounder on that. And so we put a provision in there that if he floundered, we'd get it back. We didn't get it back. He did it. He's lived up to his word more than anybody I've ever seen in this industry do it. He's been a joy, frankly, to deal with. I moved into the community in order to help the community, frankly, survive the turmoil that we thought was going to go on. He did a spectacular job. I mean, here he's building out a community while we're living in it. That's a hard process for a developer to do. Most often a developer wants a clean sheet of paper, they build it, then you move into it. Not this case. He was building it as people were moving in. He kept the streets clean, he watered them down every day, kept the dust down as best he could, did the best he could with trying to maintain the noise to low levels. He personally would reinforce the noise ordinance that he imposed by making sure that the contractors didn't start before the allotted time in the daytime and they were done by the time in the afternoon. He did it all. I've got my fingerprints on a lot of the things that my neighbors have voiced concerns about. I was responsible for getting the traffic light at Eckerd College entrance. And that occurred after we unfortunately had an accident that killed 3 people. And President Eastman, who I reported to, I was on the executive staff for 20 years, said, get it done. That's why I know what's going to happen when we do this traffic light. And what is going to happen is that there's going to be a contribution to the DOT cost of this. There always is. It's part of the regulations. That will, Reza stepped up and said that as long as he's able to do it, because frankly the 96 units in this high rise will give him the economic ability to do that, then he'll contribute to that requirement. At Eckerd College, I think that number was $300,000. We paid it. The same thing's going to happen in this case. That's just the way DOT works. Will we get the traffic light? I'm pretty sure we will. Everything I've seen based on the studies I've done before suggests that. This project should go through. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your work, and I know you're volunteers.
Just a quick question on that.
Yes.
Does the driveway to Marina Bay line up with the driveway directly across the street with the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the entrance onto the Bayway is the same as the entrance from Dolphin Cay.
Right. Driven
They
it
line
many
up.
times, they do line up.
Yeah, but that's all going to be redone with the DOT traffic realignment. That whole intersection is going to be transformed when they put the light in. Same thing happened over at Eckerd. We redid the entrance.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And again, you marked 4.
Yes.
William Belaski. And you will be speaking. Thank you. And if you could please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Robin Belaski, and I live at 16 Bayfront Court South in Marina Bay. You planning commissioners play a vital role in our city, assuring the city leadership that appointed you to this board and the residents as we live here, plans will be implemented for the present and for the future for good growth throughout our city. I understand that, as I have served in my lifetime on 2 planning commissions myself, one in a city in Tennessee, and before I moved to Marina Bay and Madeira Beach. Decisions that you make affect the quality of life for so many people. As a resident of the single-family home in Marina Bay, changes have been going on so rapidly since September. I try to walk daily. I wish I could bring you out to walk with me. Clear-cutting trees is now happening, some with stumps as big as 2.5 to 3 feet in the proposed land in question. It is so much noisier. All the vegetation buffers are gone. Residents of Addington, I no longer see out on their scooters. What is going on, they say, in our neighborhood? The employees from Addington are no longer allowed to park where they were before. Now they are parking on adjacent Pinellas Bayway in the lawns. Our cascading, beautiful trees are dying on Academy Way. I can only imagine what Marina Bay will suffer if construction goes on. The developer sent residents a fact sheet in which Mrs. Hefner had brought up with all the glorious things that are going to happen to Marina Bay. Well, this is going to be just a fabulous high-rise. Well, what is luring people is this traffic light. I will not go into it. I had in my statement, as Mrs. Hefner brought up, if we don't approve this, are we going to pay the cost for the traffic light? That is a state road. I thought FDOT would cover those costs. These facts are intimidating and scary to us. Our Marina Bay neighborhood contributes great value to the city through our property taxes. Why is our quality of life damaged to our beautiful ecosystems, our birds, our ponds, our landscapes, going to be home to another high-rise? This wonderful place we call home. I ask you to deny the variance and request that the developer is submitting to you today. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, and you did mark that you did not mark. You are against. I will mark it as against. You are against, okay. Thank you. Alicia Finney? Do we have Alicia Finney? Jody Van Oss? She's downstairs. Okay, if we could have Jody Van Oss sent up. Do we have Steve Van Oss, I'm assuming, downstairs also? I'm going to put them as in the stack here just in case. Sue Hornschmeyer. She's left. Okay, she left and she marked against.
Kayla, Jody is downstairs. Jody is not going to speak.
Let me mark
Steve
that.
on there as well.
Jody is not going to speak. She marked against. Do we have Catherine C.I.? Okay, thank you. Marked against on your card. Robert Finney? We have Robert Finney
Yeah, no, it's down there.
downstairs. Janet Martley? Murphy? Left?
What name was that?
Janet Murphy?
Janet Murphy. Is she planning to speak? Is she there? And Alicia Finney had left, so I didn't, if you want to read what. And Robert Finney left.
And Robert Finney left. Robert
Alicia
Finney
Finney
had
and
marked against. Alicia had already read that one out. Steve Van Oss downstairs.
Janet Murphy left.
Janet Murphy left.
Yep.
She had marked against. Reynaldo Rodriguez. Serlene Rodriguez. Nancy Westfall.
Ronaldo Rodriguez, Sylvine Rodriguez.
Nancy Westfall. Carla Cooney. Where?
What about Nancy Westfall?
Okay, marked 4. Not speaking. Grace Cooney. Okay, thank you. You're 4, but not speaking. Jeff Cooney? Here. Will you be speaking? No, not. Oh, okay. You marked 4, thank you. Peter Brine. Do we have a Peter Brine? He's not here. Peter Brine's not here, but he had marked 4, the variance. Paul Ceccarelli. Is there a Paul Ceccarelli? 4 Lincoln Avenue South? Downstairs? I'm going to put that aside here somehow. Dan Littlefield? Dan Littlefield? He left? Okay, he had marked against.
All left.
Jonathan Oliver? Jonathan Oliver? We are getting a bunch of empty seats up here now. Okay, yeah, anybody's downstairs, we have room, we can start moving everybody up, especially those that are wanting to speak. That would be great. If the ones that do not want to speak, will.
Should be anyone downstairs that wants to speak, because when I ran down there, I told them that I'm gonna swear anyone in who wants to speak and to come up, there's empty seats, so.
Okay. John Oliver, I'll put over here. Adam Curtis. Adam Curtis.
Adam Curtis.
Luke Khalil. He left. Okay, he had marked for the variance. Lisa Grinstead. Lisa Grinstead. Bonnie Eisenkopf. Bonnie Eisenkopf. Karen Brine. She's not here. She had marked for. William Schneikert. He left. William Schneikert marked against the variance. Pete Boland. He left. Pete Boland had marked for the variance. Jarrett Wolf. He left. He had marked for on his card. Greg Holden. He had marked for on the card. Nancy Smolin. Nancy Smolin. Chris Kirschner. He had marked for on his card. Commissioner Flowers, duplicate card. She had spoken earlier, so.
Thank you.
That's a duplicate. Patty Breeze, will you be speaking today? No. You will not be speaking, and you marked against the variance. Megan Rose. Do we have a Megan Rose? Orlena Domino. Okay, we will go to William Belaski. Thank you for the wait.
First, I'd like to say thank you for your service. My name is William Belaski. I'm a licensed professional engineer, reside at 16 Bayfront Court South, St. Petersburg, within the Marina Bay community. One thing I want to dwell on is in the Brooks correspondence of December 10th, 2025, specifically the Exhibit B in there. There's a key item that's addressed in there, and that's the difference between a mid-rise structure height-wise and a high-rise structure. According to the Florida Building Code, they're two distinct animals. A mid-rise is 85 feet or less, and a high-rise is 150 feet or greater. That's a key thing. The differences are not to be dismissed as inconsequential, but extremely consequential to the Marina Bay community. The exhibit makes the following points. Number one, the difference is so consequential that the Florida Building Code, Section 403, defines the delta not as a simple height adjustment, but a change in building type and regulatory classification. Number two, that same Florida Building Code 403 imposes a strict height and technical construction requirements. Number three, the structural and foundation differences between a mid-rise and a high-rise are extremely different. High-rise, you can have deep foundations, you got wind tunneling effects, you got the coastal exposure D. The construction methods, some persons talked about the tower cranes. Look at what happened in downtown St. Pete with the hurricane when the tower crane collapsed. Timing, a high-rise takes approximately 20 plus months longer to construct than a mid-rise. Now let's focus on the foundation piling issues. Deep foundations generate significant vibrations, noise, ground disturbances, and within Marina Bay, we've experienced these just in the single-family house construction on our street. The last house that was built in there, people had cracks in their foundation and on their floor because of the pilings just from a single-family house. Noise. The Addington Senior Center is so close to this building. Do we want to have our seniors hear boom, 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 boom for such a long period of time? Don't they deserve a little bit more respect in their later years of life? Construction experience systems such as these require a pre-construction assessment, detailed surveys of all the nearby buildings, detailed soil analysis, vibration studies. Have these been done? Vibration monitoring plan in place, even with a vibration barrier to the existing structures. What about, are they perhaps using a hydraulic system versus a driving pile system? I didn't get three, did I?
Three?
No, I didn't get three, no way. No.
You got three? Okay.
Pardon?
Engineers lose track of time easy, right, Jeff? That's it. Sorry, sir. Thank you. On your card, you had marked that you are against on your card. Okay? Thank you.
You know, you spent a lot of time talking about a 2.5 foot variance. We're talking an 85 foot.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go back here on a couple things here. We are essentially halfway through the blue cards. Okay? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go through all of these. People are not looking to speak. This first stack I'm going to read is for people that have marked 4. Just for the record, I believe I have to read them in. Okay? And then I'll circle back to a final reading of the ones that didn't answer earlier. Okay, not speaking, but all these cards at this point are marked 4. Jeff Kinzer, Paul Willies, Michael Newton, Blair Newton, Jim Rhymes, Bianca Solar, Christian Large, Joe Del Castillo, J. Kurt Peterson, Reynaldo Rodriguez, Curtis Chukri. Again, this stack is for people that have marked for the variance but will not be speaking. This stack, they have marked against the variance and will not be speaking. Going to read them into the record. Cassandra Wallace, Karen Crimmins, Ann Ceccarelli, Andy and Terry Silver, Margot Levy, Marcy Gottsman, Janine Littlefield, Paul Hornschmeyer, Kurt Thomas, Linda Thomas, Kelly Douglas, Deborah Galt, Mumtal Wali, Jan Greenway, Connie Carrier, Mike Stoddard, Lois Farrell, Tim Farrell, Julie Van Alstine, Tim Van Alstine, Albany Otis, John Mills, Olga Mills, Margaret Schmidt, Marion Rawls, Lisa Callahan, Noah Breeze. Again, this stack that I just read are against the variance but not speaking. This would be my last time. I'm going to call once. If you do not report essentially immediately, I'm just going to read off. Stephen Van Oss, marked against. Paul Ceccarelli, marked against. Orlina Domingo, marked against. Megan Rose, marked for. Nancy Smolin, marked for. Bonnie Eisenkopf, 4. Lisa Grinstead, 4. Adam Curtis, 4. Jonathan Oliver, 4. Nancy Westfall. Nancy Westfall did not mark either for or against. I'm sorry? Okay. On the card, there is no mark of that. We have the same thing, Serlene Rodriguez. Do we have Serlene? Also, there's nothing marked for or against. Reynaldo Rodriguez, marked for. Alicia Finney, marked against. Hunter Whittle, marked for. Denise Harmenting Javens, marked for. Rachel Manzanares, marked for. We're getting there, folks. It's getting real close. Stephen Castrioni, marked against. Lexi Vetter, marked for. Ashley Coletti, marked for. Zachary Coletti, marked for. Nathaniel Wallace, marked for. Donnie Redenberg, marked for. Benjamin Armstrong, marked for. Donnie Bush, marked for. Zachary Vino, marked for. Manuel Rivera, marked for. Christine Hilbert, marked for. Patrick Nugent, marked for. Paul Carter, marked for. Jason Martins, marked for. And that is the end of the blue cards. Thank you. Did anybody keep tally on that? All right. All right. How about, I'm sorry?
The last person you called is actually present. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mathis.
Jason Mathis?
Sorry, sir. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for catching that, Mr. Mathis.
So dramatic. I apologize for the drama at the very end, and I know everybody wants to get out of here. Jason Mathis, I live at 115 62nd Avenue South. I'm here today as a resident of the South Side and just excited about development coming to the South Side. I did want to mention that from my perspective, the question isn't whether this project is going to get built. The developer has the right to build this project with a certain FAR, with a certain number of units. I think that was decided in 2005. The real question is, what's the shape of this project? Is it a big box or is it more of a tower? One of the things that we love about Beach Drive is that there are some towers there, but there's a setback. When you walk on Beach Drive, it doesn't feel like you're surrounded by towers. And I feel like the developer should get some credit for really trying to think about how to make this project fit into this development that he helped to create and build and that he loves. I feel like he's worked hard to come up with some solutions that should be considered. And again, for me, it really comes down to the shape of the project, not the number of units, not the parking, not the number of cars. All those things are consistent whether he builds an 85-foot building or a taller building. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We did just have a card show up. Do we have any other cards? Because I'm going to cut off at this point after this card. Do we have Gerald White? Will you be speaking, sir? All right, please approach the podium. And this is the last blue card. Just a heads up.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Gerald White, 24 Jefferson Court South. We provided a letter in opposition that's been included in the materials to the committee and agree with the comments provided here today, especially around the legal and technical reasons the develop should be no higher than the existing buildings in the community today, not the 85 or 150-foot variance. We really don't understand how anything can go at that level allowed based on the opening comments and the prior litigation that's been around this. It's really a residential project, not for the nursing home that was originally these variances were granted for. I hope the committee has driven down the oak lined road that's like a canopy. There's really no way you can say anything other than the existing level of that community should be built. He also says the oak trees will not be cut down, but he's also sheepishly about it, saying they might be moved, and we all know what happens when that happens. So I would say the committee really needs to consider these issues before working with this developer. There's some HOA issues that I'd like to bring up as well. We've heard a lot of good things about him, and I'm sure he's a good developer, but let me give you a taste of what it's like to live in Marina Bay sometimes, and it is a great community. An example is the landscaping. The road leading straight to the condos for sale, amazing. Landscaping's fantastic. Step right off of that. Large areas of bare grass, neglected landscaping, cracked roads that have been painted. But again, the road to the ones for sale, perfect. I encourage you to go and check that out. One has to ask why a developer would stay in control of a community for over 20 years. Most developers want to get out of there, right? It makes no sense. I personally had a palm tree damaged from the storm. It's been 11 months since it was cut down. And I have an email confirmation from May 16th of 2025 that my new palm tree was to be approved. 3 weeks ago, I was told, this is complicated. Okay. You know, can you imagine planting a palm tree is complicated to this development? Mr. Reza, I met him back in October talking about this tree, and he said, well, I'll talk to Sue about it. Sue came to me, said, oh, you're talking to my husband about it. Still no palm tree. That's 5 months ago. A lease to the clubhouse, lease that they did to themselves. If you read the audit report, it says the association retains substantially all economic benefit of the asset. Not the case. We cannot use the clubhouse 7 days a week after 6 o'clock at night. It's the only time we can do it. They use it as a sales office. Consider that. There's threats. If this is not approved, they will have low-income housing. There's definitely a pattern here. All this really shows a pattern of a bully in desperation, in my opinion. So based on these comments, I would recommend not accepting this variance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You had marked against. Okay, that is the final. There's no more what?
Oh, no, that was good. I was just, when Kayla stepped out, I was keeping time on the last one, so we were making sure we were aligned. You're good, Chair.
All right, good, thank you. Cards are done. We're going to take a break until 5:55 because then we will go back and do cross-examination, and it'll be staff, registered opponent, and applicant. So we'll be back here at 5:55 to hopefully go straight through. Live. Okay, we're going to move into cross-examination now. As I had mentioned earlier in the opening statement, and as we've seen in prior ones, I believe it's 5 minutes of cross-examination of any testimony given. The order of this will be staff will be involved in cross-examination first. Then it will go to registered opponent. We'll have 5 minutes to cross-examine any evidence, testimony that was presented. And then it will be the applicant will go last on that. And then heads up, after that, we will move into closing. Closing will be staff, registered opponent, and it will end up closing statement of applicant at that time. So at this time, if we could have staff, would you like to cross-examine?
Waive.
Staff waives. Registered opponent, again, this is cross-examination. You do get an additional 5 minutes for closing.
The registered opponent, College Landing's HOA, does not waive cross-examination for purposes of the record, but noting that the majority of witnesses that have offered public testimony are no longer here. And so pursuant to the DRC's Rule of Procedure 9, which governs cross-examination, witnesses that do not remain to be cross-examined, their testimony cannot be considered by this commission in a quasi-judicial capacity. I can read it directly into the record. All witnesses must stay through the end of cross-examination or their testimony may not be relied upon. If a party intends to rely on the testimony of a witness, they should make sure the witness stays through the cross-examination phase. So I will note, I mean, I could go through and call those 4 that are no longer here, but not seeing most of my cross-examination targets in the chambers, we will.
Could I ask a question on that?
Will we pause the timing?
Let's pause. Are you looking to cross-examine people that were just members of the public that wanted to give statements during that time? Are you looking to cross-examine the actual applicant's representatives that I believe there were 3 or 4 people that spoke on behalf of the applicant? Are you looking to cross-examine any of those 4 persons?
Of those witnesses here, no. I'm not sure I understand the chair's distinction between statements and testimony.
Well, could we have yourself, obviously, who are the other gentlemen you had traffic?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe what Attorney Byrd is suggesting is that he was going to cross-examine people who spoke during public comment, not my experts. I don't want to speak for him. My experts, for the record, are all here, and they.
I'm not suggesting otherwise. Yeah, right. I see your experts are here. Correct. Where there was a lot of public testimony for and against here, a lot of cards that were signed and people never showed up that are simply, I mean, worth the paper they're printed on, perhaps, but for substantial competent evidence, which is the only thing before this commission as to whether to grant a variance, we would object to the consideration of that as substantial competent evidence because it is not, and frankly, it's.
Attorney Byrd, you can make that argument during your closing if you want, but right now we're in cross-examination. So if there is somebody here that you would like to cross-examine or the other registered opponent would like to cross-examine, that's what we're going to do now.
Okay. Looking through the chambers right now, there are no witnesses that the registered opponent present would choose to cross-examine. So without waiving, we will conclude.
Understand? Okay. Thank you. Applicant?
Yes,
would
Mr.
you like
Chair.
to cross-examine anybody?
I would very briefly. Mr. Maliska?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maliska, the registered opponent has made a lot of has put a lot of weight or authority on their position that this is a non-conforming lot and that the code prohibits the expansion of legally established non-conformities. Is this lot a non-conforming lot?
No, the lot is conforming.
Okay, and so therefore, the code prohibition on not expanding non-conformities does not apply to this application. Is that your opinion?
For the lot itself, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Brooks, just very briefly. Or Attorney Brooks, just 1 or 2 questions, ma'am. I appreciate you being here and allowing me to ask you a couple questions. I just want to verify that the image that you showed to the commissioners, to the DRC, of the height of the building, looking from the neighborhood, that image was not produced, created by a licensed architect, was it?
It was not. It was produced by a graphic designer.
And that graphic designer is not a licensed architect?
Correct.
And that graphic designer is not a licensed civil engineer?
Correct.
And that graphic designer does not hold any other professional licenses in the state of Florida, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
He worked off the specs that the developer has provided.
That concludes my cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. All right, that completes the cross-examination section. We're going to move in the last section here essentially before executive session. Closing statements. This will be 5 minutes of statement from all three parties. The first up will be staff. Closing statement, please.
Thanks. Just some final notes that I wasn't able to get in the first 10 minutes about public comments. Staff did receive over 82 emails in objection, 1 email in support. The applicant did provide multiple letters and postcards from Marina Bay residents who supported the project and over 1,000 signed forms supporting the project from local residents, but staff later did hear from multiple residents of the community who stated that they did not sign the postcards or provide support of the development, even though their names had appeared on the list. I know the appellant also provided that list in their presentation. And also just for some clarification, specimen tree, just so we were some discussion about what is a grand tree in city code. Grand tree is a specimen tree that's listed on the shade tree list that's 30 inches or greater in diameter. And looking at the survey provided, none of those trees on Academy Way exceed that. They are large, multiple inches. There are a lot of specimen trees, which is 12 inches or greater. Not knowing the exact species, if they're a live oak or laurel oak, I'm assuming they're live oaks. There's a condition that we did put in the staff report that doesn't comply with our tree preservation section of the code, which does look at any trees 12 inches or greater. I did notice that there was some tree removal done. I'm not sure if there was a permit along Academy Way inside the fence line that was out there, and the proposed plan does show removal of trees on the north side of Academy Way that will be replaced with new trees. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And that is a pretty standard thing. Does the city send its arborist, I believe Shane Largent,
Yes.
to inspect in a setting like this to see if it's a specimen or grand?
So any tree removal permit that comes in through us, he will go out and inspect to make sure that he can actually approve the removal. Is it conflict of construction? Is it a hazard? Is it dead, deceased? Not just because someone wants to remove it. So there is an evaluation done. There's also, if there's any illegal removal, that can be sent to our codes department, and our arborist will also go out to investigate if there was any illegal removal of trees.
Thank you. All right, that takes care of closing for staff. Next up is the registered opponent. If you would like to make a closing statement, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think the first thing I would just want to focus everyone on is to get a variance, we need a special physical condition that's unique to the property in order for them to have any entitlement whatsoever to get a variance. It's a special favor, if you will, and there are 9 criteria that they need to, it's the burden of the applicant to prove each and every one of them, and I don't think they've proven any of them. The staff found that they didn't prove D1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and said that 9 was not applicable. I hit on D2, which is this hardship is entirely self-created, because I think it really does fit in that category. And I'd also like to say that the nonconformity argument, which was the city code, and the affidavit of Mr. Gandazzi, which is attached to our brief, in paragraph 10, it's cited in his affidavit. According to Corey Miliska, the city planner for the city of St. Petersburg, due to the age of the property, the deficiencies with the parcel would be considered non-conforming. Because the property is largely non-conforming, it's not possible to sell off any portion of the land without first receiving a variance. Reducing the land size would ultimately increase the non-conformity, which is in direct conflict with the non-conforming section of our zoning ordinance. So, I mean, back when this affidavit or declaration was on the record, it was deemed that this property was in fact non-conforming. So we do still take the position that it's non-conforming, you can't get a variance on top of something that's also non-conforming. But more to the point, I think they failed to satisfy every single aspect of the variance statute. And so we would ask that you deny this. And then I would also just point out quickly, the fours that kept coming, because you were reading endlessly. Our neighbors, we know who lives in our neighborhood. And I think you will find, with very few exceptions, none of the people, very few, there's a few, but very few exceptions, those fours did not live in Marina Bay. They were people who have, I don't know if they've ever even been to Marina Bay, but what you have here are people who actually live in Marina Bay. And I hope that their testimony and their opinion is what really does matter. And like I've said before, we're not anti-development, but we want development that's within the character of our neighborhood. And I think that the city zoning is in place to keep that exactly as it should be.
You have additional time here still if you choose to use it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the Commission. Again, thank you all for staying so late. There's nothing worse than seeing another lawyer get up when you think you might be getting out early. So I'll just say this. College Landing's HOA will obviously join the closing of the other registered opponent, Ms. Brooks. I commend her, and I commend David for showing up against Goliath today, because this is quite a community, and regardless of outcome, I hope that community remains strong. The last word I think that you all should hear before I sit back down and let everyone to continue their evening is that despite the emotion, despite the multitude of testimony offered and the even more cards that were signed and presented to this commission, this is a simple issue about whether or not the applicant in this case has satisfied the city code's requirements for a height variance. You've heard their presentation, you've heard their cross-examination, you've heard those speaking in favor of it. Not just one, but all of the criteria, according to your city staff, virtually, were not satisfied. So this is not a question of highest or best use, whether a former mayor, a commissioner, a chamber of commerce, or anyone else that likely does not live at the community thinks that this would be great. That is irrelevant to your consideration, other than the criteria from the code that says, will this be injurious to the community? And on that point, you have substantial competent evidence from the residents of that community saying, absolutely, 100% yes. And that is not a knock against Mr. Yazdani and his qualifications as a developer or anything. All of that is immaterial. The simple question is whether or not an applicant before this commission, like any other applicant, can seek to deviate from the established city code and obtain a variance. And on those criteria, as Ms. Brooks pointed out, as Corey and his staff pointed out in their recommendations, the answer is unequivocally no. And so this request for variance for this iteration of this long development must be denied, because the city code is clear, the evidence presented to you today is equally clear, that this criteria for that variance, the sole thing before you today, has not been presented, and it was the applicant's burden to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes out the closing statement of the registered opponent. Now we'll move on to the applicant. When you are ready, you will have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just getting our PowerPoint brought back up.
Okay, we won't start the time till that's ready to go.
Need to locate the pointer.
It got left over here.
Oh, okay. That's all right, no problem. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Brian Ongst again. I'm the last lawyer you'll be hearing from today, so congratulations. I very much appreciate your time and your attention and your consideration to this matter and your service. This has been a long day, but it's been an important day, and everyone got heard. What we heard was from the applicant, this application is about Mr. Yazdani's lifelong commitment to improving and perfecting Marina Bay. This project is the last developable site in the community, which is why it's entitled to 96 units. And the variance is intended and is taking place contemporaneously with his master plan to revitalize that entire community and activate it. Activating that site, which is vacant, with the 96 entitled units in a much greatly improved, greatly set back, greatly buffered, removing the mass from the residences and orienting it towards Bay Way, which is already a mixed-use area, including with the industrial uses or the institutional uses. Point Brittany got a variance of 250% to go through 175 feet, which is 25 feet higher than the requested variance here. If that variance were applied to this case, we would be able to go to 212 feet. Again, we're not doing that. This is the minimum variance necessary to increase the setbacks to a level that would have been approvable in 2007 without a variance. Without a variance. The staff has recognized in the staff report that the special conditions are not the result of the actions of the applicant. The current CRS1 district height limitations are not the result of the applicant. That's in the staff report. I do want to have our architect, Mr. Shimolewski, address a couple things from the architectural perspective, and then I'll close up.
I just want to identify a couple things that were talked about. One of the slides that was in the opponent was the photograph superimposed over the design. That without using engineering and architecture software to generate renderings like that, superimposed photographs does not accurately depict the current site conditions. It cannot be validated. And also, the term high-rise has been kind of thrown around. The current design, the current approved site plan for 85 feet height plus the BFE would, per the building code, be a high-rise. High-rise is defined by 75 feet to the highest occupied floor from fire department access, which is essentially grade. So even the current design is considered a high-rise.
Thank you, Mr. Shimolewski. So there's a high-rise that is entitled to be built there now, and what we're asking for is a variance to greatly improve the setbacks, step-backs, and amenities for the community. And in our view, not granting the variance is a hardship, not just for the applicant, but for the community, because it will deny the community of a much, much better aesthetic project and a much higher quality project from an amenity perspective, from every perspective that you can imagine. And you did hear, there are hundreds of residents of Marina Bay. And you heard from a lot of passionate ones today who are against the project, but you also heard from a lot of passionate ones that are for the project, and there were many others that weren't able to make the meeting today. And that's a result, again, of Mr. Yazdani's lifelong commitment to improving this community and engaging with this community and living in this community and being the great neighbor and the great visionary for this community that he is and that he has been. I want to close on competent substantial evidence. As Mr. Shimolewski said, that image that was shown respectfully by the registered opponent is not competent substantial evidence. It was not developed by an architect. It was not to scale. It grossly misrepresented what that view would actually look like. It was not competent substantial evidence, and it should not be relied upon by the board, and we are objecting to it for the record. What is competent substantial evidence is the applicant's narrative, the application, the civil engineer plans, the architecture plans, and the opinions that you've heard today from Mr. Shimolewski that we do meet all the variance criteria and that he designed it deliberately and thoughtfully to meet the variance criteria, and the testimony from Mr. Neisinger that he also, from a civil engineering perspective, designed it to meet the variance criteria, and that in his opinion it does meet the variance criteria. So the only party that has provided competent substantial evidence in our opinion, in our perspective, is the applicant. The registered opponent provided no expert testimony, no expert reports, and relied upon lay witness testimony, which, pursuant to the Catherine Bay v. Fagan case, lay witness opinion testimony is generally not competent substantial evidence in a quasi-judicial hearing. We provided competent substantial evidence, and we believe we met the criteria and that you can approve the project. We very much appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That closes out the cross-examination and closing. I know we do have some members with questions. I believe Mr. Kiernan has a couple questions first.
For Mr. Ungst, if I could, please, just briefly, sir.
The architect may have just run out to pick up his kids, so I hope it's not for him.
Nothing, no, it's
Okay,
nothing
thank you.
related at all. You'll tell that very quickly, especially from me, trust me. First of all, I appreciate you taught me something today. You're never too old or too experienced to learn something. When I asked you several hours ago if your client was the owner of the property at the time of the 2005 revision, you accurately answered he was not. You didn't tell us that he was the applicant at the time, though, which was interesting, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that clarification. I got a question. I've been on this commission for a while, and I can't remember ever seeing a case where the registered opponent or the opponent has pointed out questions questioning the veracity of evidence you presented to us that people were supposedly in favor of it, and now they're deceased, they moved, they're opposed. You didn't address that, so I'd like to give you a chance to address that now. I'm not going to go through every one of these people, but I have to tell you I'm troubled by that because both sides have made many comments about the evidence and what we're supposed to consider or not, and I'd just like to hear your comments on that.
Yeah, Mr. Kiernan, thank you. I appreciate that. The reason I didn't comment on it is not because I wanted to ignore it, but I was not involved with the community outreach. I was recently retained for this case, so I have no personal knowledge of those efforts. What I can tell you is what I have seen in the record are cards that have signatures. And so those, and they're, Ms. Rutland is handing them to me. Okay, hold on. Let me respond. Cards that have signatures. And so my understanding is the applicant's team went through these cards with the signatures and made a spreadsheet, and that these cards with signatures were actually presented and uploaded in the record. There were some folks that I saw, there were about 6 or 7 emails that I saw from Mr. Maliska that were forwarded to me from the registered opponent. 6 of those or 7 of those were folks who said they didn't realize what they were signing. They didn't know what they were signing. They signed it at a community meeting, but they didn't understand what the project was. There was one person who signed who said, that's not my signature. Again, I have no answer for that, but I can tell you that of all the signatures that were submitted, only a handful or a couple dozen were challenged. And the ones that they're challenging on that sheet, someone could have signed in September and passed away in the meantime, unfortunately.
Or change their mind, who knows?
Or change their mind. And it's natural for neighbors, especially in homeowners associations, to go to their neighbor and say, why did you sign this? And then the neighbor might say, oh, oops, I feel pressured or whatever. Not implying that they pressured them, but it's entirely possible.
And please don't infer that I was assigning any nefarious intent or anything to the, I thought the question needed to be addressed and answered.
While you have those cards,
yes,
could you hand a card over? I'd like to see what they actually say.
Sure, I sent a whole package in your.
Yeah, could I see at
is,
least
but-
one front and back, please? Because it was a whole bunch of them in there, but I'd like to see what people actually.
Can we put it on the overhead?
Yeah, overhead would be fine. Yes, thank you. A reasonable request, thank you.
Do one front, one back.
Good one would be Hefner. Hefner would be a good one.
I just want to see overall what it says.
Just do the back underneath it.
I'm assuming you can read that.
Yeah, I can read it. Is there?
Let me know when to flip it. If you want me to flip it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here's the back, sorry.
All right, I can see it. Okay.
My understanding, these were collected at the neighborhood meetings, so there would have been presentations, but again, I wasn't personally involved with those.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, just curious.
I'm just curious because when you start giving cards out like that, it's like, does it say, well, here's a pretty picture of a project, but it doesn't say, well, this is going to be twice what's legally allowable. It's like, was there anything like that
May I?
that they have to sign that says specifically
Mr.
it's
Flynn.
almost double the height?
So I attended those meetings, and those cards were passed out at the meeting as the folks walked in.
Okay.
And said, as they left, would you like to support the project? Please turn in the cards.
Okay.
And so there wasn't anything supported.
Please keep it
I was
quiet.
there.
Please keep it quiet. Thank you.
I was there, and
Okay.
just like you did.
So, all right, I've got enough on that.
I
Thank
think
you
we've
very much.
answered the question.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Answered the question.
My question's been answered, thank you. Executive session? Yes, or-
We are in executive session, if I didn't say that already. So we can ask questions, discuss. My initial comments here on this overall is, something that wasn't brought up is, as you are coming from 34th Street and you're headed west towards St. Pete Beach, you do come across Marina Bay, was it Dolphin Cove on the north side where there's 7-story. You cross over Brittany Canal and you get to the very large Brittany Bay, 200-foot buildings. but then you immediately step back down again to somewhat similar 7-story at the traffic light that you turn south to go to Fort DeSoto. Overall, it looks like the low rise seems to be the maximum height, except for these 1972 to 75 construction buildings. My concern here is, yes, they were built at that height in 1975, but our standards, our look, the way we look at communities now is different. We approve 50-something story buildings here in downtown. Not a problem, 50-something story. I'm seeing both sides here, but, you know, I think there needs to be some looking at what bookends the largest buildings out there that they keep referring to as the neighborhood and part of their justification for it. The building that's being proposed, beautiful building. Beautiful building. Beautiful building. Could you build that at 85 feet that apparently the 2005 allows them to build at that height? You could still step it back. You could still have the nice open patios. I get concerned when a black box is presented superimposed over a beautiful elevation with detail and everything, and this is what you're going to get, a black box. Are they going to build that black box? God, no, they're not going to build that. All of us know they're not going to build that black box. Everybody's comments here about Mr. Yazdani have been great. I don't think he would build a dumpy building like that. Several people that here have spoken on behalf of the developer that he's got a love for this property. And I don't question that. I think he's got a love for the property. He's stuck it out. He's done a lot of right things. We have to look at it on this board from a standpoint of, does it meet the character of the neighborhood? Does it meet the zoning requirements? You know, zoning only allows, what, 36 plus 12? But due to the 2005, which we're relying on right now, correct? 2005 approval at that 85 feet. I see the additional height as not really being in character with the neighborhood. Beautiful building? Yes, beautiful building. There's a lot of beautiful buildings around. But placement of those beautiful buildings is extremely important. I am definitely open to any comments from the board. But I think staff has given a great report on this, that beautiful building, but it's a tall building. Right, Corey?
Who wants to go next?
I have some thoughts. I mean, I disagree with the notion that the current zoning in the city of St. Petersburg is an afterthought or an oversight. I know how much time and energy is put into developing zoning regulations and maps, and the notion that we should be relying on zoning that was current 19 years ago to make our decision today is a little outrageous. I don't think it applies. I think what applies today is the zoning that exists today. The 85-foot was not approved by variance because of the zoning regulations at the time. So that is an existing approval that can be considered in a different setting. However, today we are considering a variance that adds 65 feet to what is permitted there, and 65 feet is a significant departure, is a significant variance to grant. And I have not heard anything valid, in my view, about a hardship. I see that the opposition is overwhelming, and it's overwhelmingly residents of the area who will be affected, who will live daily with the repercussions of a much taller building in their backyard. And much of the support has come from people who are well-intentioned, but who will not be affected by this. So, you know, and I also, as an architect, as a licensed architect, I reject the assertion that you cannot design an aesthetically pleasing 8-story building that will fit within this lot. I think it's a false choice to say it's 164 feet of quality or 85 feet of trash. But that's just not the right way to look at this. So I am not in favor.
I'll add on to that. Yeah, when I asked the architect that question about had they experimented with a scheme that is, you know, less than 85 feet, but still achieves their goal of 96 units. I'm not sure that the answer was clear. The answer was, you know, it's not possible or it wouldn't work, you know, but I don't think the answer was yes. But then you look at that black box, and that black box seems like somebody made the comment that the footprint was actually larger with the taller mass, counter to their argument or their statement to the contrary. I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing how we go from 85 to 150 and think, oh yeah, that's an easy, we can approve that. I don't see that enough work or effort was done to exhaust all other options. I think they just went there and said, we're going to fight this fight. And I don't think it's justified.
I think one of the issues here is you have a couple existing buildings immediately to the west that are the assisted living, nursing, et cetera. And how do you see the water with a 4 or 5 story building between you and the water? You build up. So how do you look over those? You go to 150 feet, whatever it is here that they're requesting, the specifics. It's not a hardship of the property.
Back to
business decision.
Back to the hardship, I also kind of agree with the registered opponent's statement that this is a self-induced hardship, or at least you could have seen it coming because you were involved with this development all along and then bought it.
Just to emphasize, I mean, I'm a developer and a lawyer, and as I just kept reading over and over again Chapter 16 of the LDRs, and as you evaluate those conditions for variance, there were several elements that just kept coming back. One is sort of this notion that this information's been out there for a long time. Nobody should be surprised by it, least of all the administrator of the master development. Number two is sort of this legal doctrine of caveat emptor, right? Like, buyer beware. I mean, there's this onus that we all bear when we enter into transactions where we have to know what the landscape is, and this is not information that was hidden. Frankly, I tend to agree with Commissioner as she made the point about it's even uncertain that the 85 feet is actually the right height. So there's multiple layers of uncertainty, and that really I feel like should have been understood in a way that I think undermines our ability to say that any of the factors in Chapter 16 have been satisfied. And that's really where I've struggled with the analysis.
I'll go next if you want, Chair. And I think we'd all be, I think I speak for the entire commission, we appreciate the input from everybody, and you're showing up today and the time and involvement. You all thank us, that's great, but no, we thank you. This has been great input from everybody on both sides. That's what the system, I wish some people in DC would watch this. They might learn something. This is how things get done, right? And it's, for the most part, it's been respectful. I think that's wonderful. I don't think this, I wrote here, this is not an easy call, and the more I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure it is that difficult, but there's certainly some things we definitely know, right? Which we know is this dispute is about the need for a height variance. How high can they go? We know that, right? And there's another thing that I know that I've learned in this commission, and it's been said many times. Sooner or later, something's going to get built there. We know that. That's a certainty, right? So what's it going to be? I can tell you what this decision for me is not, and I think I speak for the commission too, but certainly not for me. It's, no offense, folks, it's not the number of for or against. It's not the quality or the power of the people that are for or against. It's nice, but it doesn't mean much. The fact that a lot of money was spent for this property could not be more irrelevant to me. That's of no moment. I certainly don't question the developer, the owner. Like you, Chuck, I like the building design. I thought, well, that's a good-looking building. I appreciate the mass argument. The fact that the developer's local is great, but that's in no way determinative. We've had great developers from out of town who have done great things for this city. It's troubling to me, some of the collateral stuff I've heard. We hear a lot about developers, but the traffic light thing and all that stuff, but that's irrelevant too. I appreciated Mayor Kreisman coming in today speaking about the way that Beach Drive has stepped back in the downtown area. If people watch this commission, I probably voted for more high-rises than most of my friends would ever speak to me again for, because they're downtown. That's what it's zoned for, and they meet the criteria, whether you like it or not. I appreciate Mr. Unks noting the Florida law. We all know this is you're not entitled to a view, and the fact that construction will be a big impediment, I'm sorry, that's irrelevant. That's just a fact of life. But I mentioned the Dolphin Cay development many times because in my mind, it's indicative or an example of how the two can coexist. You can have a taller building, and Dolphin Cay is full of nothing but single-story houses or two double-story houses. It can work. But at the end of the day, what's the legal burden? And, you know, a lifetime commitment to the property is great, but it's the last parcel. I heard that argument 3 or 4 times. It's the last parcel there. He's a great visionary. None of those equate to meeting the burden on the applicant. And I just don't think the elements have been met at all for this. So I just feel at the end of the day, if we do this, we're plopping a 13-story building in a neighborhood at the end of the day. So I think there's ways he can build a great-looking building, and I'm very confident he will by looking at this product, but Chair, I can't support this one. I'm sorry.
I think several of us have probably sat in over the decades here where the city has multiple meetings, public hearings, meetings advertised over, you know, a couple-year period every so often to update code. And we take the input of everybody in an area, and city staff condenses it down to what do the citizens want here. The Brittany apartments, condos that keep getting referenced here are probably why people decades ago said, look, we don't like that. It's way too tall. It doesn't fit the area. Zoning changed because you see things you don't like, and people show up to these meetings and say, we want to change that. And because you have these zoning regulations, setback, height, you name it, there's a fairness to everybody. Everybody goes into this as a developer, and I do some developing ourselves through the company I work for. You go in, you look what the rules are, and you apply those rules to what you can build on it. If you have some issue with swampland on the property, whatever, yeah, that's a hardship. You seek something to offset, and that's what the variance process is for. But we have a fundamental fairness that we have to apply across the board to everybody that has that same code and says, why can't I build that 150-foot tall building? We have to have a really good reason as to why we allow it. I'm not hearing any of that here. It's just pointing across the canal at a huge monstrosity of a building and saying, that's why we can build it. No. Citizens voted, they selected new zoning and codes and setbacks, and it was approved. And it was approved by your elected officials. It goes through a multi-step process, and eventually city council votes on it. And there's a disappointing thing here on some of the letters of support from some officials on this that were wrong, ignoring essentially the process that even they have to follow. throwing out zoning. It's like, we like the guy, it's gonna be a pretty building, you need to approve it. It's gonna bring in tax dollars. Tax dollars have no input on what we do here. The city is moving forward, there's tax dollars are going to come in. This is not going to kill the city if it doesn't get this additional height variance. I'll be voting against it.
I just have a couple comments. As a design professional and professional engineer, I really appreciate the team that the developer has put together. I think they did just a fantastic job, from the architect to legal. I think the developer's reputation is very is really great. So as far as the project goes, I think it was the best presentation you could possibly make.
Absolutely.
And some of the arguments from the neighbors, you know, it's gonna be disruptive. Well, whether it's driven piles or auger piles, however it's constructed, if it's 85 feet, 150 feet, it's going to be disruptive. There's no question about it, whether you want to believe it or not. I think that a lot of the things that people have alluded to, and unfortunately for the development, I think the additional building height is generally out of character with the other multifamily developments in the immediate area. That's just one of the criteria that we have to follow. It has to be in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the chapter. So it really looks like a great development. Whether or not it's entitled to 85 feet or not is something for somebody else. What we are asked to do is approve a variance from 85 feet to 150 feet. So as far as that goes, I think that the 85 feet, whether or not it is really a given for us, and we're talking about that increase in height. And just like I think what everybody else is saying, I don't see that there's really a rationale for that. And also, I don't feel like it's in harmony with the remainder. The 85 feet is something that, I'm sure somebody's going to argue about a lot, after this meeting is closed. But the design is great. And, I don't know where this goes after this meeting today, but you have a really great developer, you have a great architect, you have a great team, civil engineer. So it's troubling to see everybody kind of at odds about it, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it meets the criteria for granting a variance.
Okay. Any additional comment? Or anybody?
I'll just
Go ahead.
wrap up. I echo a lot of the same sentiments that my fellow other commissioners have expressed, so I'm not going to repeat it there, but I look at it just at the matter at hand, and it really comes down to whether the height is allowed. And I don't really haven't seen in the case that the evidence has been there demonstrated that it's a real hardship. So I also am going to not in favor.
Is anybody ready to make a motion?
Sure. Move approval of a modification of a previously approved site plan, case numbers 0531000044, 18-31000003, 21-31000008, 23-31000009, and 24-31000003 to allow for the construction of a 150-foot tall, 96-unit multifamily building at the southwest corner of Academy Way South and Harbor Way South. The applicant is requesting a variance to the maximum building height from 85 feet to 150 feet.
Second.
And we have a second?
Second it.
I have Gonzalez and Kiernan.
I think it was Kiernan, I believe.
Golf
Or- nope.
Gonzalez.
You guys are handing it to each other now. Jerry, get
And roll call, please.
Kiernan, it's you. Kiernan,
No.
Flynn,
No.
Griner,
No.
Conroy,
No.
Hugglestone,
No.
Badalow,
No.
Gonzalez.
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Thank you for the presentation. Excellent presentation. We hope a beautiful product goes on that property but does not meet the requirements. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Okay, the public cases are completed. Do we have any city matters at this point?
I think we're good till next month's meeting. Again, next month we'll probably have a similar amount of cards. So let's just, if you can't be here for any reason, please let Kayla know as soon as you can.
Okay. And DRC is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Matters of finance, resilience, succession, and equity. And whereas we celebrate women everywhere, and especially in St. Petersburg, and reaffirm our commitment to advancing the cause of equity and opportunity for women and girls. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Deborah Fix Sanders, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Women's History Month in St. Petersburg, and I urge residents to join with me in celebrating women's history, their legacy, and their profound contributions to our society. Thank you, ladies, and congratulations.
If you can please stay there, because Councilmember Givens have some comments for you.
I'll be brief because I know y'all are ready to leave. But I'd just be remiss if I didn't preface my comments by paying honor where honor is due, and that is to the late Joe Savage, who blazed the trail that many of you traveled to get to where you are today. But also I want to salute you, Miss Andrea. You've been working for sanitation longer than I've been alive. So I thank you for your service, because these beautiful women that stand behind you, they follow in your footsteps. But, you know, I was raised by a strong black woman, a single strong black woman. And so when I look around, I see strength, I see courage, I see brains, and I see beauty. And I thank you all so much for your service to our city. These folks sitting up here with me, they know better than anybody that when our trash doesn't get picked up, we get the phone calls. So thank you for being there to respond and to help keep our city beautiful. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Okay, next up we have D5, Do Good Day Proclamation, and we have our own mayor here, Mayor Welch, to present it. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council, members of our St. Pete team, and members of our St. Pete community. It's great to be here on this day of celebrating folks that make our community what it is. You told them to.
I told them, and Rita's right behind them, shushing them.
It's worth being excited over, so we'll give them a couple seconds. But it is, Madam Chair, one of the things that makes St. Pete great. We have so many individuals and organizations who are focused every day on uplift and on making our community better. I'm pleased to recognize one of those individuals and organizations, the Do Good and Shine Brightly Foundation, led by founder and executive director Meredith Pericles. Pericles, I got close. You want to join me at the podium? Let's give her a hand, please. So this foundation brings together not-for-profit agencies across the city to make a difference in our community. And we appreciate their efforts because we know as local government that we can't do it alone, that progress requires partnership from leaders across our community. And Meredith, I want to thank you for making an impact, for doing good in our community. And this is the second year, right, yes, that we're going into. So we've got a proclamation for you, and I'll read it. And it reads, whereas St. Petersburg is a community built on service, generosity, and the belief that every resident has the power to strengthen our shared future. And whereas acts of kindness, volunteerism, and civic engagement have long played a vital role in elevating the well-being of our neighborhoods, supporting local nonprofits, and fostering a culture of connection across our city. And whereas Do Good Day was created in St. Petersburg by the Do Good and Shine Brightly Foundation, Incorporated, to bring together nonprofits, local businesses, families, and volunteers for a citywide celebration of service, amplifying opportunities for residents to engage in meaningful acts of kindness that support community needs. And whereas this annual gathering highlights the essential work of local nonprofits, showcases opportunities for volunteer engagement, and encourages every resident to take small actions that collectively create a lasting and positive impact. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim Saturday, March 28th, 2026, as Do Good Day in St. Petersburg, and I encourage all residents, organizations, and businesses to participate in activities that promote kindness, volunteerism, and community support. Meredith, thank you for your leadership, and love to hear a few comments from you. Give her a hand.
Thank you to Mayor Welch and to City Council for this great honor. Do Good Day was created to bring our community and our nonprofits together in one place to make it easier for people to get involved and support the work that's happening all around them. Last year we had 38 nonprofits in attendance. This year we have 52 with a waiting list. There are roughly 2,000 nonprofits registered here in the city of St. Pete, 52 in one place. That's amazing. That says everything about the heart of the city and the incredible organizations doing work every single day across so many different causes. This is St. Pete. We are St. Pete. What makes Do Good Day special isn't just the number, it's what happens when people show up. It's the connections that are made. It's the moment someone finds where they belong and where they can make a difference. It is more than an event, it is a movement, and now it is a citywide movement. That's how real change happens here in our community. So on behalf of all 52 participating nonprofits and the thousands more doing work every day in this community, thank you for recognizing the good that everyone is doing and for believing in what we're building together. I hope to see you all this Saturday at Ferg's from 11 to 2 for Do Good Day. Thank you.
Mayor, next up, we have D6, Transgender Day of Visibility Proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Amy Foster alluded to, this is a recognition we might not be able to do in the future. So I think today's recognition is that much more important. It is recognition of Transgender Day of Visibility. I want to invite our LGBTQ liaison, Nathan Brummer, to join me. And let's give Nathan a hand. We all know how hard Nathan works to ensure that we all well informed, that our community is connected, and that we have meaningful impact in our community and give everyone access to the city of St. Pete and our services. Nathan, I want to thank you for all that you do every day, and we'll keep fighting. As I read the proclamation, I want to invite other representatives of the LGBTQ community to join me at the podium for the reading of this proclamation. Please join me. Good afternoon. Good to see everybody. You're gonna need a wide angle, Maria. Thank you all for joining us. And it reads, whereas Transgender Day of Visibility is observed each year on March 31st as a day to celebrate the strength, courage, and achievements of transgender and gender diverse people. And whereas transgender residents are valued members of our city, contributing every day as neighbors, family members, employees, artists, students, business owners, volunteers, and civic leaders. And whereas the visibility of transgender people in our communities helps foster understanding, compassion, and connection, reminding us that diversity enriches our city and strengthens the fabric of our shared civic life. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg recognizes a welcoming and inclusive community benefits everyone, and honoring the dignity and humanity of all people reflects our highest civic values. And whereas by uplifting the stories, contributions, and voices of transgender people, we help build a city where all individuals, regardless of gender identity or expression, know they belong and are respected. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, as Transgender Day of Visibility in St. Petersburg. And I encourage all citizens to treat each other with dignity and respect without exception. I want to thank you all for joining us. And Nathan, I know you have a few words. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair, Vice Chair, council members. We're going to hear from two of the beautiful leaders behind us, leading two phenomenal organizations. For me, this is a different celebration, and I am so grateful for all of you on the dais and the thousands of employees to be a part of the team now as a member of the city team, especially this year. And what you see behind is just a very small group of the leaders doing phenomenal work that you do work to support. So as we move forward this year, whatever it brings, I was really excited to invite this larger group here today so that you know who these community members are and these leaders. There are 6 different organizations represented behind us. Trans Network, the Tampa Bay Trans Film Festival, which is hosted by Tiglath, St. Pete Pride, the LGBT Chamber, Swamp Boys, and Doll Dynasty. You may not know all of those, but the community and you all will get to know them. But this is the beautiful tapestry of what makes St. Pete so special. And when we say we are St. Pete, this is who we are. I would love to introduce you all to Unity Jalal, who is the president of the board for TIGLIF and leading our efforts with the Tampa Bay Trans Film Festival. Also standing with her is Caden Rodriguez, my partner in crime and co-founder of the Trans Film Festival, Unity.
Thank you, Nathan. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be a part of TIGLIF for the past 6 years, and since I started just as a volunteer. Caden and Nathan founded the Trans Film Festival and really made it what it is today, and I've been really excited to be a part of it and be a part of its growth and to be leading us into a new era where we've expanded to be across the bay and where we've expanded to do all kinds of events to help all kinds of people experience joy. And that joy is critical right now because over these past 6 years, while there's been a lot of joy and a lot of strength in that growth, we've also experienced a lot of hardship as a community where it's become more difficult to access health care, where it's become more difficult to be represented on our identification properly, where it's become more difficult to use the restroom in public facilities. And there's been a lot of those kinds of things to try to hold us down and hold us back. But that's why we need to have joy and why we need to have film festivals, why we need to have pride. And that's why we've moved forward to do Trans Pride and to do a big ball on Friday and to do all kinds of incredible events so that we don't only focus on the bad things happening to us, but we also focus on joy. And I'm extremely excited that St. Pete is still continuing to support us and to proclaim Trans Day visibility and accept that we're here and that we're visible and that we're here to stay. Thank you. My name is Unity Jalal. My pronouns are she, her.
Thank you, Unity. And our second and final speaker, I'd like to introduce you all to Callan Jones, our president for Trans Network, a local organization that I will let them share a little bit more about.
Thank you, everyone. And one of the benefits of standing here on behalf of Trans Network is that we've worked with all of these folks. We've heard so many words today, starting with the rabbi. We've talked about overcome. We've talked about community, perseverance. We saw these beautiful women in sanitation who are showing up and being themselves, and that is who we are, and that is who our community is. We are a community that intersects with every other identity group. We are all races, all abilities, all religions, all socioeconomic classes. We are everywhere, and unfortunately, we're in a time right now where folks are telling us to be less. We're not going to be. Trans Network is an organization, we were founded 3 years ago when Florida started imposing more, we call it the slate of hate. We were founded because we needed to be, but we are here and we're focused on joy, we're focused on resilience, we're focused on community connection and what people need. The Trans Network board members, if you could raise your hands. We are in community. We have an artist and a videographer who make our community that much more beautiful. We have a realtor and a mortgage broker who help folks buy houses and stay here. We are mental health therapists. We are some of the nation's leaders in disability advocacy. We are neighbors. And we are folks that partner with St. Pete Pride. We partner with the LGBT Chamber. We partner with Swamp Boys, Doll Dynasty, the other organizations that you've heard about to say, who are we, what do we need, and how do we do that together? Because as the mayor said, we all move forward in dignity, in respect, in inclusion, and that is what we're here for. If you would like to join us and see more of our work, at the end of April, we have our next community meal. We do these every quarter. We bring together people. Last month, we had over 120 people RSVP, if that shows you the need and the desire. For free food, we had an amazing art activity. At this next one, we're having a clothing swap because we want people to be affirmed, to show up as their true selves, and to know that they are welcome here. They are valued here, and within Trans Network, they have a home here because unfortunately, we have a lot of people who are looking for that, Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to the council. Thank you to everyone for being here, especially Nathan for being out proud and visible in this work. We hope we can see you next year. That's what we'll leave that with. We hope that we can see you next year in this capacity.
If you can stay a minute, we have a couple of council members who make comments. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing forward this important proclamation. And Nathan, thank you for your service to our city and for everything that you are. No matter what happens somewhere else that we have to go along with, it doesn't change the fact that St. Petersburg is a place where everyone is seen, safe, and celebrated. That will not stop. I don't want you to listen to the be less message, because what that really is BS. All right? Be you. Be exactly who you are, because in St. Petersburg, that's what we want to nurture. That's what makes our city so special. And no matter if, I know that the symbols are important, I know that public displays are important, I know that times like this are important. But I don't think any of that is more important than the end of the mayor's proclamation, where it talks about treating each other with dignity and respect. And that is something that no one can ever take away from us as a city or as individuals. And so with what is happening right now, I encourage everyone to think about ways that you as an individual can be more of an ally, be more of an advocate, be more of who we already are, so that there is no denying what kind of a place St. Petersburg is, and it is a place where everyone is embraced. So as much as I hate what's happening right now, I'm looking at, okay, what can we do? And if we stick together, we can do it. And you better be back here next year no matter what. Because we'll talk about, like we'll figure something out. Just show up and we'll do it. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. First of all, I when I spoke last year, and thank you so much, you guys showed up in numbers, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing what is so important to the fiber of our city, and that is diversity. First, that name Unity, I love that. Okay, I can't have any more children, but that name Unity, I do love that. So, I just want to thank you all for being here, and I love that term, out, proud, and visible. I think when you were here last year, I said, we see you. I see you. And no matter what happens, as they say, injustice for one is injustice for us all. We're going to have to definitely deal with that on so many different levels, because so many different cultures and communities are dealing with injustices. And what we've done with the city of St. Petersburg, especially under the leadership of the mayor, is we've made it work. We've made everyone feel safe, welcomed, and that we know we're going to always be different. You can see the differences between myself and Councilmember Floyd. We're different. We're our own individual people. Yeah, I had to use you because you're sitting right next to me. But we're all our own individual people. And I love the fact that, because I teach my children to be who they are, whatever that may be, to be who they are and to be the best at it. And I continue to share that message because it is so important for us to know who we are and to walk in our steps, to make sure your journey counts. So thank you so much again, Mayor. Thank you, Nathan, for everything that you do. And I just want to applaud all of you for recognizing who you are and not bowing down to anybody else in our, as we say, hypocritical judgments of who people are supposed to be. Congratulations. Thank you.
Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to thank everyone here in front of me today for the work that you do publicly and for being yourselves publicly. I've had a lot of friends who have chosen to step back from public life because of their LGBTQ identity, move away from the state, And all I would say is I understand when that decision gets made, but the courage that it takes to continue to be publicly active in this advocacy is really, how do I say this? It's really inspiring to me, because no matter what they push down from Tallahassee, no matter what hateful crap flows our way, there's going to be more LGBTQ people born every day in this state, and so we can't all escape. We can't all give up, and so I'm really proud and inspired by the work that y'all do every day. So thank you.
My colleagues and the mayor have said pretty much what the city of St. Pete stands for, and I hope you all feel the love in this room, because we are in an environment right now where they're trying to push people into the shadows. Many in the community, not just you, but many. And you know what? It is very disheartening, but you know what? We have to embrace love, because there is so much love out there, and you see it in our community, as opposed to some of the hate that's out there. And I know the hate can sound very loud lately, and it's hard to ignore it, but trust me, when you go out to the community, there is much more love out there, and that's what we need to continue pushing, and that's what you do every day, and continue to be yourselves, period. No one is gonna change who you are. You live your life 365 days of the year, and you're gonna live happy, not because of what they do in Tallahassee. Like a council member said, BS, it's BS. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have an item from legal, I-1, and we have Sarah Lucker, who is going to be presenting. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Oh, 1 second.
We'll give them a minute to be able to walk out.
Okay, so this afternoon, I'm just bringing forth a settlement for an employment claim. It's in the case of Wheaton Williams versus the City of St. Petersburg, U.S. District Court case numbers 824 CV 01230 NHA. This is a failure to hire claim where the plaintiff claimed that the city violated his civil rights by failing to hire him due to his age, race, and national origin. The total quantifiable exposure for this type of claim in this instance amounts up to $460,000, but a jury could decide to award additional non-economic damages related to pain, suffering, and emotional distress. And our outside counsel who handled this was able to negotiate a settlement in the amount of $90,000. So that's what you're voting on today.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item I-1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Thank you, and thank you, legal, for the great work on this, and let the outside attorneys know. Great job.
Yeah. Thank you.
Amen to that.
Thank you. Next up is H1. This is my item. It's a BF&T action item. Well, it would have been your item, but I was there. So respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept the proposals submitted by Brown & Brown of Florida to provide property insurance coverage effective April 1st, 2026. And Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, thank you for stepping in as chair of BF&T as I was sick that day. I just wanted to quickly thank Tom and Blaze and the whole team. And then Brown & Brown, because let me tell you, again, having lived half in this world for 15 years, the work that they do on a daily basis to make sure that the city is protected is really incredible. And to come back, frankly, with increasing coverage and still be saving money is pretty unbelievable. And I think that goes all the way down to the auditors. And the inspections that we do on an annual basis. And so I'm just very thankful. Again, thank you to the BF&T committee for the discussion at committee. But I'd be remiss if I just didn't bring it up. And Chris, sorry I didn't say your name as well. But everybody on the team, I'm just very thankful for all the work. A lot like we were this morning on the financial side. It's just they continue to do great work, and I'm very very happy to have a small part in that. And I'll move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously with council members Driscoll and Gabbard being absent.
Thank you, and thank you all for the great work. Next up, we have E1. We're in ordinances. E1 is setting April 2nd, 2026 as a public hearing date for an ordinance. Clerk?
Proposed ordinance number 632-H. An ordinance amending section 2-209 parentheses A of the City Code to clarify provisions related to the cone of silence and provide an effective date. Public hearing date for this ordinance is scheduled for April 2nd, 2026, and we have no speakers.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you could please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously with councilmember Driscoll and Gabbard being absent.
Next up, we have E2, setting April 2nd, 2026 as a public hearing date for an ordinance approving the vacation of a dead-end 20-foot alley abutting lots 3, 4, and 5 located at 1013 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South. Clerk, if you could please read the ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 1178-V, an ordinance approving the vacation of a dead-end 20-foot alley abutting lots 3, 4, and 5 in the Alma Heights revised subdivision, generally located at 1013 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street South, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date. Public hearing date for this ordinance is scheduled for April 2nd, 2026, and we have no speakers.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you could please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously with councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl, for being here. We have reports now. F1, we have a presentation by Excelsior University BSN Pre-Licensure Program. Dr. Tisha Lakou, are you present? Hi, how are you doing? This was Councilmember Gabbard's item, and she invited you here, but unfortunately, she is out sick. So she, I'm sure, would have great things to say about what you do, but you can introduce yourself and then do the presentation. That would be great.
Hello, I am Dr. Tisha Lakou, and this is Dr. Angela Owens. She is the Associate Dean of our program, and I'm the Department Chair. And we are here in St. Petersburg on site on 4th Avenue. So I'm going to figure out this to change my slide here. Okay, so Excelsior University is a program that we have our nursing program that was founded in 1971. We have other programs as well at our university, but we're here to talk about our BSN pre-licensure program. So we're not for profit distance learning institution. We're mainly for adult learners, but we have had our youngest graduate at age 9, believe it or not, and our oldest at 90 years old. So our average of our students is 35 years old. We are also accredited. We'll be doing our ASIN accreditation for our nursing program once we are in the progress of having our students and all of our staff and faculty on site. Mainly our students are working adults as well as could be high school graduates. And our program, again, is going to allow our students to sit for the NCLEX exam. Florida nursing shortage, as you know, Brandy and I spoke, and we are short 60,000 nurses. So we are here to help fulfill that need and fill that gap. So in the next 10 years, again, it could be because of our aging workforce. 40% of our current nurses, again, are nearing retirement. So what is our program exploring? We're looking again at medical surgical, pediatrics, maternal newborn, mental health, community health, and nursing leadership with our partners, our local hospitals in the area, as well as some of our skilled nursing facilities. So our program is what we call a hybrid program. So our didactic theory courses are actually online, so our students will be doing their program remotely. and then they'll come on site to our 4th Street address to do their exams and then of course do their labs. Their clinicals will be at our partner sites for the hospitals. And then also, so we're looking at, again, simulation hours, 168 hours. That will be on site, possibly 1 to 2 days a week. And then we also have our clinicals, 562.5 hours, and those are on our local clinical sites. So the goal is, again, for our students to be able to hit that general education requirement. If they're coming in with that, they can already start our nursing core program. And so we're looking at doing our BSN pre-licensure program in less than 4 years, which is not really something that's common around here, right? So that is the goal. You can kind of see our progress and how the program will go. And then the main thing is we're here to help fill this nursing gap and help this shortage. These are just some videos of our labs and simulation center that are up and running right here in St. Petersburg. So this just kind of gives you a quick little overview. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to kind of speed through it for you. So this just kind of gives you just a little brief overview of what we have going on in our lab. So we are having an open house. We have 3 actually open houses next week, starting on Tuesday, and then Wednesday is going to be all day, 10 to 7 for our nursing, potential nursing students. We do have obviously financial aid available. We have some scholarships available with our partners and for different programs available for students. Again, we have our veterans program, and this is all information, again, that can be seen on our partnership site. And then this is just going to kind of go over a little bit of our admission process, who the contacts are, if anyone's interested. I also left some flyers regarding our open house at the front desk out in the hallway. So again, our students coming in, again, they could be coming with a previous biology degree, so they could come directly into our nursing core program, or they could be starting just basic from high school going into the general ed and then starting our program. So the goal is, again, that we have all these criteria met, though, before they would be coming in. So if any of you know of anyone that is wanting to get their bachelor's in nursing license degree, or even getting probably from our LPNs to be able to have that opportunity for advance, helping with the workforce situation in St. Petersburg. Again, this is our open house, one of our open houses that's mainly going to be for the nursing portion, but we do have other programs. We have cybersecurity program as well as engineering that'll be on site. And I'm just going to leave you with some more pictures of our lab, and if you guys have any questions.
And definitely come by and see us.
Yeah, come by and see us and check it out.
Great. Well, thank you. I don't see any speaker. Oh, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I come from a family of nurses, so this is exciting. I did have a question. You mentioned your prerequisites. Students who are graduating from high school, I'm thinking about Bogosiega High School, for example. They have a medical academy there. Have you all connected with those schools? Do you have any relationships with Pinellas Technical College, Job Corps? Do any of those schools have any relationships with you all already?
So we are also, our site director is here, Christina Jones. She can answer that question probably more directly. I did go to some of the different college nights that the Pinellas County had recently last month, and I spoke to a lot of different students about that. A lot of them were juniors, which is fine because we are still going to be here and be available for that. So that, go ahead, Christina.
Hi, I don't like to speak as much as they do, but yes, to answer your question, the answer is yes. So we are making connections locally. The good thing, although we are based out of Albany, New York, the staff down here is all local, so we are all part of our community. So long story short, yes, we are making connections with everybody local because we want to give back to our community that we serve.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for being here. Again, April 1st, 10 o'clock.
First open house.
Is the open house at 9400 4th Street North.
Yeah, so we have also Tuesday, March 31st, 4 to 7, and then Wednesday, April 1st, 10 to 7, and Thursday, April 2nd, 10 to 2.
Great.
Okay.
Well, thank you, ladies, for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, we have F2, a resolution approving the Second Amendment to the agreement between the city and BMS CAT to expand the scope of work for BMS CAT to provide additional sanitation services at Tropicana Field and to increase the contract price in amount not to exceed $25,653.91. Hi, Beth.
Hello.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth, for being here.
May I just take one point of privilege? We do have a
Absolutely.
few members of the team here, of team, so I just like to say thank you. We have members of Hennessy and Hunt Construction are here, BMS CAT. We have, and I would name them, we have our engineering, Kat Corcoran from engineering, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. The facility will be ready for opening day, is ready. The city's work is substantially complete thanks to the people who are here, and Pete Karamatsanis, our owner's rep. So I really just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to them and to all the city departments, because there are many, many, many who were involved in the repair work.
Thank you, Beth, for saying that. And obviously, we approved it so quickly because the work has been done so great. Because otherwise, then it wouldn't have been good if this would have taken long. But you did now get some people to actually say stuff. So here we go.
Sorry. Thank you.
No, you're good. It's fine. But a fast approval is a good thing.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to say. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you for bringing this. I met with Beth last week. Took a walk around the Trop. It's looking great. I'm so glad that the others are here so that I can thank all of you. I can't believe we did it. Well, not we. I can't believe you got it done. I mean, like, it's just amazing. The time, I didn't know if we were going to be able to get it done on time, but you guys were so confident all the way. And, you know, this hasn't been easy for any of us. But seeing it last week and seeing that the new ownership of the Rays has put in some investment too to make it a better fan experience, but looking at what the city did with the help of our partners that did the toughest work, I couldn't be more grateful. And I'm so glad that we chose the partners that we did. When you say Hennessy, when you say, you know, Pete, then it's like, you know what, we might actually be able to get this done. And it's done. And just, Beth.
Thank you. And I would
You're the
like
best
to
one
say,
of all. I
On the
just gotta
record,
say.
Raul Quintana, who is retired and is in California, I asked him to be today. He's to be here. He's in California with his daughter and his granddaughter in California. But Raul was one of the first people on who brought these wonderful dome experience consultants to the table, and so just a tremendous amount of gratitude goes out to Raul.
Yes, big thanks to him, and I'm glad he's there and not here.
So is he.
I'm sure he's having a much better time, but he knows who to call, and I couldn't be more grateful. And Beth, you are doing this on top of so many other things right now. Man, my admiration for you is just unending. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, sorry I was quick and on the move approval, but to Chair's point, that's why. But this is the second time now Councilmember Driscoll has stolen half of what.
Sorry.
But Beth, first and foremost, just thank you so much for your leadership. I really don't know what else to say other than that. Just a massive thank you from all of us here and everybody that's going to be able to get to enjoy that stadium over the next few years, and they wouldn't be able to do it without you. And so thank you. And thank you for bringing up Raul. You guys are a rock star team. Very thankful for Raul. He was in constant communication, I know, with all of us, but I'll just speak for me. Over the last year and a half, and just it really has been incredible. I think I've toured it 5 or 6 times over the the 14 months, and to see the transformation is absolutely incredible. I mean, my kids see it from the outside when we're on the interstate, and they talk about it, and then I'm like, yeah, you should see the inside. Like, that's not the easy part. That's the easy part to see. And so, and then last but not least, certainly the teams at BMS and Hennessy, just so thankful for your partnership. And not just on this, right? Like, the partnership across multiple projects throughout our city really is incredible, and just very thankful for that type of partnership with people we know we can rely on in a time like this, and in normal times too, just to get the job done. And so that's really important to us as well. And so just very thankful. And Beth, again, once again, Councilmember Driscoll said it, this is on top of everything else that you're doing. And so thank you for shepherding all of these projects.
You're welcome. And I'm sorry, an audit, and I definitely want to say thank you to Audit and to Blaze and his team at Risk Management for all the work they're doing with FEMA and the insurance providers, because we have received quite a bit, and they continue to work with both FEMA and FDEM and our insurance providers to get even more reimbursement dollars.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you again to everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Beth, I will echo what has been said. And I actually had a speech prepared for Raul, but I think I was going to talk about all the places that he should be today that we've talked about. And I'm very happy for him, and very proud of you and everyone sitting behind you, and what is hundreds, if not thousands, of other people that worked on this project that has no real predecessor except for except for the project itself, which is what, 40 some odd years old, or however old it is. So you guys reinvented all of this. I don't think that most people appreciate that you've told us in the past that parts of this roof were made in Germany, assembled in China, and then brought to just the logistics alone are mind-numbing, that you all were able to accomplish, and to make sure that it's all done by opening day, which is absolutely monumental. Congratulations to you and the team. I hope all of you and everyone sitting behind you will be there. I hope we have a box reserved for all the people that moved this, and we appreciate the chance to share this with you, and congratulations. And now you can get on to these 17 other projects that you have on your list. Thank you, Chair.
It's probably more than 17.
Probably.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. And congratulations to you, Beth, Raul, and to the entire team. You all did all the heavy lifting, and we appreciate you all for that. I agree with Councilmember Harding. I hope you all get the best seats in the house for the opening game. I did have one question, if you don't mind, Beth, just for transparency purposes and for those who are listening and may not be aware of what we're approving today. Do you just can you go into detail, without going into too much detail, of what the scope of work is that we're approving for that $25 million?
Sure, absolutely. So today's item is for $25,000.
Excuse me. I apologize. Misspoke. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Smaller.
Thank you.
Yes. We had an initial, so BMS CAT was our remediation provider, so they chased, collected, cleaned the water and damaged drywall and all of those wonderful things, for including the 6 inches we had on August 23rd, which we remember not so fondly, but we got through it. So the original agreement with BMS CAT was for $3.9 million. There was a first amendment for $1.6 million, I'm rounding, and then today I'm asking for a second amendment for about just under $26,000. That's for some additional services that they did, cleaning and things, once the mechanical systems came online. And it's not extra money. We had some savings in other areas, particularly in our security that we had approved. So we're just taking some of those funds and adding it with your approval to the BMS CAT contract, but it's not added to the budget.
And I appreciate you clarifying that. You know, a lot of times you have constituents who have questions, and so I appreciate you going on the record for that. I've stated it before. This is a city-owned asset that I think we have to protect and to preserve. Regardless of what happens in the future with baseball, this is our asset, and so I thank you all so much for pouring all your hard work into making sure that we protected Tropicana Field, and I look forward to coming for opening day. So thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Beth, like always, I mean, already Councilmember Gerda said what I was going to say, rock star. Okay, rock star team for sure over here. Stand up, y'all. Come on. Come on. Let's do this. And that's also for Raul, who's not present, that clap. But, you know, there were lots of people that said, you know, there were naysayers, like, is it really going to happen? Especially when it's government that's involved sometimes. Are they really going to do it by the date? Well, guess what? You did. Mm-hmm. So congratulations. And honestly, Beth, you really, I mean, I can't believe how many balls you have going on at the same time. And you're not dropping those balls. You got this one. You knocked this one out of the park. I had to do a baseball analogy. I had to do the baseball analogy. You knocked it out of the park. And I think you've done a great service to our city. And we are extremely appreciative. And that's why the votes happen so quickly.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again to this amazing team.
You're welcome. Well, thank you all. Okay. Next up, we have F3. We have a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Transportation Disadvantage Program Agreement between the city and PSTA to increase the maximum annual subsidy from $175,000 to $250,000. Hi, Evan. How are you doing?
Hi. Good afternoon, Council. Evan Morey, Director of Transportation and Parking Management, and Tom Whalen is here, our regional transportation coordinator. And some friends from PSDA are here as well, our partners in this, Amanda Barrett and Devin Deal are right behind me here. So this partnership began about 2.5 years ago, and based on prior use, the annual cost would have been $136,000. But we knew that it would be popular. We knew that more people would join if we removed that financial barrier. And so we budgeted $175,000 for future growth, and I'm happy to report that we're exceeding all expectations, and that's one reason why we're here today for an amendment, is to ask for a funding supplement. So what's the program do and who's it for? So it's just for St. Pete residents below 200% of the federal poverty level will qualify for entirely free transit on all PSTA routes. 10-day pass would normally cost $5. We bring that down to $0. Unlimited monthly pass, $11. We bring that down to $0. So why would we make this commitment? Well, one reason is it's right in our comprehensive plan. And you know, the price reduction, even though the state pays for most of the cost, there's still a barrier, and that's proven with the numbers that we've seen. So once we have removed that barrier down to $0, the numbers have gone well, increased significantly. Here's a map of by zip code users across all of Pinellas County of the TD program, and this is actually before the program began. We weren't able to do a new map, but when we are able to get a new map from for Pinellas, you'll see even darker colors in St. Petersburg because of the way that this has expanded. But as it has been, you can see that the majority of folks who use this are St. Pete residents within Pinellas County. So besides the state funding and the city funding that I mentioned, the Pinellas County Health Department does provide a subsidy for their customers. So in that case, where we also have Pinellas County involved, the city subsidy is only $6 per month. And then in the bottom on this chart, you can see the growth over the years. So in the first fiscal year, it actually didn't grow very much. It took a little while for word to get out. But then in FY25, we saw a substantial increase. And so far in FY26, only 4 months in, again, a big increase. So what we saw from FY24 to FY26 is about a 58% increase in use. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. And I will point out that this is one of those transit investments where the Transportation and Parking Management Department has an enterprise component, general fund component, and we're utilizing some of that enterprise to pay for transit-related activities so that we're not taking away from the general fund And this is another one of those examples. So,
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I have a question about ridership, so I'm not sure if that would be you, but I'd love to hear from our friends at PSTA. It's great to see you. I miss seeing you twice a month, but glad you're here today. The increase in use of the passes, are you noticing an increase in ridership, or is it that more current riders are signing on for the TD program?
A little bit of both. In February, we saw just over 2,000 rides from those, with 80,000 rides, 2,000 passes. So we are seeing increases both on utilization of existing passes as well as enrollment. So.
Okay, great. My hope is that offering this will help more people be able to use the bus for transportation, and not just help those who are already using it, but get more people.
Absolutely. This,
yeah.
This cap increase would effectively allow the city to subsidize about 500 more individuals per year. That's 12 months of bus passes, which for each of those individuals is about $1,000 that if they weren't part of the TD program, they would have to pay out of pocket full retail for their transportation costs.
Yeah. And for each of those individuals, it can mean a better job.
Absolutely.
A way to get to school, a way to get to the grocery store, to the doctor's appointments. That is money well spent. Absolutely. So thank you. And thank you for your continued partnership with our city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you. This question is probably for Evan. Evan, how are we pushing and promoting the program currently?
Most of the promotion actually, so I'll phone a friend again here, and most of the promotion is, I think, on the PSTA side, but we have worked with the marketing department. The other thing that we're doing is we're cross-marketing between the access to our scooter share program and this, trying to make sure everybody that does the access for scooter share knows about PSTA, and everybody that's on this knows about the scooter. So we have the bus system, and then the scooters and bikes could be part of the first mile, last mile solution there. We've done some pushes in the past. I think you'll see something come out about this program from the city if council hopefully approves it this afternoon. So we'll have another push today or tomorrow on getting the word out.
I appreciate it, and I look forward. Were you going to say something? Go ahead.
I was just going to say I am the Director of Communications and Marketing for PSTA, so you happened to have the right person available on the PSTA side. Talk about what we're doing to promote the program. We are working directly with schools and nonprofit organizations who serve those populations. There was talk about Ready for Life earlier. That's one of our partners, Directions for Living. We've worked with a large number of organizations in the community to get the word out about the program, not only to their customers directly, holding outreach events at those locations, but also doing train the trainer programs so that those case managers and staff of those organizations are directly trained on our application process and qualification process and can help their clients get enrolled in the program.
That is awesome news, and that's what I was actually hinting at, is seeing an expansion of services or collaboration with our nonprofit partners. I'm thinking about Metropolitan Ministries, Family Support Services, Lutheran Family Services, even our faith-based partners, right, that may be providing those wraparound services to the community. How can we better inform them? I believe people perish from a lack of knowledge, and a lot of time people don't even know about the Disadvantaged program when I'm out in the community promoting it. So I look forward to seeing a heightened partnership and collaboration between the city's marketing department. I look at our social media page. I think that's a great opportunity and outlet for us to reach the masses. So thank you for what you do. We really appreciate this. And this is exciting. 500 more people will be served, at least $1,000 a year. You are saving the the average taxpayer. So I really appreciate this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for everything you do. Thank you, Evan. We have a motion and a second. Oh, no, we don't have, do we have, yeah, we do. We have a motion and a second. Okay, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda F3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Okay, next up we have new business. G1 is a referral to HLUT. It's a staff request. Vice Chair Floyd, I pass it to you.
Thank you. I'm respectfully requesting a referral to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee or other relevant committee for a review of the draft findings and recommendations for the Connecting South St. Petersburg CRA Mobility Study. It's a staff request. I'll move approval.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Mike? Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerks, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. We have next up is G2 is a referral to a PSI. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. This new business item respectfully requests a referral to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee or other relevant committee for a discussion on creating a vessel exclusion zone within the lagoon at Coquina Key Park. This could also be sent, depending on what this schedule looks like for everybody. It doesn't necessarily have to be PSNI. It could be HERS because it's an environmental issue, and it could be HLUT because it's about kayaks and canoes, and that, my friend, is transportation.
Well, I will say as PSNI is pretty packed.
Well,
So I don't know how the other committees are looking. Yeah, how quickly
No,
you
I
want
mean-
hers?
Councilmember Gabbard and her.
Cheryl Stacks is working with me on this as well, so that makes, so it could be transportation related.
Okay.
But I don't have a, I mean, this isn't something that, my next item is time sensitive. This one is not so much, except that people really want to see this happen. So if we could send it to HLUT and it could be heard sometime soon.
HLUT, it might have to be a couple of months for HLUT, I think. We've got our next two meetings planned already, and they're quite packed agendas. But after that would be a possibility, depending on if that's still the fastest route possible.
I don't know how hers is looking.
Yeah, I don't know either.
If somebody has any information on hers, that would be helpful. But this is a referral to PSNI or any relevant committee, so it should be fine. Although it didn't say in the item, you did say that that's the motion.
Yeah, usually it's that the committee is determined at the time that the new business item is read. I could
maybe chime in with one thing. I agree, Councilmember Driscoll, that typically that's the case. It doesn't mean it absolutely has to be, though. So if it was the will of the body to say, you could even theoretically say, as between HLUT, HERS, whatever other committee you wanted to identify, the first available agenda. You could phrase it that way in your motion
Okay.
if you chose to, and then the chair, Janie, could work with the, check with the chairs of the various committees, and it just goes, as long as that's okay with everybody, it just goes on whichever committee meeting can first hear
Okay.
it.
Then I'll keep the reading of this as it is, with the specific committee to be determined based on availability.
Okay.
And I'll move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thought this was about one thing, and then you said kayaks and canoes. Could you just, Councilmember Driscoll, Madam Chair, if it's okay, could you give a little bit of background to this?
Yes.
Because I honestly thought this would be about mooring
No.
in Coquina Key Lagoon, and so, which makes total sense. But if you could give a little background on the canoeing and kayaking, that would be super helpful. I'm certainly not against the conversation, just looking for some context.
Yeah. I wish it was about mooring, but I don't have enough time left on city council to take up mooring. So I'm going to do this. This particular lagoon area is very popular for kayaking and canoeing, and there's a very small opening into Big Bayou and Tampa Bay from there, and it's a perfect spot for, and there used to be more like Boy Scout troops that would go out and learn how to kayak or canoe, water safety, that kind of stuff. we want to make it more inviting for that and more welcoming and safer for that. Having motorized vessels mixed in with that does create a safety issue. Because it's such a small, almost enclosed area, it seems to pass initial legal observation that we wouldn't be going up against any state laws regarding voters' rights by doing this.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
So my goal is to establish kind of a kayak and canoe trailway, if you will. So think about a really mini version of Weeden Island.
So it's the exclusion of motorized vessels is what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My water brain went to all vessels, and so that's why I was looking for some context.
No, it's
Perfect.
really just addressing the motorized so that the non-motorized can operate safely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and I look forward to talking about it much more in whatever committee it lands in.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, next up, we move to G3. It's also Councilmember Driscoll's.
Thank you. For this item, I'm respectfully requesting a referral to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee for discussion on the designation of the City of St. Petersburg as a bird sanctuary in accordance with Florida Administrative Code Rule 68A-19.002. The reasoning, the main reason behind this is that as our city grows, we're losing habitat for our birds. And St. Petersburg is actually home to some quite uncommon birds. And this is something that quite a few, like dozens of other cities in Florida, have established, large and small. And it creates more protection for those birds and actually for people as well. But it's just a really great way as a growing city for us to make sure that we're taking care of nature along the way. I look forward to the conversation. This one actually is time sensitive because of the process. This one requires an approval by the FWC, and they make these approvals in January and July. And I would very much like this to be in their hands by July. I don't know if you want to add anything to this part of it, because it's not as easy of a process as us just going to committee and then doing a public hearing.
So there's 3 steps to the process, and the process is quite old, so there aren't a lot of examples of cities doing it recently, because a lot of the ones that implemented their ordinances was before this process was being utilized, so there aren't a ton of examples to work off of. But the way that the administrative code lays it out, it's 3 steps. The first one is a local governmental body with jurisdiction over an area, so over a city, which would be like city council in this instance, submits a written request to create a bird sanctuary to Fish and Wildlife, and they also have to have a resolution saying that they're taking on responsibility for enforcement of that sanctuary. So that would be like signage, telling law enforcement this is a bird sanctuary. And then step 2 is after receiving that request, the commission investigates. What they say is to ensure the tract of land under consideration is sufficiently developed as to preclude recreational hunting in the interest of safety, and that its closure will not result in a denial of reasonable and lawful hunting opportunities. So they're looking to see, is the city developed enough that it makes sense that people should not be able to hunt in this area? Is it a safety concern? Is that going to counteract anyone's rights and abilities to hunt? And then the third step, like Councilmember Driscoll mentioned, is that action of the commission is taken on evaluating that at the January and July meetings. So those are the 2 days that they could evaluate it. If we don't get it to them until July, they may not have time to do that staff review for step 2. So that's where the time sensitivity piece comes in.
I don't feel like this is an extremely complicated issue. I don't think it's going to take up a whole lot of time. It's really just being able to get that request letter in.
So the only thing I'm going to say in terms of PSI, and I checked with Janie, we're really backed up. Like, we have a lot of items. Hers is more open. You're on hers. If you want to put it, like the last one, put it open and see where we can get it in faster. because of the time-sensitive nature. Would that
I
work?
think that's fine. I think
Yeah.
it's a great fit for hers as well.
Yeah. And I think you may be able to get it on hers quicker, but we could do both like we did in the last one and then just see where we can get it in quicker.
Okay, well, I'll amend this and to read that it is requesting a referral to the Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee for a discussion on the designation of the city as a bird sanctuary in accordance with Florida Administrative Code, and I move approval.
Okay, motion a second, and no other speakers. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item 8G3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Great, thank you. We move on to council committee reports. H2, the February 26, 2026 EWD action item. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thanks. 1 second while I get to that page. All right, so this is in regards to our February 26th meeting. We had an action item which was sent for city council, and we are respectfully requesting city council approval of a request for our administration to support the grant proposals for the Economic Development Agency and the Pinellas County Employment Sites, both of those grants, along with the St. Petersburg Innovation District and the St. Petersburg Downtown Partnership, providing technical assistance and support to the city for these grant applications. And this is in relation to the Hub 2 project at the Maritime and Defense Technology Hub. And I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Next up, we have H3, the March 12, 2026 COW action item, which is mine, respectfully requesting city council approval of a resolution appointing Mark Vigiano and David Beitner to the Community Benefits Advisory Council Standing Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you, and I just want to thank every council member at the COW. It was done really well. We went through that like, I thought it was just, everyone did a great job. And we have selected 2 great people for that committee. So for the council, I'm very excited about that. Okay. I think we are going to have a little break before 5:01 when we have public hearings and quasi-judicial proceedings. At this time, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Council meeting on March 26, 2026 is reconvening. We're starting with public hearings and quasi-judicial proceedings. The first up we have is J1 and J2, which can taken together.
Move approval J1, J2.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Hi, Joe. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the votes.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agendas J1 and J2 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for being here. We move on to J3, an ordinance amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning of a 3.84 acre parcel located at 7701 22nd Avenue North, the Science Center, from neighborhood suburban 1, NS-1 to institutional center / institutional IC-1. This is quasi-judicial. Anyone wishing to speak on this item must fill out a yellow card and provide it to the city clerk, and all speakers must be sworn in before presenting testimony. The procedures for quasi-judicial proceedings can be found on the yellow sheet attached to the printed agendas, or if viewing digitally, pages 14 through 15 of the council agenda. Clerk, can you please swear in all parties and speakers, including city staff? So if you're a party or a speaker, please stand up to be sworn in. J3, Science Center property rezoning. Science Center property rezoning.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated.
Thank you. Clerk, can you please read the ordinance title?
Proposed ordinance number 799-Z, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by changing the zoning of a 3.84 acre. Oh, I'm sorry, is this the wrong one?
No. That's right.
Okay. Parcel located at 7701 22nd Avenue North from neighborhood suburban -1, parentheses NS-1 to institutional center / institutional, parentheses IC /I, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances and provisions thereof, and providing an effective date, and we have no cards for J3.
Thank you, clerk. We'll now move on to presentations. Each party will have 10 minutes for their presentation, and we will begin with the city staff's presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow council members. Britton Wilson, for the record, presenting an amendment to the official zoning atlas for a 3.84 acre site, which is home to the Science Center, located at 7701 22nd Avenue North, petitioned by St. Pete for STEAM LLC. The subject Science Center is located on the north side of 22nd Avenue North. Surrounding uses, starting on the top right, is the city's Northwest Water Reclamation Facility. Below that is a large vacant industrial site. And then south of 22nd Avenue North is the Azalea single-family neighborhood, followed by the Jungle Prada neighborhood. Then the Azalea Middle School is directly west of the site, and then Walter Fuller City Park is on the north side of 26th Avenue North. This is the future land use map showing the subject site as designated institutional, which will remain, as a land use designation is intended for parcels utilized for government, hospital, religious, or educational uses, and is consistent with the proposed zoning district. This is a zoning map showing the subject site as designated neighborhood suburban, or NS1, which is proposed for amendment to institutional center institutional, or ICI, which will allow for the revitalization of the Science Center and to accommodate education, assembly, and indoor and outdoor museum activities that aren't currently allowed under the single-family zoning of NS1. So this slide shows the overall change in development potential from the existing NS single-family zoning that would allow a total of 29 dwelling units, and where the proposed zoning would allow for 48 accessory dwelling units with an increased FAR from 0.35 to 0.55, and both with the same allowed height of 36 feet. However, all parcels over 2 acres are eligible to follow the large tract plan development process, where when large buffers of 75 feet or more are used, building heights could reach as high as 72 feet. So with both the existing and the proposed zoning district,
A 72-foot high building could potentially be built after obtaining approval from the Development Review Commission, or DRC. So as noted in the staff report, the proposed amendment is consistent with many policies of the comprehensive plan, such as supporting a logical and compatible land use transition, and is consistent with the established surrounding neighborhood that is a mix of institutional and residential uses. Staff was contacted by 2 residents. One was a letter of concern from a neighbor about building height compromising backyard privacy, and a phone call that expressed concern regarding the lack of formal historic designation of the site. And both staff and the applicant reached out to these residents and discussed their concerns and ways to address them during the site plan review process. And with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommends approval of the proposed rezoning from neighborhood suburban to institutional center, as it allows for the revitalization of the former science center, which is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. And that completes my presentation. Staff and I believe the applicant is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation? Could you please speak at the podium so that way it's clear for the record? Thank you. That's all right.
Hello, Sean Williams, Carbon Design and Architecture. I'm the architect for the project, and we don't have a presentation at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a registered opponent for this item? Staff? There isn't. Okay. We'll now take public comment. Clerk, do we have any cards? We do not. This concludes the public comment portion of this proceeding. Now it's cross-examination that I still have to ask, even though there's not an opponent, so everyone understands this.
Thank you.
Now we will move into cross-examination. Each party will have 5 minutes for cross-examination. Staff, would you like to cross-examine?
Staff waives. Thank you.
As there is no registered opponent, does the applicant wish to cross-examine?
The applicant waives.
The applicant waives. Okay, we go to closing arguments. Now we have to move on to closing arguments or rebuttal. Each party will have 5 minutes to provide a closing argument or rebuttal. Staff, any closing argument or rebuttal?
No, ma'am.
As there is no registered opponent, does the applicant have any closing arguments or rebuttal?
He does not.
He does not. Thank you. The quasi-judicial proceeding is now closed, and we will move into executive session.
Move approval.
We have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. There was one letter that was received by a neighboring resident with some concerns that really weren't related to the zoning, but there were some concerns about the project itself. And so even though it doesn't really apply here, I do hope that either city staff or the applicant or both will be in contact with that resident to work through the concerns that they have in the future.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item J3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Thank you, and thank you, Brendan, for being here, and everyone that was here for J3. Now we move on to J4, which is an appeal to DRC's approval of a site plan to construct a 21-story building in the 400 block of 5th Avenue North. This item is quasi-judicial. Anyone wishing to speak on this item must fill out a yellow card and provide it to the city clerk. And all speakers must be sworn in for this item before presenting testimony. The procedures for quasi-judicial proceedings can be found on the yellow sheet attached to the printed agendas, or if viewing digitally, pages 14 to 15 of the council agenda. Clerk, can you please swear in all parties and speakers, including staff? So I would figure that pretty much everyone in the room here stands up, please, because you're probably going to speak. And if you are planning to speak, you stand up and you get sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
We will now move to presentations. Each party will have 10 minutes for their presentation, and we will begin with city staff's presentation. Next, we will have applicant's presentation, and then its opponent's presentation. So, we will start with city staff.
All right, thank you so much. Adriana Puentes Shaw, Urban Design Development Coordinator for the City of St. Pete. The subject property is generally located at 434 4th Street North and 432, 442, 450, and 466 Fifth Avenue North. These parcels are currently developed with surface parking lots and various multifamily buildings. The subject property is within the Downtown St. Pete National Register Historic District. The Downtown St. Pete National Historic Register District is established in 2004 and includes diverse collection of buildings constructed between 1888 and 1954. Of the 10 parcels being redeveloped, 5 are considered contributing. While the designation acknowledges the area's historic significance, it does not impose restrictions on property use. This is a survey of the existing property showing the structures as well as the surface parking areas. And these are some of the structures that are existing on site. As well as structures adjacent to the property. The proposed development consists of a 21-story building with 370 dwelling units, including 3,819 square foot ground floor commercial space and a 485 space parking garage. Based on the project breakdown provided by the applicant, the minimum required parking by code would be 254 spaces. The project massing has been designed with sensitivity to the nearby potential eligible historic church surrounding neighborhoods. The main tower is strategically positioned at the northeast corner of the property to maximize its distance from the church. Residential units, a double-height lobby, commercial spaces will wrap the first 2 levels of the structured parking garage on northeast and west facades of the building. The use of the podium, paired with transparency, open areas, aims to enhance the pedestrian experience. Residential indoor and outdoor amenities will be restricted to the amenity deck, which is located above the parking garage, and the remaining floors will be devoted solely to residential units. Vehicular access will be from 5th Street North, the existing east-west alley that is south of the proposed building. The Development Review Commission, also referred to as the DRC, heard the subject site plan application at the January 7, 2026 hearing. After hearing testimony from staff, the agent, the registered opponent, and members of the public, DRC made one motion. The motion was to approve the site plan, and the motion passed with a vote of 4-1. A copy of the DRC staff report for case number 2531-00007 and the results letter, along with the vote record, were included in as Exhibit A. An appeal was filed by Preserve the Burgh on January 20th, 2026. Pursuant to City Code appeals require the supermajority vote of City Council to overturn the DRC's decision. With a standard review for appeal as de novo, which means that the City Council may hear new evidence and may substitute its judgment for that of the DRC. City Council may decide to retain, eliminate, or further amend any of the conditions of approval. Adding new conditions of approval is also permissible, but the burden of proof of the appeal is on the appellant. It is the responsibility of council to evaluate the weight of this criteria in making their determination. Staff has reviewed the grounds for appeal set forth in the appeal letter. We will now state the appellant's grounds for appeal and as well as provide staff's response. The appellant states that the project has inconsistencies with several of the comprehensive plan sections. Staff finds that the comprehensive plan is a broad document that covers many subject areas or elements that address numerous issues through a system of goals, objectives, and policies. It is recognized in the plan that there are competing policies and that staff has the discretion to interpret the plan as it relates to a particular project or development in a manner that would maximize the consistency with the plan. In the memo, staff identified several objectives and policies demonstrating that the proposed multifamily use is consistent with the comp plan. Appellant states the inconsistencies with St. Pete 2050 policies. Staff finds that the St. Pete 2050 plan does not address specific land uses. Rather, it's a broad visioning document that outlines 10 priority community themes. These themes are identified to help making future decisions and guide the plans for the city's programs and services throughout the next 30 years. The St. Pete 2050 plan theme of community character and growth identifies downtown as an area for redevelopment and future growth. Appellant states inconsistency with development standards, providing opposition to the massing and the height of the proposed development with concerns to how it will impact surrounding developments and neighborhoods. Staff reviewed the subject property, which is located in Downtown Center 2, also known as DC2 zoning district. This district provides for intense residential development that still allows for a mixture of uses that enhance and support the core of the surrounding neighborhoods. Heights in this district begin to taper down from those in the core of downtown, and the development sites transition to other corridor districts as well as the neighborhoods. However, the setbacks within this district still apply, creating a pedestrian scale environment at the sidewalk level. The proposed building setback at grade along 5th Avenue is 0 feet to 10 feet. The portion of the building at 0-foot setback does not exceed more than half the block. The setback along 4th Street also provides relief, as the proposed setback at grade is 10 feet. Portions of the building above 62 feet meet the minimum setback and the required distance between buildings. As proposed, the project meets or exceeds all standards for development on this site. The following design features were incorporated by the applicant into the project to address pedestrian scale. They placed the building close to the property line, defining a street edge. Parking is concealed from view. Storefront windows and large glass entries were incorporated at the ground floor. Streetscape improvements, including a white sidewalk, decorated hardscape, as well as landscaping, and the integration of overhangs and decorative arches and vertical changes in the facade. There are multiple examples of projects built in DC2 and DC1 west of MLK that require the same setback and distance between the buildings and subject property that have building height at least 60 feet and have a majority of the building extending the length of the street along the property lines. There was a chart provided in the memo with a list of these properties. The subject property is also within the In-Town Activity Center. The In-Town Activity Center was established by city to encourage urban development with significant higher intensity and density than other parts of the city. The maximum building height for the subject property is 200 feet, but the applicant qualifies for an additional height of 12 feet due to the fact that there's 50% of the first floor is being devoted to parking. The allowable height map from DC section of the code is shown here for reference and provides further illustration of the tapering of the heights within this district. Allowable heights in this district taper from the core and transition to the surrounding corridors and neighborhoods, the tallest area being the orange and blue zones, followed by magenta zones, then green zone, and ending with the beige zone. The subject site has a base height of 125 feet. The block immediately to the south, also zoned DC2, which is adjacent to the Mirror Lake Local Historic District, has a base height of 300 feet. The character of dynamic and changing areas, such as the In-Town Activity Center, cannot be narrowly defined by selected few existing buildings immediately surrounding a particular development. Staff asserts that the appropriate context for this review and for this development is broader and encompassing downtown more generally and DC2 in whole. The applicant states that the appellant states that the applicant has only agreed to 0.5 FAR towards historic TDR bonus. The projects in DC district may utilize bonuses to receive greater development rights. Per city code, this property has a contributing resource to a local historic district or a national register or historic place district, which requires the first 0.5 bonus to be dedicated towards historic preservation, and the following additional 1.0 bonus shall be towards workforce housing. The appellant states that the demolition of the contributing structures will weaken the overall integrity of the downtown National Register Historic District. In the memorandum, staff detailed analysis that was prepared by Derek Kilborn, Planning Director. The memo states that existing buildings include 33 multifamily dwelling units and 41 licensed beds in a residential equivalent use. During testimony at the DRC public hearing, Mr. Kilborn was asked to confirm whether this proposal would demolish more contributing structures than any other development constructed or approved in recent years. Mr. Kilborn has since confirmed that this is accurate. Redevelopments at 200 Mirror Lake Drive consisted of 5 buildings, and at 443rd Avenue North consisted of 4 buildings. Prior to the DRC hearing, staff received email requests and additional information. Staff also received several emails in opposition and support and 2 registered opponents. Emails were attached to the DRC report as Exhibit A. After the DRC hearing, staff received additional emails in opposition, which were provided for distribution. Planning staff recommends that City Council deny the appeal, thereby upholding the decision of the DRC and approving the site plan subject to the special conditions of approval. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Next, we'll have
Seconds, 2, 1, sorry. I was 3, 2, 1. I've been practicing time.
Congratulations.
I know it was a lot. I'm sorry, everybody.
And look, I'm Hispanic, so when I speak in English, I speak as fast as I do, and I speak in Spanish. So
I speak Spanish too.
I figured. That's my speed.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, good. Next, we will have applicant's presentation.
I believe the rules call for the appellant to go first.
This is what I have here. Can you double check?
Appellant.
It's generally applicant when we're doing regular quasi-judicial, but because the actual applicant here is the appellant in a way, because they filed the appeal, so appellant, and then we'll do property owner.
You're right. This is just my cheat sheet that I have to say, and if I don't say it, then I get in trouble. So I said what it said, but it's appellant. So there you go. So appellant. And just a reminder, anyone that's arriving late is going to have to be sworn in if you're speaking, and we will do that before public comment, just in case I forget. Thank you.
I don't know where I'm pointing this.
So let's see if you can do it within the 10 minutes like she did.
My name is Manny Lato. I'm the Executive Director of Preserve the Burg. I want to thank you for hearing this appeal. I know this is kind of overtime for you guys, so we do appreciate your attention to the matter. My colleague Peter Belmont will be presenting this case, but I think what you will see is that the argument is deeply rooted in code. This project is incompatible in mass and scale. It does not taper. It demolishes more historic resources than we have seen in recent memory. And by the way, it's also overparked by about 50% per code. Preserve the Burg is happy to support compatible infill development. We have supported a number of projects in downtown St. Pete and in other neighborhoods. We are very happy to support these sites being redeveloped in a sensible, thoughtful manner. In the last few years, here's just a few of the projects that we were more than happy to lend our support for. And we want to be judicious in our time before you. So looking at the Downtown Development Guide over the last year or two, we see about 68 projects that are under development or under construction. Preserve the Burg has officially appealed 3 of them. That's including our time here today. We have not been before council on an appeal since 2019. So I'm going to turn things over to Peter to walk you through the rest of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. I also am going to be speaking fast because there's a lot to cover. You actually have 3 options. You may not realize that to continue the case is an option, and if you need more information or input from the DRC, yep, that's an option. So a good place to start is the development review process. And the importance here is that when you get bigger, there's more review. And so smaller projects are not subject to the site plan review criteria, but the bigger projects are. The significance for you is embedded within those site plan review criteria are the neighborhood compatibility standards. And that's what's really at issue today. Why do we have neighborhood compatibility review? I would suggest it makes common sense, and to me it goes back a long time. And what I mean for a long time is back in the 70s, and yep, in the 70s I was here before you then too, but back in the 70s there was a comprehensive planning effort undertaken, and it was recognized then that it was a good idea to have big development, intense development downtown. It was true then, it's true today. But it was also understood that biggest is not always best, and there has to be some process, some pathway to say for particular locations in downtown, we need to temper biggest by something else, something less intense. How do you do that? These are your rules to do that by. These are what we refer to as the compatibility review criteria that are embedded within the site plan review criteria. As you can see, they give you broad authority, broad discretion to basically look at how does the building fit within its surroundings? What is the context? And if it's basically too big, too massive, it doesn't really fit, you can say no. What do we talk about when it's compatible? The comp plan tells you this is the comp plan definition, compatible, not having significant adverse impact, limited variation from adjacent uses in net density, etc. So those are the rules. I think it's clear that when you apply those rules and think about is biggest best in this location, the answer is clearly no. It's not compatible. Not compatible with the neighborhood across the street. Tapering. Staff mentioned there's a tapering requirement. It's unique to DC2 where the Pelican is located. So you have the maximum height that the Pelican go to, and that's what it's reaching for. But what you see on the screen is the requirement in DC2 that buildings also have to taper down. I don't think there's a lot of argument what taper means. Use your common sense, use the dictionary. What I came up with when I looked at the dictionary is what you see on the screen, to become progressively smaller, to diminish gradually. I don't think that's what you see with the Pelican. The code has a maximum building height map. Staff seems to think this is the taper map, but it is what you see before you. It's not called the taper map in the code, it's called the maximum building height map. And so it provides for any location how high can you go, and secondarily, how high can you go before there's a mandated public hearing review. As was mentioned, the Pelican is going to destroy more buildings for the downtown district than any other project. Over the last 5 years or so, pick your recent time frame, we've had a lot of development downtown, and basically the north half of downtown is the National Register district, and the Pelican somehow becomes the champion, knocking down or intending or proposing to knock down more than anything else. What is an historic resource? It's not limited to landmarks. Don likes to tell you that it's not. And how do I know that? Because again, the comprehensive plan tells me that. There's a definition for historic resources, and what the definition means, all you need to know is that everything on the site there at issue that's going to be torn down, that's contributing to the district, is an historic resource, and you're supposed to look at it. The comp plan has a number of policies that are applicable that one would have to question, how does this project meet? I want you to pay particular attention to the top one, because naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAA, is an issue today. We're never going to answer the affordability crisis without using our existing housing stock that's affordable. The city recognized that in the comp plan, and it said we're going to protect that housing stock. And how are we going to do it? We are going to discourage demolition of National Register properties. And so here we are, you're being asked to approve to demolish all of them at the Pelican site. And by the way, again, it's 74 beds or units of naturally occurring affordable housing that are there. I challenge you to think of a development that's going to knock down more downtown. Parking, as Manny briefly mentioned, there's a lot of parking being provided, 485 spaces. When the project went to the DRC was told most of that is required. The DRC was told 370 of those 485 spaces are code required parking. We had a lot of problem with that. We couldn't quite figure it out. We asked staff about it a couple times, and finally post DRC, staff came back to us and said, you know, actually only 254 spaces are needed. And so the DRC never had the right numbers about parking, and I would suggest to you it matters because parking is part of the mass problem. The more parking there is, the bigger that massive parking garage is, and if there was an option not to require it, maybe things would be different. The DRC decision. I respect the DRC. I do a lot of participation, particularly with the CPPC. Our commissioners work hard. But I want you to understand the context of what happened, because you have in your backup material minutes from January, but not minutes from September. It first went to the DRC in September, and basically it was continued because the handwriting was on the wall. On the wall for what? That it was going to be denied. And how do I know that? Because after the public comments were taken, after the commissioner spoke, the chair said to the applicant, would you like to continue the case and perhaps speak with staff about making some changes? And so it was continued. Comes back in January, it's approved. It has prettier pictures, but no changes in the massing and scale of the project, and it's approved. But when you add up all the commissioners who have voted on it, there were 8 in total. We know 4 voted for it. We know 1 voted against it. And we know 3 more are about to vote against it before it was continued. So just for your information and context of that decision, it was closer to 4 to 4. Can you say no based upon the compatibility criteria? Yes, you can, because the court tells us you can. And so back in 2008, there was a court case, and it was the direct issue that we're talking about today on appeal before the court. The developer said, oh my gosh, I meet the FAR standards. Oh my gosh, I meet the height standards. But you said no. How can you do that? You're telling me it's not compatible. I'm going to challenge you in court. And the court said, City Council, you're right. You get to do that. One important factor that the staff, I think, was a bit incorrect on, what is the focus of the compatibility review? It is the surrounding neighborhood. It is not downtown as a whole or the entire zoning district. That's what the city explained to the court. This is an example of compatibility in action. This was a DRC matter 2 years ago. It started big. It ended up much smaller when the compatibility standards were applied. We're asking you to do that to this project. So thank you, and please approve our appeal.
Thank you. Next, we will have the applicant. Good afternoon.
My name is Don Mastery. My address is 200 Central Avenue. I've been sworn in. I represent the applicant in this matter, and it might not surprise you, I disagree with most of what Peter has said. He's distorted many things that he said. But the Preserve the Burg states the proposed buildings are of greater intensity than any other building on Fifth Avenue built under the current code. I don't care what code it was built under. There's a building at 400 Beach Drive on Fifth Avenue that's 29 stories, and it's been there forever, and it's across the street from a 2-story older home, and it's across the street from the historic old Northeast neighborhood, and no problems have developed from that. Preserve the Burg misimplies and misinterprets the height map. It also feels that 115, the parking ratio is 1.15 spaces per unit. I don't think that's too much. And Preserve the Burg says that the LDRs are inconsistent with a number of comp plan provisions, but Preserve the Burg does not think tall buildings are compatible with shorter buildings. Well, that's just not so, and we will deal with that in a minute. The application is a no variance application, which means it complies with all of the LDRs. If the position of Preserve the Burg is correct, it means all the buildings which have been approved in the DC districts are not consistent with the comp plan, and we all know that's not true or correct. And Preserve the Burg stated many comp plan provisions which he says are inconsistent with this application. He failed to mention LU 23.3, and I'm going to read it to you. And it states, the city's LDR shall continue to support greater development intensity within the corridor and the center zoning districts, particularly where located along fixed transit lines and around transit stops and transit stations. This project is located in a center zoning district. It's located along fixed transit lines on both 4th Street and 5th Avenue. And the DC 2 LDRs are entirely consistent with the comp plan, in spite of what has been said. Now I'd like to speak to this project, which staff has recommended approval and the DRC approved. This project satisfies all the standards of review for site plan set forth in the code and on pages 5 through 8 of the staff report to the DRC that confirms the standards are met. The use is consistent with the comp plan. The property is designated Central Business District and In-Town Activity Center in the city's comp plan. These designations permit the highest intensity development within the city, along with a range of various uses, including those proposed for the project. Now I'll speak to criterion 14. There is one local landmark, Trinity Lutheran Church, located at 467 4th Avenue North, and it's within 200 feet of the property. The church is located south of the property and is separated from the church by 75 feet across an alley and a surface parking lot, and also a 3-story non-designated building. The church faces 4th Avenue North and 5th Street North, with the proposed project being adjacent to and facing the rear of the church's 3-story office building, which they did not ask to be designated. The 3-story building at the rear of the church and the parking lot on the north side of the church were expressly not designated, and they're in between the church, the building proposed, and the sanctuary. And the church has also been across the street from a 15-story apartment building for over 20 years, and that hadn't been a problem either. The project and properties surrounding it are located within the downtown St. Petersburg National Registered Historic District, and as stated by your staff in the staff report, National Register designations do not impose any restrictions on the use of the property. The project has been thoughtfully designed to be sensitive to both the church and the surrounding neighborhood. The main tower of the project has been deliberately located towards the northeast corner of the property, which is the intersection of 4th Street and 5th Avenue North, and is as far away as possible from the church. And no elements of this church are in any way obstructed or affected by this project. The height map has tapering built into it, as was stated to the DRC by Mr. Maliska, and I urge you to ask him to explain that to you, because I don't have time. The area covered by the height map contains buildings of over 500 feet in the core, and it goes down to 200 feet at the edge. It's not like Mr. Belmont explained to you. Tapering does not also mean that the buildings in the DC district have to match the height of buildings across the street and outside of the height map area. The height map does not regulate the height of buildings outside of the area covered by the map. I urge you to again ask Mr. Melissa to confirm what I'm saying. And tall buildings are compatible with shorter buildings, and big buildings are compatible with smaller buildings. And there are many examples around town. You've got the 400 Central Avenue at 46 stories across the street from 2- and 4-story buildings. You have Art House at 42 stories across the street from 2-story buildings. And at 400 Beach Drive, 4 blocks east on 5th Avenue, you have the 29-story building across from a 2-story house. In situations where this city and this council is going to limit the height map, it has been done by legislation amending the code. And one example of that is that where Rosa Park neighborhood is adjacent to the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, the code was amended to increase the setback and reduce the height of future hospital buildings right next to the property lines. It was done by legislation, not by the DRC or this council just saying it shouldn't apply, because it says it does apply. A few blocks to the east on 5th Avenue, there's the 29-story 400 Beach Drive building that is across the street from the historic Old Northeast neighborhood, and a 2-story older house. And there does not seem to be any facts which support permitting that 29-story building to be on 5th Avenue and this building not being on 5th Avenue. In fact, the facts are stronger for this building because the tallest building is across the street from predominantly commercial uses and residential uses. The code also says all projects in the DC district may utilize the FAR bonuses if the project meets the qualifications to use the bonuses. FAR bonuses are written to provide public benefits and amenities which this city wants to occur or to be built. Such in this case, a payment of $1,340,000 is being made to the Workforce Housing Fund. The city, through the code, is saying a building can be larger than the FAR if FAR bonuses are utilized, and the code says they are available to all projects in the DC district. To not follow the height map or to not allow the limit the utilization of FAR bonuses to the extent permitted the code when the code expressly says all projects within the downtown center may utilize the bonuses to receive greater development rights, is tantamount to rezoning this site. I would also point out that every city department that is required to review this has reviewed it and has recommended approval. The Planning and Historical Preservation Division has said in its report, and I quote, "The 7 buildings on 4 contributing parcels to the downtown St. Petersburg National Register District are not protected from demolition without a separate landmark designation. Continuing the quote, the Historical Preservation Division agrees the applicant has made an effort to articulate the base at 20 feet in recognition of the surrounding character and cap the base at a height of 60 feet. The opponents want these buildings to receive the same protection as if they had been designated without going through the designation process. And I don't believe that's the correct or was intended by the code in any way, nor does the Preservation Department at the city. The Transportation Department concluded that there is traffic capacity on 4th Street, 5th Avenue, and 4th Avenue, and in its words, the proposed development is anticipated to have relatively minor impact on the traffic carrying capacity of the downtown road. The Planning Department states, and I quote again, the site is zoned DC2 with a future land use of Central Business District and is located in the In-Town Activity Center. These designations permit the highest intensity development within the city, and the proposed uses are consistent with the comp plan. The project is well suited in the surrounding high-intensity mixed-use neighborhood, which is approved for and features similar mid to high-rise buildings. Those are the words of your planning department. Those are not my words. And property owners, I think, should be able to rely on the code. It's not right that the property owner reads the code, spends the time and hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop a no variance project, agrees to the conditions of approval. All city departments recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. Almost made it.
Pardon?
Almost made it in time, but the bell rang. Thank you. Okay. We have some late arrivals that need to be sworn in. So those who arrived and are speaking have filled out a yellow card and have not been sworn, you need to stand up to be sworn. So everyone that arrived late, that filled out a card, that is going to speak and has not been sworn, please stand up. Okay, clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Hey, clerk, we will now take public comment, and I know we do have cards.
I'm going to call 2 speakers at a time. When I call your name, please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. First 2 speakers are Christy Bruner and Nori Morimoto.
So if your name is called, you take one of the podiums. You don't have to fight over it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christy Bruner, Vice President of Advocacy with the St. Petersburg Chamber, 100 2nd Avenue North. I'm here today to reiterate the Chamber's support for the Pelican Project and to respectfully urge you to deny the appeal and uphold the DRC's approval of the site plan. In October, the Chamber submitted a formal letter of support for the project following a thorough review by our Housing, Land Use, and Development Committee. That process brought together business leaders and stakeholders to evaluate the project's alignment with our city's growth, housing, and economic development priorities. After careful consideration, our members strongly supported this Pelican as a project that meets both the intent of our policies and the needs of our community. Importantly, this project has already gone through the city's established review process. The Development Review Commission evaluated the site plan against the applicable standard and determined it's consistent with our codes and vision. Upholding that decision is critical, not just for this project, but for maintaining a predictable and transparent development process that businesses and investors rely on when choosing to invest in St. Petersburg. From the Chamber's perspective, the Pelican represents the type of high-quality investment that supports our city's continued momentum. First, it addresses housing in walkable, job-accessible areas. With 370 new residential units in a central downtown corridor, this project helps expand housing supply in a location where residents can live, work, and contribute to our local economy. Second, the project contributes to economic vitality. It will generate jobs during construction and operation, activate the streetscape with new retail space, and increase property tax revenue that support essential city services. And third, Pelican will enhance the northern gateway to downtown St. Petersburg. Its design reflects careful consideration of the surrounding development patterns, incorporating a thoughtful transition in scale and active pedestrian-friendly streetscape along Fifth Avenue North. We recognize and respect the passion of residents who care deeply about our city's character, and we share that commitment. While there may be differing perspectives on individual projects, the Chamber remains committed to working alongside preservation advocates and community stakeholders to support long-term success of St. Petersburg, balancing growth with an appreciation of what makes our city unique. St. Petersburg has built a reputation as a city that values growth, design, excellence, and a fair, consistent review process. When a project meets our standards and receives approval through appropriate channels, it is important we uphold that process. For these reasons, the St. Petersburg Chamber of Commerce respectfully asks that you deny the appeal and uphold the DRC approval. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Nori Morimoto, the current president of the Historic Uptown Neighborhood Association, and I'm here in favor of the repeal. The Pelican development has been a topic of discussion at various HUNA meetings for the last 7 months. Opinions and comments ranged from negative reactions of destroying the historic nature of the neighborhood to positive support for development of St. Petersburg. In December of last year, we conducted a survey with the approximately 1,200 HUNA households. The results show strong overall concern for 3 items. The proposed architecture conflicts with the neighborhood's predominant craftsman style. The Pelican design does not fit the character of historic uptown north of Fifth Avenue. The proposed development is out of scale for its location. The proposed 21 stories will overwhelm the 1 to 4 floor buildings across Fifth Avenue North. Third, increased density will exacerbate parking issues. Parking and traffic impacts are a major concern currently. Of the 3 concerns, the most important to the community is the style of architecture and scale of the structure. The proposed development brings a stark, high-rise development across the street from a neighborhood with mostly single-floor, craftsman-style homes and within close proximity to the historic Round Lake. Of special concern, nearby residents, park dwellers, and wildlife would be impacted by large shadows. The park is important to our residents' quality of life and their property values. The developer must consider how the proposed buildings will affect this unique community asset. In conclusion, addressing the style by adding a craftsman-style facade and reducing the height so that the structure does not cast shadows over historic Round Lake Park would significantly improve HUNA's support towards the Pelican development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 2 speakers are Christy Anderson and Victoria Stout. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
I'm Victoria Stout, 633 8th Avenue North, and if my speech sounds emotional rather than legal, don't take any of it personally. I've sort of given up on the idea that St. Pete could be a shining example to other cities in Florida. Instead, we're falling into all the cliches that are a product of our time. People with money and political influence just keep buying property and putting parcels together to make bigger projects that only benefits them and their cronies in real estate, construction, and government. The cliches we are falling into: destruction of historic areas in favor of mansions or endless townhouses, the high-rise disease that has ruined so many Florida towns already, and no thought to dwindling water supplies or availability of public transportation, resulting in noisy, crowded streets, more danger to pedestrians, and some of the highest auto insurance rates in the nation. My neighborhood already suffers from all the noise generated by 4th Street and 5th Avenue North racetrack onto the interstate, downtown events, endless sirens, and mega gas blowers everywhere. Now you want the earth to shake as we endure months of pile drivers, loud beeping, bulldozers, jackhammers, and all the other noise associated with giant construction projects. Chirping birds gone, noise pollution instead. We already have high rises without full occupancy. Maybe the units are all sold, but there's no one there to add to our local economy. Meanwhile, people that live and work here are often getting priced out because the money people that come here heard it was an easy place to plunder and squeeze them out of the market. Putting a gigantic high rise next to our historic neighborhood puts it in grave danger of being next on the list for redevelopment just by its proximity. They'll just present their case for rezoning, throw the money around the right places, come election time, and poof, there goes the neighborhood. Hello, Fort Lauderdale, which is, by the way, a case study. A friend of mine who was a geography professor at University of Texas said Broward County and Fort Lauderdale in particular was a case study in bad or lack of urban planning. I can't think of any benefit that this current thing would offer to the city or its citizens except those who would reap a financial reward, like developers, real estate agents, construction companies, etc. Don't sell us out because of threats of money and power plays by big talkers, etc. This town has been suckered many times in the past. Please don't let it happen again. There are so many things we could and should do to make St. Pete a better place. Another high rise next to an historic neighborhood is not one of those things. It's time to start thinking creatively instead of in Florida cliches when it comes to taking St. Pete into the future. Thank you.
You. Next speaker.
Hi, Council. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to speak. My name is Kristen Anderson, and I live at 826 Dartmoor Street in historic Uptown. I'm the immediate past president of the Neighborhood Association. I am first and foremost opposed to the destruction of this village of 7 historic buildings, one of which, the Wyrick, is housing low-income seniors 62 and over in an independent living home, and another, Cara House, is an independent living community for adults with mental health challenges. The two combined buildings have more than 100 residents. And how many residents are in the other 5 structures? The Wyrick was financed in part through state of Florida low-income housing tax credits, and yet this property will now become luxury apartments. Height tapering of high-rise buildings into surrounding communities. We're the surrounding communities. We're not this height, that height, this height. We're people in a community. It's an important part of St. Pete's comp plan. Along 4th Street and Central is the 46-story Red Apple building. Then you go to the 23-story condo across from Mirror Lake Library, approved in 2021, but still an empty lot, yet already flipped to a different developer. Then there is the 12-story Peterborough building on the block across the street from this proposed 21-story building, which has been there for decades. I don't think this adheres to the tapering mentioned in the comp plan, no matter what lawyerly explanation is dreamed up.
No.
This
I've
building-
had this in no, let me finish. I've had this happen in meetings before. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. There is no laughing, there's no clapping, none of that. We handle this just like any other meeting. And it is disrespectful. You have just taken from everything she said, because I have to focus on what you're doing. And it's just wrong. So give us the ability to listen to the speakers, and I do not want to hear any more clapping. I will recess, and we will take this longer, and I'm not kidding. And I will tell you something else. When you're speaking, you speak to us. It is 6 o'clock at night, and we want to listen to everyone. And we want everyone to be respectful. And we're sitting here quietly listening to you. There's no need to act like children. Go on.
I apologize. This building is way too large and too high with its lot line construction. The traffic from this building, as it's currently proposed, will be a huge burden on historic Uptown located as it is next to Fifth Avenue. This is a horrible place to put a building this large in the middle of a confluence of 3 National Register historic districts. It just doesn't fit into the height nor the culture of the surrounding neighborhood. The city should not just be helping developers, but it should be helping residents, especially those who are at poverty levels, or those like us long-term residents of Uptown who have to live with the problems that come with overdevelopment. We need more enforcement of codes that create some sort of preservation for these historic buildings by enforcing codes that are going to make them have roofs that don't have holes in them, you know, the plumbing, whatever. People are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 2 speakers, please.
Next 2 speakers are Sancy Sussman and Hyla Griesdorn. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, my name's Sancy Sussman. My address, 450 6th Avenue North. I'm 1 block from the development. Could I ask the clerk to put up that picture of the northwest corner? While he's doing that, as you can see, I ride my bike, and the corner of 5th Street and 5th Avenue, which is at the lower end of that building, only has a flashing light. It's a dangerous intersection. I don't believe the traffic study, and I would ask you to confirm this, studied that, whether or not a traffic light should go in there. But with the impact of 370 more cars in that area, as well as if you looked down, you'll see a bunch of green trees, and it was just mentioned there's already an approved 21-story building only 2 blocks away that hasn't been built yet, but that will also impact traffic in that area. And if you look to that's the northwest, I guess the southeast, northeast corner, you'll see low-rise buildings there, but if you allow a 21-story building here, there's no reason that the owners of those buildings wouldn't consider development there matching, also increasing. So I believe you can ask this to be reconsidered based on infrastructure needs. That's pretty much my point, was transportation and the traffic worries and concerns.
Thank you.
Hyla Griesdorn. Her card indicates she's for the appeal.
Thank you. Next 2 speakers.
Next 2 speakers are Irma Whaley and David Hislop. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street. For the record, you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
My name is David Hislop, and I live at 130 4th Avenue North. I've been sworn in, and I am for the motion. For decades now, City Council and its appointed boards have carefully considered development projects in downtown St. Petersburg. For the first half of that period, the comprehensive plan for the city was carefully followed, particularly the clauses that require tall buildings to taper from Central Avenue to the outer edges of the city. One can see this tapering successfully done wherein buildings, such as 400 Central, which is the highest in town, are located at the spine of the city, and the height decreases as you approach 4th and 5th Avenues north and south. The current project would disrupt this flow by allowing a multi-story, 21-story tower, which is several times higher than its surrounding 5th Avenue North community. This not only degrades the carefully worked out vision for the city, but also disrupts the local community, which is primarily 2- and 3-story residences. Also of consideration is the fact that the required demolition of 1/2 of an entire city block of structures dating from the early 1900s, as was mentioned before, is unprecedented in modern St. Petersburg. People often confuse when they look at these buildings as run-down buildings that are no longer of any use. However, it is not the building's failure, but rather that of owners or landlords. Many blocks like this can be restored to quite a high density of occupancy merely by restoring the existing buildings that are already there, which also is much better for the environment. All these buildings could easily be rehabilitated into usable dense housing. The continuation of the approval of outsized high-rises, particularly with their pedestal parking, will probably be looked upon as a bad decision in the next decade or so. As cars and automobiles are phased out in favor of pedestrian scale and walkability, the blank multi-story parking spaces in these buildings at the base will be seen as a major mistake. Thus, I urge the City Council to reconsider past opinions on this Pelican project. Clearly, the high-density, diverse neighborhoods of this block deserve to have housing in compliance with the St. Petersburg Comprehensive Plan and the general good practices of urban planning. I urge council members to vote to reconsider approval of this plan and substitute a more community-friendly rehabilitation of existing houses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Irma Whaley. I'd like to read a letter from Rob Wirtz that was sent to the DRC on January 6th.
Your address for the record, please.
I'm sorry?
Your address, ma'am.
Your address for the record.
Your address.
What?
Where you live, your address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
1935 Bonita Way South in Lakewood Estates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the Development Review Commission, the Historical Northeast Neighborhood Association, HONA, urges denial of the proposed plans for the Pelican development in the 400 block of the 5th Avenue North unless it is modified to address negative impacts to surrounding residential neighborhoods. As proposed, it will present an entire block-long facade of parking garage twice as tall as the abutting residential neighborhoods. There is no provision for the required step down in scale to transition to the immediately adjacent residential zoning category. Compatible step down of the garage facade to adjoining neighborhood is achievable by lowering the roof line along 5th Avenue North to a compatible 3 to 4 stories with the garage stepping back or hidden by the apartments. These spaces could be liner townhomes or apartments with street entrances. What is shown on the rendering appears to be an unbroken wall of storefronts that is unlikely to succeed as retail spaces without subsidies. Other development projects of this scope within St. Petersburg downtown have incorporated such compatible scale residential. Examples include Park Shore condominiums, 2-story residentials along 1st Street Northeast, and Camden Central, 800 block of Central Avenue, which provided townhomes with entrances along 1st Avenue North. Both of these completed developments offer concrete examples of how compatible scale can be incorporated into a large project along with similar thoroughfares. Unless and until such compatibility is addressed, HONA urges you to reject the current design. Rob Wirtz, co-chair, Preservation and Planning Committee, Historical Northeast Neighborhood Association. My 30 seconds worth of personal opinion is I'm concerned about the block immediately across 4th Street East. That's a block with 2-story buildings. I'm sure developers are waiting to see what is approved in the Pelican project because that will tell them what they can do. And then that will make actually almost three full blocks of.
Thank you. Next speakers, please.
Okay. Peter Belmont filled out a card. However, as he spoke as an appellant, he cannot speak again under public comment. The next 2 speakers are Carol Sweeney and Edward Gross. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Doesn't look like they're here.
Okay, Carol Sweeney indicates she was for the appeal, and
Are you?
Carol Swaney is going to pass to the next person.
so Edward Gross
Edward Gross.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
My name is,
Sweeney, I'm sorry, was for? I'm
was
sorry?
for the appeal, yes.
Thank you.
my name is Edward Gross. I live at 616 7th Street North, which is about 3 blocks from this. And one thing I want to say about the neighborhood is right now, with the traffic that we have, we are a one-way street. It comes off of 5th. So you come off of 5th and you make a right onto our street. Because of the density of traffic, we have people going the wrong way down our street every day. We sit on the porch and we watch 3 or 4 people a day going the wrong way. On the other street on Grove, we don't know what's going on there. It's also one way. This area cannot handle any more traffic. You're talking about putting 300 or 400 cars on the road. We cannot cross over Fifth Avenue. It's dangerous for us to go across Fifth Avenue right now. It reminds me of when we were just recently in Miami, and to go 2 blocks, it took us almost an hour and a half in Miami. That's where we're headed. What's in that neighborhood? We got the Coliseum, we got the Palladium, we have the shuffleboard courts, we have that beautiful arts and crafts museum. That's what we have in that area. That's the character of that area. What they are building is basically a huge box, and it's very ugly. It's not even a beautiful building. It's just a box to enhance their income, right? They haven't even designed a beautiful building to go into there. If they're going to go forward, at least give us something nice, right? Now, I'm also a biker, and I have to go up 5th. It's going to be impossible to bike around that area. Now, what's going on in our neighborhood right now? Okay, Uptown is really becoming more and more upscale, okay? We have young people with babies. We live right next to the Millennium Playground, and there's kids in there all day that are playing in there, little kids. We have young people who are just getting started in life in their 20s and 30s. That's what's going on in our neighborhood. The people who are going to buy these condos, they're not going to do what the chamber is saying they're going to do and work downtown. That's not the people that can afford these $1 million condos. That's not what's going to happen. So if you want to maintain the character of the area, and particularly of our neighborhoods, you'll reject this project or make them scale it way back. Thank you.
Next 2 speakers are Lori McDonald and Jason Mathis. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Lori MacDonald. I live at 103 Wildwood Lane in the Driftwood neighborhood. I support the appeal, and I oppose the Pelican. There are a couple issues I want to bring to mind that are important to me. One of these is that qualitative versus quantitative criteria. Quantitative criteria are more clear-cut. Understand that. The qualitative criteria, like compatibility, can be a little tougher to deal with, but they are really important to citizens. They're really important to the people in our town. They're also important to the visitors. So I ask you to be sure that you are giving the due attention to each part of the code that you should. Another thing I want to say is that National Register buildings, they're identified as valuable buildings, valuable parts of our history, and actually our history is a very important part of our future. And even what is relied upon with the National Register buildings is for local government decisions. So it does rely on you to be making decisions about what should happen with National Register buildings that are so identified. There are more things, but I'm going to end by saying that, that's a really well-traveled road. We've all traveled on that avenue, and when you go down that, if it's going to have this massive building on one side and a community of neighbors on the other side, it's two different St. Pete's. Both have a place here, but they don't have a place across the street from each other. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Mathis, and I am with the Downtown Partnership located at 244 2nd Avenue North. I wanted to thank you all for your service. I've said that to you before, and I will say it every time I talk to you. It's not easy what you do, and I sincerely appreciate it. Whether you like this project or not, this is a process question. As staff has noted, the building meets every zoning and land use requirement and has been recommended by city staff and approved by the DRC. It is consistent with the comp plan and meets the city's code for height. That's not in dispute. The developers followed all the rules. As staff has noted, the comp plan provides broad regulations and height restrictions in other neighborhoods through a zoning category, but downtown is unique. For whatever reason, we decided that height is regulated through the downtown height map and not the comp plan in downtown St. Petersburg. And as you saw, the height map stages down as you go towards residential neighborhoods. I want to reiterate this. As staff has noted, the building is consistent with every aspect of the city's building code and meets the height requirements that we have all agreed to through the legislative process. If you don't like this project, you think it's too tall, okay, that's fine. Amend the height map to make it lower through the right process. And we would be delighted to engage with our friends at Preserve the Burg, the Chamber, downtown property owners, residents, and developers to have a community conversation about what the height map should look like and work with you all to enact any changes. That's the way that St. Pete works. We collaborate and we do it the right way through the legislative process. But that's not what has happened here. The city has an obligation to follow the rules that we have all set to govern development in our community, and we urge you to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Next two speakers are Alex Kaufman and Corey Lint. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, my name's Corey Lint. I live at 510 5th Street North. I'm for the appeal. I'm very nervous. I've never done this before. So I'm just here as myself, a regular person. I'm a millennial. I've lived in St. Pete since about 2015. I live in Uptown now. I've lived in Crescent Lake and in Roser Park. As probably all of us have seen, I've seen the city change a lot. And I came here like a lot of people did and like a lot of people visit for sort of what I see as the heart of the city. It's the arts. I came here to work for the Florida Orchestra, and a lot of my friends work for the orchestra, are working artists, working class people. I think those people like me and you know my colleagues are the heart of the city. I know there are a lot of details, a lot of legal, process things going on that I'm not familiar with, frankly. I just know, if there's any subjectivity here, to me, it kind of feels like a choice between, are we choosing, the people, the existing residents, or are we choosing dollar signs? And it feels like the dollar signs have gotten so many yeses over the years, and it's really sad to me to see the people kind of suffer from that. And things like character are not just emotional, appeal things. These are really meaningful to the identity of our city and who we are and the pride that we take in our city. I had some notes, so I'm going to refer back to those. Just want to reiterate what some people said about the crosswalk. I live at 510 5th Street North, which is basically catty corner from this development, this proposed development. And yeah, that crosswalk is already pretty dangerous, so I'm really concerned about the traffic there. Even with the light, I use that crosswalk probably 6 to 10 times a week, and people just blow through that. They don't care about the lights. So that's definitely a concern. I do worry about the artists and the people that make this community what it is, about them sort of continuing to be pushed out. And I guess a question that I had is sort of, do we want to be a place where we're filling it in with more and more wealthy people, and again, just paying attention to the dollar signs, and I look at this proposal and I'm just like, why? Is that what we need? Is that going to help us? Is that going to help? I'm really just concerned about the identity, of the city, and I really love and care about my neighborhood and my neighbors. So yeah, this is very off the cuff, but I hope it's helpful. Thank you so much for listening to us today.
Alex Kaufman, 940 Granville Court North. Hello, City Council. My name's Alex Kaufman. You may know me from such public art projects as the First Flight at the Pier, Gladiolus Blossom in front of the police station, and the Sunshine City Mosaic. Thank you guys for the extension on that project. I am here to speak against the Pelican development, and I've done lots of renderings, I've done lots of designs, and there's one word that comes to mind when I look at this proposed development, and it's going to be harsh, but it's grotesque. I don't really care what the rules are. To see this proposed building put in this specific location, there's no other way to describe it but grotesque in its current form. Its scale is inappropriate. I think you can tell from people in the community it is not beneficial to the neighborhoods. I left Fort Lauderdale 15 years ago, Broward County, to come here because I love this place, and I have poured my heart and soul into contributing to the fabric of the culture as best I can. It is very sad to see developments like this get the green light without much debate and just full head of steam toward that direction. It is a place that I despise and I avoid at all costs. I really hope that you guys can take a look at this specific development in this specific location and ask yourself, is this really contributing to the culture of the city in this spot? Or is it grotesque? I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two speakers are Eliza Shannon and Emily Elwin. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, good evening. I'm Emily Elwin. I live at 836 16th Avenue Northeast. I'm a board member of Preserve the Burg, a former president of Preserve the Burg, and I'm an architectural historian with 30 years of experience in the field of historic preservation. I've reviewed the development project, and I'm familiar with the on-site historic resources as well as the adjacent historic districts and landmarks. It's my professional opinion that the tower and the monolithic parking podium will negatively impact the historic resources and historic districts in this area, including but not limited to the National Register listed historic structures proposed for demolition. When evaluating historic resources, we consider more than the loss of the individual buildings. Of course, this demolition will have an immediate and irreversible effect on those structures, but it also weakens the overall integrity of the historic district by removing the historic fabric and disturbing the pattern of development. The downtown National Register Historic District is significant not just for its historic architecture, but for its community planning and development. This legible pattern of historic development and diverse collection of both high-style and vernacular buildings creates a coherent and identifiable sense of place. It's this sense of place that makes St. Pete so special, and it's under intense pressure. Maintaining that workable balance between growth and preservation requires that new development be compatible with the historic district in scale and massing. As you've seen by the many project images, this out-of-scale construction creates a significant adverse impact on the remaining historic resources through its looming effect and incompatible height and massing, which fundamentally alter how a historic place is experienced at street level. The parking podium reads as a monolithic single element, and the unbroken vertical facade along Fifth Avenue North is not compatible in size, massing, or scale with the historic surrounds. Finally, I urge you to consider the cumulative effect of this proposal will have on our city's valuable sense of place. By allowing intense new construction in a sensitive historic district, we damage piece by piece the historic character that draws residents and visitors downtown. Each loss compounds the next. Over time, it erodes the historic integrity and leaves us with an unattractive, placeless city rather than a downtown that feels rooted and recognizable. For these reasons, I respectfully recommend that you overturn the DRC decision and approve the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eliza Shannon.
It appears she's here.
Her card indicates she is for the appeal.
Okay.
Next two speakers are Tori Riley and Ray Arsenault. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi.
Hello, hi. I'm a little nervous. I'm Tori Riley. I live at 226 Fifth Avenue North here. I'm not for this project at all, and I know that you have a difficult decision in front of you, and I really appreciate all the time that you're taking listening to us. For all the reasons stated, it's just wrong. It's just not in the right place. That wall of parking is really a Berlin Wall for the rest of the city. You can't cross over without walking around this building, this massive building. So it just is a wrong place for and not a very pretty building as well. We moved here to St. Petersburg because of what it was. It's walkable, it's friendly, it's artsy, it's a balance of neighborhoods and height and scale. And with this building is really setting the new marker, a new line that says this is going to be allowed on this corridor. 22 stories, that's huge, huge against a 2-story building. And despite all the rules and regulations that allow this building to be this height, sometimes the rules aren't right, and you just have to say no. So I would you consider re-examining that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Ray Arsenault. Okay, his card indicates he is for the appeal. Next two speakers are Robert Blackman and Roy Schorer. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Robert Blackman, 11901 4th Street North. First, I want to thank everybody on the council for your service to the community. And I want to thank Preserve the Burg for their service to our community, their advocacy, and all they do to help maintain the historic fabric of our community, especially Peter Belmont. I remember when we gave him the key to the city. Well deserving of that, excuse me. Let's talk about this project, though. This week we tore down Fit to Run, a historic Victorian building. I didn't see any outrage. We've been celebrating the scarlet letter painting pink of a bunch of historic buildings on 4th and 4th. There was no appeal on that. We're burying the lead on this project, which is, yeah, maybe we're losing 70 units of what I would say are not contributing to anything to the blight of this site to maintain the historic jewels of them, which is the Hollander Hotel and the Avalon Hotel. Those are over 150 units between the two of those. So 2/3 of this site, which is owned by the same owner right now, will be enhanced with the investment that will be put into those buildings. So many times this council has heard people with historic buildings say that they don't have the money to maintain them. They're very expensive. This is not a destruction or obliteration of the site. It's a culling of the herd, getting rid of the weakest, least contributing parts of the site. If this were to talk about the Avalon and the Hollander being demolished, I would be against this. I am for this site. Think about what we're getting as a community. At the Central, where the old PD is, we paid public money to get parking spaces. By Peter's presentation, we're getting 250 spaces over what is mandated. That's pretty good, and we're getting it for free as a city. We're also getting an increased tax base. When we've had discussions, I've seen you all discuss the fact that there could be property tax changes at the state level where we're going to need taxes. Also, $1.5 million is being put into the public housing fund from this project, and real public art, not ephemeral like the pink buildings that'll be gone in a heartbeat. There's real contribution being made not only by the developer putting in the Pelicans, but also $50,000 to the public art fund. You know, there's also talk about the tapering. Tapering is from district to district, not within a district. When you are in a speed limit zone, it's a 65. When you get towards the end of it, if you're going 60, you can't get a ticket. It's mandated within the district what the tapering is. The tapering is why you go from district to district. I think that's been misunderstood. Also, there's been talk about traffic calming in the past. 5th Avenue North is an interstate on-ramp. This is going to naturally cause traffic calming, which is good for pedestrians and bicyclists. I think that Preserve the Burg deserves more money. You've seen Charleston, you've seen Savannah have gotten support from their government. The city council controls the purse strings of the city. I think there should be a program where money is given to Preserve the Burg to invest first party in these properties as opposed to these 11th hour appeals. You know, at the end of the day, though, these have all been my opinions. We need to look at the true facts. The experts, the city, every city staff that's reviewed this has supported it, and there was only one vote against this at the DRC. Unanimous support from the experts and those we entrust to make the decisions. I'm for this project, and I hope that you will consider these points. Thank you.
I'm going to remind people, when people are speaking, please no laughing and no snickering. We have a democracy here, and people are going to have differences of opinion. If there wouldn't be differences of opinion, we'd be in North Korea. And there are times you're just not going to agree with people, and that's okay. But we're going to listen to people respectfully, just like we're listening to you all respectfully. That's all we ask. It's part of the decorum. It's part of our rules. It's hard for us to concentrate if there's noise. And after a long day of hearing people, trust me, it gets exhausting to concentrate. So I'm trying to concentrate just like every other council member is trying to concentrate. It's not a huge ask. It's just being respectful. Next, 2 speakers, please.
Roy Shore. Okay, his card indicates he is for the appeal. Next 2 speakers are Bill Herman and Erica Stanley. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening. My name is Bill Herman. I live at 134th Avenue North. I have been sworn, and congratulations, you've made it through the first hour of your public hearing. I have 2 objections. The first is that in July of last year, I submitted comments that do appear in your backup information. But like the DRC, in July of last year, I got it wrong. I then submitted amended comments on March 12th, and they're not in your package. And let me begin by silencing something that my friend Mr. Mastro will probably say at some point: we just hate tall buildings. Well, I don't hate tall buildings. I just hate ugly tall buildings. I like the 400. I like the Nolan. I like large buildings that are set on the normal 100-foot wide separation. If you stand, or you take a map and measure out from 400 across the street to the buildings over on the other side, it's 100 foot. Nolan to the other side is 100 foot. That opening, that airiness, breaks up the mass and scale. In this case, 5th Avenue North has 78 feet from their property line of this project across the street to those 2-story buildings is 78 feet. That difference in scale is that difference in width is important. Unfortunately, because you don't have my notes or were not included in your backup, you may not have read my email. You would not have had the opportunity to go down and take a walk on 5th Avenue North. The Whitney, the W building, the Walker Whitney Tower, that building with that painting of the young woman on it, is about 150 feet tall. I walk that area all the time because that's where I live. So when I walk down that street, it actually feels tighter when you walk by the Whitney because of the size and that narrower street. You walk down Central past 400, it's really nice. That tightness makes a difference. It's important to remember that they're asking for a building 50% taller than the W. And it's important, I'm saying the word asking. The right, as I understand the code, is 125 feet. And if they were coming in at 125 feet, I'd be home having dinner with my wife. Nothing personal. Instead, they're asking for something dramatically taller. I bring to your attention one last time, because I'm running out of time. My comments are not in your package. And I have to ask, how many other comments were not included in your package? It's kind of important because that's what you're going to base your decision on. And I'm going to cut this short so you can get out of here a little bit, 5 seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erica Stanley. I live at 540 8th Avenue North, which is just a few blocks from this proposed development, which I want to say, first and foremost, we're all here because we love St. Pete. You all are here serving because you love St. Pete, and we're here for the same reason. I moved here in 2002 and have lived downtown in several different neighborhoods. And I think that there are three main things here that I want us to consider. The first is stewardship. We're here because we love St. Pete. And yes, I understand the 400 Beach example. I get it. It's a different zone, but our neighborhood doesn't have to be that way. Just because it's there doesn't mean that ours has to be there as well. I saw the looks on your faces during the presentation when that image of the rendering came up. None of you want that in your neighborhood either. I don't know, I'm just speculating, but if you go and you stand on the sidewalk where this is going to be and look up and think about 21 stories, I'm not pro-development, I'm not pro-building. I think that it is the right of a landowner to be able to build on land that they own. But as stewards of a city that we love and a community that we love, is this the right building on that land? Second of all, I want to talk about affordability. Now, I know that affordability is not the responsibility of the developer. It's not their fault, it's not their responsibility. But I do want to appeal to council that if we're adding this many more units, we're going to need more teachers, more firefighters, more first responders. Those are not the types of people who are those are not the types of salaries that are going to be able to afford the places that are being built. And I'm not just talking about this building, but the other buildings that are the cranes in St. Pete. Where are all of those people that we need in our community, that hold our community together? Where are they going to go? And I'm going to skip over the third because that's infrastructure and that's boring, but I really don't want my water pressure to go down. And I know that that's something that gets addressed with codes, but on what timeline and what's going to happen to our... Anyway, a lot of points have been made about how well they have followed the rules, and I appreciate that so much. Rules are so important. And our governor was following the rules when he came into our city and painted over all of our beautiful murals and our crosswalks. That was legal. Those are the rules. And we all know it wasn't right. And we all know that it wasn't in the heart of St. Pete. And so I would just want you all to think about that as you're making your final decision.
Thank you.
Next two speakers are Mary Dowd and Kimberly Franklin. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good morning, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kimberly Michelle Franklin. I'm trying to hold it together. I live at my mail goes to 450 Fifth Avenue North. I live at 442 Fifth Avenue North, apartment number 2, cross street, 5th Street North, and my porch faces 5th Avenue North. Since I have lived there, April 3rd will be 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. I have eyewitnessed a T-bone wreck where the people takes off from the red light. It's at 4th Street North, and when they take off, they're off to the races. They're either going to the interstate, to the 375. They're in the wrong lane. I witnessed a T-bone where this one vehicle hits the vehicle pulling up from 5th Street. It flips it upside down onto the sidewalk. Thank God there was nobody there. Nobody on their front porch. It took out a street light electric power poles, people. It scared me to death. I live across the street, diagonally from now where there is a yellow flashing crosswalk that some people, you watch them, they're on the phone. You better not just rely on them flashing lights, because there's so many people that does looking at their GPS on the big screens, not knowing which direction to go. They're tourists. They're confused. We can't cross the street. 50% at least of the residents at Cara House, or 100, are special needs individuals. They see the psychiatrist, thanks to Carolyn and Miss Maggie, who own the care house. If it weren't for them, they would probably be in the state hospital or someplace like that. Here at Care House, where I live, they can see the psychiatrist through the video, through the office, through the ladies. They can maintain independent living. They stay on their medications. If they don't, then they are checked in to a psych hospital and treated, and they're allowed to come back and be productive citizens of St. Petersburg. That said, I'm basically begging for compassion and empathy from all the rich people. Think of Proverbs chapter 22, verses 22 and 23, folks. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Please don't take away our affordable housing. It's all supposed to be about promising all this to the Gaslight District people. They're still waiting. Where are we supposed to go? The owner of the Hollander Hotel says, oh, we'll provide 50% of you folks
Thank
at
you.
a place to
Next
live.
speaker.
What about the other 50%?
Hello, my name is Mary Dowd. I live at 205 8th Avenue Northeast, and I have been sworn in. I support the appeal and ask that you vote to deny the Pelican project for all the reasons previously stated. I drive up and down 4th Street regularly to work on 4th Street, and it's just a few blocks away from the proposed 400 block of 5th Avenue project. The traffic and increasing number of serious accidents, and yes, there was another one yesterday, make downtown traffic on 4th Street not only congested but incredibly dangerous. Adding a 200 feet high tower to 4th Street and 5th Avenue North only adds fuel to the fire. I disagree with some of the previous comments made that the Pelican is thoughtfully designed, sensitive to scale, tapered, that the Pelican respects historic buildings such as the Trinity Church. Honestly, I don't see that. I see another luxury condominium and a reduction in the amount of affordable housing. I applaud the efforts of the Preserve the Burg in appealing this DRC decision, and I urge City Council to please deny approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drexy Smith does not wish to speak, and they have checked the against box. The next two speakers are Charles DeFreitas and Brian Vandervliet. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening, sir. You can start.
Hello, my name is Charles DeFreitas. I'd like to thank you for being here. You've been here for hours already. I've only been here for a little. About 30 years ago,
Your address for the record, sir?
my address is 1425 11th Avenue North.
Thank you.
For the record, I'm also intimately connected with every single building between Dartmoor Street and the alley behind it on 5th Avenue going as far as 6th Avenue. I walk that alley every single day, 3, 4, 5 times a day, and I am absolutely familiar with every square inch of that block. Now, about 30 years ago, in spite of my accent, I was a welder in Orlando, and I came to St. Petersburg hearing that it was a nice town. And it was. I came here and I've settled here, and I've lived here ever since. There comes a time when, no matter what the rules and the regulations are, you sometimes have to take a stand. St. Petersburg that I remember has been chipped away and chipped away. It has been ground away by, you might say, by progress. Well, all I hear is a wrecking ball of progress coming right now. We've had a previous speaker who said big buildings can live alongside little buildings. I'm sure if I walked into this room with an 800-pound gorilla, you'd all be taken aback by that. That is what we're faced with. We have an enormous, another speaker called it grotesque, building going up alongside two-story buildings. Small, they may not fit the picture-perfect image of what perhaps the Chamber of Commerce might like to have for our city. When you think of money and income and taxes and this and that. But you forget people, and we have to look at these things all the time. It's almost brutalist, the architecture that they are proposing. It's tall, and you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's not going to make it anything different. It is grotesque. Also remember that big fish eat little fish, and it's been happening in St. Petersburg ever since I've arrived. And I do beg you to take a stand against that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brian Vandervliet. I live at 728 7th Street North. I'm a longtime resident of historic Uptown, which is just a few blocks away. I live just a few blocks away. This is the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the proposed Pelican project. I've lived in the neighborhood since 2001, and I've been a volunteer serving on our neighborhood board since 2019. I would like to express my significant concerns about this structure as proposed. I am not opposed to all new structures, but I believe this particular 21-story building would have a significant negative impact on the quality of life for the residents of my neighborhood, historic Uptown. I believe it is completely out of scale with the surrounding buildings, would cause additional parking issues and additional heavy traffic throughout our neighborhood streets and the Round Lake Park area. I do wonder what impact this mammoth building would have on the ecological balance of the wildlife that currently thrives in our beloved Round Lake Park. If you've never been to Round Lake Park, I highly recommend it. It's beautiful, particularly in the morning. I was there a couple of months ago looking out towards the city thinking, my God, how is this mammoth building going to impact this park, these birds, these turtles, these trees? We have something really special with that park, so I do want you, as you're considering what's happening, to take that into consideration. I wonder if any kind of environmental studies by actual experts were done to review what impact the sunlight blocking structure could have on Round Lake Park and the surrounding areas. Our neighborhood conducted a survey with 68 respondents, and more than 70% agreed that the proposed structure is out of scale for its location. This result reflects much of what I've heard through conversations with many of my friends and others who I've talked with in the neighborhood. I hope that message is heard by you today. Many decades ago, our city leaders had the wisdom to protect our waterfront parks from overdevelopment. I do not know the names of those leaders, but I'm still grateful for their foresight and wisdom. Today I ask you, the city leaders of our time, to carefully consider what kind of city do you wish us to be? We are not Austin, we are not Miami, we are not Fort Lauderdale. We are St. Pete. And I hope you have the wisdom to guide us into a future that includes growth, of course, but also carefully considers the needs of our residents, our communities, and our beautiful natural parks. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The final two speakers are Philip Tanaik and Colleen Codner. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
I'm Philip Tanaik. I live at 512 Dartmoor Street North, right across the street from the and I support the appeal. Live in historic Uptown. I want to thank you for listening to the neighbors and residents of the community in this process. The historic Uptown neighborhood's a beautiful, quaint area with historic homes and a quiet park around Round Lake. A towering 21-story building on the south side of 5th Ave would put our community in its shadow. I live in a 100-year-old hotel converted into apartments, right across there. And it would include a parking garage, the proposed property would, to help with the influx of visitors and guests to the massive building. I mean, even though they'll have a parking garage, a lot of people still won't use it. They'll park around the lake, they'll park on the neighboring streets, and parking's already hard to find in our neighborhood. This will just end up a battle for the visitors and residents that just park near their own home. It's not just after the garage is built, but during construction as well. We'll take up spots for local businesses in the area. And if the property were to be respectful of the neighborhood and simply be asked to keep it at a reasonable height, taper it off, it would fit with the community. The current plan is very inconsistent with the neighborhood's architecture. If there were to be development here, there are many other options in size, scope, style, character that would be more appropriate. It could possibly fit among high rises in that sort of area, but that's not what exists here, you know? And it would displace people on the block and offer only expensive options in the future, eliminating affordable housing, raising rent prices in the area for an already high market. I live in a 100-year-old building. It's proof that you can improve the use of a property without destroying the historic charm or building a massive skyscraper. The developer said that other tall buildings have been approved, one even 20 years ago. I would point out that that's because that just because someone made a mistake 20 years ago, that doesn't mean the same mistake has to be made today. Hopefully we're all wiser now and can recognize how important the character of a community is. Property owners on the north side of Fifth Ave have had the foresight to preserve the area because of its unique character and historic nature. I would ask that you further preserve that. You have a unique a unique opportunity to preserve a historic community, and I would ask you to please do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Colleen Codner. I reside at 512 Dartmoor. I am in support of the appeal, and I do oppose the Pelican project. Again, I'll apologize, like someone said before me, for speaking more from emotion and from the heart. I'm also a nervous speaker, so I'm a little freaked out up here. But
ma'am, did you arrive late?
Yes, ma'am.
She needs to be sworn.
I did swear.
Oh, you did? Okay, I just want to make sure. I
solemnly
remember
swear.
you coming late. I want to make sure.
I was with the last two speakers. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you all for being here and listening. And I apologize. Yeah. So before I speak, I have to digress. I was one of those people that arrived in St. Pete maybe 6 years back from a bigger city, and I was like, more culture, more diversity, more growth, more people, you know, all of those things, which of course I understood included more buildings and more upward buildings, and I still stand by a lot of that. I'm not completely against that. But as a person who's lived in cities across America, I've personally watched Cabrini Green be razed to the ground and Chicago projects razed to the ground. I've watched San Francisco rapidly gentrify and redevelop, and I could go on. And I think that even those of us who are not wildly crazy about all this rapid development of St. Pete can unanimously agree that, yes, some amount of development is necessary for the growth and advancement of our community. That being said, I'm not there to refute that. I'm here to say that I think that we should be very deliberate and careful about how we go about this. All development, I think someone else mentioned, all development is not good growth. It's just not. I've seen it firsthand, and there's a certain essence and soul to each community that needs to be protected, period. Because once you lose that soul of a city, you don't get it back. St. Pete's a beautiful and unique city in Florida. I'm particularly fond of its quaint neighborhoods and perhaps most notably the violent, if you will, eccentric residents. I'm not technical. I'm not that good with the legal and zoning expertise, so I'll leave that to the professionals to address. But I will say from the average citizen's perspective and logic, it would be unreasonable for a family to move to the downtown district and in a growing city and expect that a high-rise wouldn't go up right next to them. That's what a downtown district hopes to be. Building up is great, and it's a good sign in many ways. But to move to a quaint tree-lined cobblestone neighborhood in a historic craftsman district, it's reasonable and logical to expect not to be blindsided by a 21-story monstrosity being your new neighbor. This building is grossly out of scale and character for this historic neighborhood. It will be towering over us. It will be displacing affordable housing with more luxury living. and largely changing the character of a whole neighborhood. Shadows, parking, socioeconomic status changes. I've heard many people say that they would just sell their homes and move away if this goes through, like just talking in the neighborhood around Round Lake and stuff. That would be a loss from us characters that have been here in our St. Pete. If St. Pete as a city won't make a stand against disallowing corporate greed and money to take precedence over the best interests in the existing community, then I think that we all know no one in Florida will. No one in Florida will. I pray in all this development that St. Pete strives to continue to lead by decent and dignified example. As I've seen other cities change, there have been almost indisputable mistakes that have been made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers, Madam
Okay. Now we close public comment. We go to cross-examination. Each party will have 5 minutes for cross-examination. Staff, would you like to cross-examine?
Staff waves.
Thank you. Would the appellant like to cross-examine?
Sorry, yes.
That's fine. You have 5 minutes.
Corey? Let me just start with the question, do you agree that a part of the development review process for larger projects like the Pelican includes consideration and evaluation of the compatibility criteria within the site plan review criteria?
Yes.
And do you agree that council can approve the appeal and deny the present Pelican application if it concludes that the development doesn't satisfy the compatibility criteria?
Yes.
When an applicant seeks an FAR bonus, can the applicant be told no, they are not entitled to the bonus?
When they request, depending on the threshold of the bonus, there is the 16 review criteria that staff uses either at the streamline level or the public hearing level. So the bonus itself, if approved, could create a larger building that could have an impact, and staff could deny it because of the potential impact of that building.
So is it fair to say that the bonus is not a matter of right?
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone can request a bonus and approve the bonus. It's just, what does that bonus have on an impact of that building?
What does streamline height with public hearing mean?
Well, there's two different ones. So the base height in the zoning district is 125 feet. You can request up to 150 feet through a streamline approval. There's still public notice provided, but it does not have to go before the commission unless there is an appeal that will be forwarded to the commission. Public notice is provided for 15 days. Staff will review it against the 16 review criteria. Above the 150, it goes through public hearing approval, which is the Development Review Commission, who makes the final decision.
Okay, so if I understand it, it's a process that's kind of like the FAR process. If you're above a certain base level of FAR, there's going to be further review required and potentially more criteria that will be applied to the review. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And again, just regarding the Pelican site, did you say the streamline height for that location is 125 feet?
Above 125 feet.
All right. And if it's above 150 feet, there's a required public hearing, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so again, those are height entitlements that are not an entitlement of right. They're subject to, again, review and criteria.
Correct.
So obviously then the answer could be no.
Correct.
Let me ask you a bit about the parking garage at the Pelican. And you have the street level part of the garage, and then above that is there a part of the garage that does not have any other use or liner around it.
So on the first floor of the building along 5th Avenue and 4th Street, the garage is completely hidden. The only exposed area I would say on 5th is the bicycle parking room. The entrance into the garage is off of 5th. And then on the upper floors, you can see the parking garage on the 2nd through 4th floor, right, and the 5th Avenue side.
All right. And so when we talk about that upper level portions of the garage, where there is no other use masking the garage. The block is some 450 feet long, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that upper level portion of the garage, does it approach 400 feet, or what are we talking about?
It's about 300 feet.
And the Pelican block, is it true that it's the same size as the block on Central Avenue in terms of the block face where the new residence at 400 is located?
That block, I believe, is slightly smaller.
Okay. And again, you can say that the base of the parking garage there, is it accurate to say there's again a liner, some retail, and then up above it in the upper levels, you can see the parking garage?
Correct. I mean, I would almost say in that case, there is no parking on the first floor. It's more of the access into the garage for 400. And so we wouldn't really consider it a liner building because it's nothing to screen.
Okay.
And then the garage is on the upper levels of 400.
All right. And again, is it fair to say that, again, on those upper levels of the garage, that takes up most of that block?
Yes.
All right. And so do you have an approximation in terms of, again, how long that would be?
I didn't go out and measure that one, so I can't give you a definitive answer.
Okay. Then do you feel then as to whether or not you can answer the question if one was trying to get a feel for the length of proposed Pelican garage on those upper levels, would looking at that garage face on 400 Central give some feel of comparison?
The lengthwise could be similar. The difference here is that there's an end cap on 5th Street. So anchoring kind of the garage in the middle, where on 400, the garage goes all the way to 5th Street. So there's no anchor kind of bookending, the parking garage.
Okay, but you said it lengthwise, it would be it would give you an idea of what would be at the Pelican.
I would say similar, correct.
And in terms of back to the Pelican garage, and first of all, there isn't any other garage in the DC zoning district along 5th Avenue that is as long as the Pelican garage would be.
Along 5th Avenue North, you're correct.
Regarding the 400 Beach project, that's a different zoning district, correct?
Correct.
What's the base FAR in that zoning district?
2.0.
And what's the biggest you could ever go for FAR in that?
FAR is 4.0.
Okay, so it's fair to say that 400 Beach does not exceed 4 FAR.
Correct.
Now, the map that tells us how tall you can go, that's that colored map that was displayed in the staff report on the screen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you find that quick to put it back up?
Yeah, he has it right there.
All right. And so this is copied out of the code. It is the downtown maximum building height map. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then when you're trying to figure out how tall a building can go, there's that table, and that table dictates what the maximum building height can be on any particular location.
Correct.
All right. And this is, again, out of the code, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing in the code on this map that says anything about taper, is there?
There is not. It actually talks about stepping down.
And step down is referenced across all the districts, correct?
It's basically under the section, the paragraph describing really the intent of the height map. And it specifically says that the height restrictions do not correlate directly to the zoning district. They are designated to concentrate heights within the core area of the downtown and that step down towards the surrounding neighborhoods. The height map establishes the specific locations of height restrictions in addition to the height restriction limits specified on the map. And then there's the criteria that talks about FAA and then different approval processes.
Okay. Is there a separate map that shows the otherwise that shows tapering?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant, any cross-examination, sir?
Corey, I just have a couple questions. Even though there is no map that says tapering. Doesn't the map taper? And would you explain to council that we have tapering, we have 500-foot buildings in the core, and we have tapered down to 200?
Correct. It doesn't, yes, the map has been construed over time since 2007, but when you look at the core area of the town, which is, we're just outside of that here, it's unlimited height, and then it goes down to the surroundings, typically the north side of along Fifth Avenue, and what was Methodist Town is 200 feet max height, and then we do have unlimited heights, again, where Tropicana Field is, or if you're looking at properties across from USF. So again, it's all about where it's the heights really relate to what it abuts.
Could I stop? I stop you a second? Could you put on the map again, because they're continuing to talk about the map, and that way it's. I'm just put the map up so they can see. You're talking about the map. There you go.
Sometimes he talks fast too.
From New York.
Go ahead.
So, as you can see, the height map doesn't correlate. I mean, the zoning district isn't overlaid here, but you can see that the green is 200 feet. That's typically abutting single family like the Old Northeast, Uptown. And then you have the green that's on the south side that's also abutting kind of some of the neighborhood there. Then you have Tropicana Field, then you have the other kind of magenta color that's abuts USF. So again, the colors kind of go with what's abutting on the other side of Fifth Avenue. And then, of course, onto the left-hand side of the screen that goes into Grand Central, we have the interstate there buffering it again as well. And so the heights greatly go down once you go into the Grand Central district, but the interstates help buffer that.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
I'll waive the rest.
Thank you. Now we move on to closing arguments or rebuttal. Each party will have 5 minutes to provide a closing argument or rebuttal. Staff, any closing argument?
Yes, mostly just closing statements. I just want to make 2 points for clarification for the record. The first one that was made was that staff gave DRC incorrect information regarding to the parking that was proposed. At the time of the DRC review, there was no determination as to what the unit sizes would be. So with that said, if all the unit sizes were over 750 square feet, then they would be required to provide 370 spaces. If they chose, there was a 10% reduction due to proximity to high transit routes. That city cannot require them to implement that, but if that was the case, then the number would go down to 330 spaces. Once the appeal came through, they were asked to be more narrowed down as to what the unit types would be, and that's how the number reduced in size. So when it was presented to the DRC, the understanding was that the units were all over 750, so making the minimum number 370. And then the other comment that was made was that there was a letter that was not provided to council. It is actually within the PDF on page 481. I believe is Mr. Herman's email and his comments, so they're in the packet. If not, they're in the staff report on a different page. And that's all.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Does appellant have any closing argument? So, can you come to the, sorry. They have to record this, and so you have to be at the microphone.
My understanding was actually we went first and we go last.
Did I get this, is this wrong on my thing? It says rebuttal closing by city administration. The opponent and applicant. Applicant seems to be at the end here. I guess we don't have an opponent, so we should go to applicant, followed by appellant.
Yeah. The owner is different, that's correct.
Okay. So it's my sheet. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Applicant.
You know, I have a whole lot of points here that I was going to raise, like this is a no variance application. It was totally reviewed by every single department in the city, and they approved it. And first I would mention that 88 units are less than 700 square feet. Those are not multi-million-dollar units. And just because it's less than 700 feet doesn't mean they may have a car and may need parking. So the parking ratio is 1.15 parking spaces per unit. And at the DRC, the property owners on the north side of Fifth Avenue, right across from the tallest part of this building, all submitted letters supporting this application. They're for it. They want it. It's part of your record. Now, I guess I'm burdened with being a lawyer. I am burdened because I know what the law of this city is. We went through, we adopted a comp plan, we adopted LDRs, and your staff reviews every application, and they reviewed this, and it says clearly, this complies. These people, they don't have to convince me. They don't like this project. But this project complies with the law of this city. If they want to change all the things they're saying, they need to change the code. They need to change the height map. And in all due respect to every one of you up there, I don't think you have the right to just not enforce the laws of the city. And your staff is confirmed what I'm saying. It meets it. Now, these people want to treat these buildings as designated, and they're not designated. They can be demolished. Preserve the Burg for years could have gone and tried to designate them. I even suggested it to them, and my client did, and they refused. Now they want to get this. They want the same thing as designation without doing it. That's not right. And it bothers me that these people are good people here, and they've been hoodwinked. They've been told that this doesn't comply with the code. This shouldn't be allowed. They've been told that height map controls height over in another district. It doesn't. And I am really frustrated, and I'm glad I'm near the end of the line, because I can't take, this is just not right. The worst thing a city and a government can do is have laws and not follow it. That's a slippery slope. And you're not going to make people very happy to see an application that meets everything on the books at the city and meets the approval of the city reviewers and deny it. That just is not good. If you don't like 21-story buildings on Fifth Avenue, change the code. But remember, you've already got a 29-story one on Fifth Avenue down at Beach Drive. And I don't care what code it was approved under, it's still a 29-story building, and it's been across the street from a 2-story old residence and across the street from the historic Old Northeast neighborhood for over 20 years, and it hadn't been a problem at all. And you know what? I'm going to quit and not use all my time. I urge you to deny this appeal. There is no basis to grant the appeal whatsoever.
Thank you, sir.
And I can tell you this, Peter and Manny have told my client they didn't think the appeal should be approved. They didn't have a chance of getting it approved.
Thank you, sir. Now the appellant has closing argument or rebuttal for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Sir.
Could I have my PowerPoint back? My suggestion to you is to use your common sense. And it's a suggestion that I've made over the years to a fair number of juries when I was involved in trial work as an attorney. Common sense and apply the law. Because the law does say you have the option of denying this project. Common sense says when you apply the law, it's too big. And when we say too big, what we're talking about is the mass and scale of the project. And again, it is the law, it is the criteria that you as the decision maker have to work with in terms of compatibility review. you've heard and seen the site map. There isn't a tapering map per se. That map shows a step down. It doesn't show tapering, and DC2 has a separate tapering requirement from any other district within the downtown. I showed that to you at the beginning of the conversation. The thing I want to talk about parking is really related to mass and scale. And so again, we know that the request is for the biggest FAR possible in DC2. We know the request is for the tallest building possible in DC2. And in terms of mass and scale, it's really for the biggest possible parking garage possible. And I say that because when you calculate FAR in terms of the site plan review, parking does not count unless it's more than twice the minimum required. And so what we know is it's almost at that threshold, 254 via V 485. So if there was just a bit more parking, they would be eating into their FAR. So again, it's that overall mass and scale. Everything is maxed out the most it possibly could. All right, you've heard the talk about, well, we've met the criteria. We have a right to depend upon your saying yes. My response to that is actually the people here, Preserve the Burg, we have that same right to say that we expect you as council will use the entire code, and that you will consider and apply not just those objective numbers that we don't dispute they meet, but you will also apply the more qualitative criteria that Lori mentioned, which is that compatibility review section of the code. You have to apply all the code before you make a final decision. Common sense, if 400 Beach was going up where the Pelican is, you probably wouldn't have a room full of people upset. Not only is there that huge difference in FAR, and FAR really is all about mass and scale, 4 into 7, but also look at it. There was a design feature that doesn't happen at the Pelican. The tower there is on a diagonal. It does not provide that massive wall parallel to the street, parallel to the neighborhood across the street. It's an entirely different animal. It's apples and oranges. So again, common sense and the facts you have to deal with. 200 feet at the Pelican, 36 across the street, 7 FAR at the Pelican, 1 FAR across the street. Historic resources. There's been some talk about, sometimes historic buildings don't look so great. They need maintenance, they need loving care. And particularly when the owner is intending to tear them down, there's not a great deal of maintenance being undertaken. But I've heard far too many stories where, it looks like it should be torn down, and then somebody renovates it, and then I hear, how could that building ever be torn down? The queen of that, of course, is the Vinoy. There's many, many, many other examples. But I wanted, again, focus you on the law, which is the compatibility criteria. And as I told you at the start, the courts have already said, yes, you can say no. And you can say no because that court case was the same circumstances I've mentioned to you. Yes on the quantitative criteria, no on the qualitative criteria. And the court said you were with your total authority to say no in that case. The last thing I'll mention here, since I'm running out of time, I will ask you, as I said, use your common sense, approve the appeal, and thank you.
Thank you. Sir, Mr. Belmont, before you go, I want to ask you something. You mentioned the court case. You have a copy of the final order of that court case?
Actually, I do not have it with me. I was an attorney of record in the case, and the more important thing is to read the city's brief, because again, that has the explanation and the court approves.
What I'm interested in is what the court decided. Counsel, can you get a copy of that? Okay. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I want a copy of that court case. I want copies for all city council members and for the attorney and for Mr. Belmont, because I want to see what the ruling was by the court itself. In his, all I have here in the presentation, and I would advise if attorneys are going to mention a court case that they're relying on, the order should be provided. Because here it says in what was submitted that the court affirmed the city's authority to use compatibility to reduce maximum potential development intensity. So I want to see if that's what the order says. So 15-minute break. Thank you. Where in the order denying petition for writ of certiorari, it says that the court affirmed the authority to use compatibility to reduce maximum potential development intensity in that court order. And then I'll give you a chance to respond. Mr. Mastery, okay?
All right, and I'm going to start by saying that verbiage itself is not in the court order, and you, Chair, probably understand maybe better than some of the non-attorneys on the council that this is a writ of certiorari, and basically what the order says is it outlines the situation, and most of the order, as you can see in reading it, is about the different pieces of briefing that was handled in the case. It briefly outlines what was at issue in terms of a 23-story development, and it ends up obviously saying that that the writ is denied. The writ is challenging the city council decision, and the decision was denying approval of that 23-story building. And so in terms of what the court is saying, I would still stand by my argument that the court is saying that when city council voted and turned down this building that met height and FAR requirements, but council decided didn't meet compatibility requirements, that the court approved that decision-making process. So no, those exact words are not in the court order, but I think when you read the briefing and then read the order, you will understand that is the conclusion reached by the court.
The procedure posture of this case, there is an order denying petition for writ of certiorari. It seems that the petitioner had an attorney.
Correct.
Right? It seems here that the petitioner's attorney filed a motion to withdraw. requested additional 30 days for a petitioner to obtain counsel and file a reply brief. The court entered and granted the petitioner's attorney's motion to withdraw and also granted additional 30 days to file a reply brief. Then petitioner failed to file a reply brief or any other paper subsequent to the last court order dated September 22nd, 2008. And then the respondent and interveners filed their joint motion to dismiss. And then basically the court just went on the pleadings of the case. So the petitioner did not file a reply. Hold on, let me finish, hold on. I'm trying to understand what happened here and what the court did, because we're looking at what the court did and what the posture was at the time of the ruling. Okay, so they did not file a reply. So basically what they had is whatever the respondents filed, and then the court, having reviewed the court file, including Exhibits A through H of the appendix attached to the joint response, determines that the petitioner has failed to establish that it was not accorded adequate procedural due process, that the essential requirements of law were ignored, or that the decision is not supported by competent substantial evidence. Petitioner's amended petition for writ of certiorari is therefore denied. So basically, the court just applied the standard of review, which is the same standard of the review if we would get appealed to the court, and it would be, was there due process, procedural due process, were the essential requirements of the law applied, and was it supported by competent substantial evidence? They didn't really do anything else in this court order.
Well, I'm going to, I guess, respond by saying I'm not entirely clear by what you mean by that. I will say that they filed to initiate the process, what is called the writ for petition for cert, and for the rest of the members of council, typically that's a brief that is 40 to 50 pages, 30 to 50 pages. The brief outlines the facts of the case. The brief gives the legal argument in support of the party's position, and so that's what occurred in this case. So the facts and the legal issues are set out by all sides involved, and the court ends up making a ruling. The court ends up making a ruling based upon the briefing that had been provided by all parties involved.
Thank you. Mr. Mastery, do you have a response? Did you have a chance to review the order?
I think this is, in effect, a procedural ruling, and I agree with your explanation of it. This court did not determine the case that he cited it determined. It never got to this court. They didn't accept it, in effect.
Okay.
He said that he had a court order that said that they could do X and Y. It doesn't say that.
Yes. I think everybody agrees at this point, and appellant has admitted that the court did not say that the city's authority to use compatibility to reduce maximum potential development intensity was affirmed, because that's not in the court order. Okay. Counsel for the city, can you just please, knowing what the order denying, you've had a chance to look at it, could you just let us know what the ruling was and what it was based on what you read?
Well, again, when you have what's called first-tier certiorari review, which that's essentially an appeal of a decision of this body, then there are three-pronged tests, and that is were the parties accorded adequate procedural due process. That procedural due process is usually easily found in the quasi-judicial process that we've just went through, and making sure everyone's available to be heard. And then the essential requirements of law were followed. So we have our city code, we have any applicable state statutes, were we following our laws? And then the decision has to be supported by competent substantial evidence. And the definition of competent substantial evidence is evidence that is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. And so in layman's terms, what you're being asked to do here as a body is to make a decision either for or against based on competent substantial evidence. That competent substantial evidence comes out through the testimony and evidence provided here, all of the written materials, the entire packet submitted by all of the parties, that's where you're gleaning your competent substantial evidence from. You use that evidence in determining whether the criteria of the code is being met or is not being met. And the criteria does include compatibility, but it's council's job, and you can see this referred to in the staff report, to evaluate and weigh the criteria, however you see it, according to the evidence that was provided, and that you may give certain criteria more weight than others. But this is the thing that my colleague Michael Demo used to say, you're going to show your work. Like, if you're going to be a yes or a no, why are you a yes or a no? And why is that important to your evaluation of these criteria? And for the site plan criteria, it is 1 through 16. And so that's what we're really focusing for here, is those criteria and whether this project meets or doesn't meet that.
Thank you. And that's a very good segue to what we're going to do right now, because what we're doing is applying the standards of review that are in the code in 16.70.04.1.4, and we're applying that to what we've heard today and what has been submitted. Thank you. Okay, so we have an opportunity to discuss this. Any comments? Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. I don't mind going first. I will. I'll go ahead and start it off. And first, let me say thank you to everyone that came to speak today. I've been up here now going on 5.5 years, and we have had a lot of different conversations about what is considered right and what is considered wrong. And thank you so much, Attorney Judd, for that explanation. And I'm going to start off by saying, I know that we did receive a copy of this, the court ruling, but I'm also going to cement my comment by saying I'm here for the constituents. When I hear statements being made that what we have to do, that takes me somewhere mentally. Because when I look at my buttons, I see a yes and I see a no. So I have a choice as a council member to do what I think is right and to do what I think is best. So when I hear, you know, and please know, I am not anti-development. I am not anti-growth. But I will say this morning we had a very constructive conversation about our arts district and our arts residents. How are we going to do this? Right? How are we going to do this? So in my wanting to be non-hypocritical in my own conversations, I've entertained a conversation of how do we slow some of this development down? How do we make it work? And sitting up here, we have had conversations where developments have come to us and we've pushed back. We have not immediately said yes to everything that has come back to us or come to us. We've asked for revisions, we've asked for downsizing, and it did work. When I hear that this multi-million-dollar development, oh, it's going to give $50,000 to the Public Art Fund, but where are those artists going to live? That $50,000 isn't going to do much for anything or anybody. I love sculptures. I love painting. I love murals. But that does nothing for me as an advantage to this. I also looked at the information, and I saw there were a lot of vacant structures in that department, in that section. One of my issues is bigger than this part, this development. We have code issues. I've sat here for a long time. We do have code issues. We do have landlord issues. We do have the opportunity to improve a process that was already broken before this development came before us. And so I'm not going to hold this particular project hostage based on the fact that you all as constituents did not declare your area as historic. We already know it is historic. We've had residents come before us to all of a sudden want to declare that their community is historic because they didn't want to see something move forward. To me, that was a cop-out for not wanting to promote progress. But then you say, what is progress? What does that look like? Well, it does look like our constituents being able to have somewhere to live affordably. And when I hear about our seniors, I've had those conversations. I am in good right of my mind, can't see displacing seniors without giving us an option. When I look at the designation, you weren't supposed to designate your area as historic to stop development. And then when I hear that the process followed the process, well, this is a part of the process. This is a part of the process. We can vote yes or no. We can vote yes or no on approving the appeal or not. So to say we're not following the process, I kind of take offense to that, because this is a part of the process. And nor do I want my authority as a council member representing my district to be diminished because I don't agree with what you say. I'm not going to always agree. So I'm saying this to say we have a decision to make. We've heard everyone, but I don't like to be told what I have to do. All I have to do, number one, as my grandmother would say, is stay black and die. But as a council member, I'm going to do what I think is best. Because I love development, we're growing. We are growing. But I did entertain a conversation as to how fast is too fast. When are we going to take the reins on some of this development? When are we going to start addressing some of the things that pre-existed that were broken prior to the time that we get some of these developments before us? So again, everyone was heard. And I hear what the needs are. But again, those that know me know I champion for the people. I have supported development, and I will continue to support development. But at one point, do you pull the reins back to say, is this the right place? Is it the right type? What can we do as a city to kind of alleviate some of this overgrowth that we're experiencing? And again, I'm not going to excuse the fact that I'm a mother, and my colleagues have heard me say this. I have children that can't afford to live here. I have children that can't afford to live here. Help me fix that. Help me fix that. So some of the things that I've heard as far as the environment, as far as housing, as far as displacing our seniors, I hear you on that. And I'm looking forward to what my other colleagues are going to say, but I do appreciate you all taking the time of wanting us to hear you, and I hope you appreciate that I did hear you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all who have taken the time to be here. This is one of the hardest parts of our job. And it's not made any easier when we have someone come in on behalf of their client and in a situation where they're supposed to ask for something, they demand it. They act like it's their right. And if that was the case, we wouldn't be here, right? Because if you want more, you have to ask. This development could have been done at 125 feet, and we would not be here right now. This development could have been done up to 150 feet. And with a little bit of compromise, we would not be here right now. But they're asking for 212 feet. I haven't done the math exactly, but I'm thinking that's what, about 60% more than the base? That's why you're here. And so for someone to say that their client has been hoodwinked because they have to be here, unfortunately, if they've been hoodwinked, it was because they were made to believe that this was a slam dunk, and it absolutely is not. This is a tough one for me because that north side of the block, I know that something great could happen there in the future. And I have been hoping that when that area was developed, it was going to be something that I could be completely on board with. And I know that that exists. I didn't really hear a single speaker against this and for the appeal today who didn't want anything. It's just about this. It's really tough to hear someone making a comparison between this project and the project at 400 Beach, because this one, the base is 125. The base at 400 Beach is 300. What they got was 316. That's not 60% more, but I guarantee you, if they had asked for 60% more than 300 feet, we would have been sitting here, or whoever was here at that time. There would have been people speaking up. That's why you didn't hear a peep. It's not even close to being a proper comparison. So let's just throw that out right there. Before I go on, I want to clarify a couple of things, because when we vote, I want to make sure that everyone up here and everyone out here and everyone watching on TV understands what's needed and what we're voting on. So the first question, this one would require, in order to grant the appeal, this would require a supermajority, correct?
Correct, because the DRC approved the plan. So if you grant the appeal, you're in effect denying the plan.
Right.
That would be the opposite decision that requires a supermajority. Since you have 7 voting members, that supermajority is 5 tonight.
Okay, so we need, so one would need 5 members to grant the appeal.
Correct.
Okay. And we have not one, but 2 resolutions before us to choose from. That's because, you can tell us why we have 2 and why we can't just pick one, pick one or the other, and it doesn't matter. It does matter. Tell us about that.
So generally, all of your motions are in the affirmative. So an affirmative motion would be a motion to grant the appeal. So if that motion passes, then we will use the resolution version that reflects that. So whichever way you vote tonight, that corresponding resolution will be what is used. It was just given as example of your choices, but that motion would be a motion to grant the appeal. Granting the appeal is effectively a denial of the application for the building.
Thank you. So resolution B is the resolution to grant the appeal. And so if a city council member wanted to make a motion and they want to grant this appeal, you pick the resolution you want to vote yes to. So you would make a motion for resolution B to be approved.
Generally, we just vote on granting the appeal or not, because then there's a question of if we voted on resolution B, because then we then have a motion on resolution A. So it's just a vote on granting the appeal, yes or no. And then the outcome of that vote will be reflected in either resolution A or resolution B. That will be what is signed and stamped, and that will be the final or administrative order for this case.
Okay, thank you. We might need you to say it again later, but I wanted to put it out there just so everyone starts to understand how this is going to go down. Now, there was something that was brought up earlier by the speaker, the appellant, regarding the DRC meeting. And I wasn't there. I read the notes. I noticed that there were 4 absences that day. just enough for a quorum. That's unfortunate. So the meeting started and then was continued, correct?
We had a initial meeting, yes, and then it was continued for more information in line and a potential addressing of concerns of the commission from that day, which is something that they do fairly often. And so we were rescheduling that, and then we had to postpone it for attendance issues. So when we finally got to the further date, we did only have the 5. Unfortunately, we had sick commissioners and some other things that happened where we couldn't sit, but the applicant elected to go ahead with the 5. So that's why we did that. But because of that time span and the difference in the commission, we went fully through and did a full 10 minutes in presentation, full quasi-judicial again, for all parties to make sure to recognize that there was that change condition with the commissioners. So we did it basically all over, even though it was a continuance.
All right. And the way that this was explained to us by the speaker was that at the time of the continuance, there were 4 commissioners who were at least ambivalent, if not leaning against this. And so then, I'm just saying what was said. I'm not saying this is what happened, but this is what I'm hearing, is that there were 4 that were not necessarily yes votes. When it came back, there were minimal changes that were made. And when it came back, 3 out of those 4 people were absent. Attendance matters. And I know if there's a quorum, you can make it happen. And yet, it is interesting that it's the applicant's decision whether or not to come back then. People know how to count votes. And so it troubles me. It troubles me that there wasn't like a full DRC that was engaged in this, that had started, but then weren't there the next time.
I just want to make one clarifying point. A decision of DRC always requires 4 votes. So even if we would have had, it would have been a 3-2, that wouldn't have passed. So it requires 4. So that's why we allow the applicants the ability to defer to try to get a full board, so they have that higher potential to get those 4 votes.
Yeah. It's just, it's a little troubling the way that all of that happened.
If I may, just 2 of
Yes.
the commissioners that heard that case in September, that was their last hearing, so they were termed out. And so we actually had 2 new commissioners join in October. So that was another reason why we did a full rehearing for that item as well. And at that hearing, commissioners did have some general concerns and asked the applicant if they wanted to defer to look at those concerns. We don't know if they were going to, what way they were going to vote or not vote. And so they chose to defer for 60 days. And then as Attorney Judd said, they didn't have enough staff, or excuse me, commissioners, so they wanted to defer until they did.
Yeah, and for different sides, there are games that can be played with that. The DRC's discussion and decision is something that weighs heavily in my decision when it comes to things like this. And I just, this is one of those very rare times when I don't feel like I had the full picture from the full DRC, and it doesn't serve us well. There are 2 things that are holding me back from going along with this project. One is that height. We have, I'm looking at the height map, and we have that for a reason, the 125 base. we talk about tapering. The areas in green are part of that tapering. So we do have that built in. That's why it's 125 in this area. If it was at 125 feet, I think that we would have something that when we looked at renderings, it would look much more compatible. It would also change the design, which might make it more palatable. But today I'm looking at height and I'm looking at the compatibility. And neither of those really meets the threshold that I think is appropriate for approval of this project. When you look at, no matter what rendering you look at that's in our big backup here, every single one of those renderings shows this building that looks huge compared to everything that's around it. That should set off a red flag there. It's not compatible. Pretty simple. And as far as that height, like I said before, if you want more, you got to come ask for more. And you're not always going to get it. I applaud you for trying. And I really wanted to find a way to go along with this. But the pictures speak 1,000 words. And the voices of the neighbors speak hundreds of thousands of words when it comes to whether or not I want to approve something or go along with something. This sits on the edge of one neighborhood right next to another. And so you've got two neighborhoods to take into consideration here. And it does impact both. And I'm really, really proud that the residents of Historic Uptown decided to show up, speak out, and stand up for the neighborhood that you have worked so hard to preserve and to make into a community that really reflects what St. Petersburg is all about. I am so grateful for you all being here. It takes a lot to send the emails, write the letters, sign petitions, come out and speak, all of the things that go into this kind of advocacy. And it's unfortunate that you were treated with disrespect by the representative for the applicant. I happen to know that the applicants themselves, the group themselves, they're not like that. And so I hope that you won't hold that against all of them because you were spoken about and to in the way that you were. You deserve a lot more respect than that. And I believe City Council deserves a lot more respect than what we were given by being talked to as if we don't know anything and we don't even have the right to be voting on this, because by God we do, and we will. Sometimes when we send something back, we end up getting something better. I can think of 2 recent projects that changed for the better after hearing from the community and from the City Council. And so I'm going to hold out hope that we can get to something that's better than what we've got in front of us here. I'm really looking forward to hearing from more of my colleagues. I appreciate the words of Councilmember Fig Sanders, who spoke so eloquently about the gravity of what we're talking about here and the respect that should be given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to thank everyone who came out. This, to me, is in the year and 2 months that I've been on this council. This is the best example that I have seen from this chair of what democracy should and can look like. And all of you came and shared your thoughts, and some of them were emotional, and some of them were subjective, and some of them were law-based. I absolutely understand what my colleagues said, but I appreciate the 2 attorneys advocating for their groups. That's your job. That's what you do. I will tell you that in a vote like this, you all deserve to hear from each of us, not just see the votes counted. And the way that I look at this, that map that was just up a second ago, let me start on the other side. It is very clear that the folks of this neighborhood do not like what was put in front of them and what they've seen. And again, you explained it not only subjectively and emotionally, but objectively as well. And I'm not, and I don't disagree with most of what you said. And I'll be quite honest, I don't really like the building. I don't. That's my subjective opinion. But this map that's put in front of you is the law of the land here. It was decided on by councils past, administrations past, and I can promise you that every single block that has a color on it is going to be one of these buildings in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, unless we decide to change that, and that is where the change takes place. And so I am struggling with the fact that I agree with what you're saying. There has to be a line somewhere, if not fifth and fourth, and if not fourth and third, and someone is going to live across the street from something that is much bigger than what they have. There's no doubt about that, and you all are the ones. You happen to be on that line. And my heart goes out to living next door from living next door to a 2 or 3 story building to living next door to whatever it is going to be, a 21 story building if it gets built. But this is the law of the land, and someone earlier said that the time to do something about this was the way to go about doing this is by changing this map and assuring that we make buildings historic if possible, or we change the height of what city blocks can be. I truly, honestly struggle with this. I side with the residents in terms of I don't think that I would want to live next door to what this is, but from the council's perspective, from my perspective, at the way I look at the council, this is what the councils and administrations and mayors and administrators decided years ago, and this is where we are today until we choose to change it. And so I'm going to vote in favor of letting this go through, and I am sorry for that. I truly am. This is truly a hard vote, but that is where my heart sits, and I think that's enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you. I'll start just by telling everyone thanks for coming out, and that I agree with the majority of comments this evening about who's the city for, and what we change, how things change in our city. But I have to make this decision based off of the criteria laid out in front of me, and I have questions in order to make sure I understand and make that decision. So I want to start, I think, I guess I might want to ask Corey, I guess. I'll start with you. And there's comments, a lot of comments about tapering and the height map. And, there was a code pulled up as 16-20-123-1, or 33, I think is the one that was cited. Downtown Center 2. And it says, let me see, where is it saying? Heights in this district begin to taper down as development sites become less proximate to the core and transition to surrounding neighborhoods. My question is just getting a firm understanding. When it says heights in this district begin to taper down, is it referring to the entire district or heights within the district in individual buildings?
So what it's referring to is the specific DC2, the heights are less than what is permitted in like now portions of DC1, not all of DC1. Jordan, if you can put the height map on, please, as well as DCC. So the DCC predominantly is what you see in the kind of the mustard color. So that's unlimited height. That's the most intense zoning district in the city. FAR is basically 8.0. Actually, it's unlimited, excuse me. And so there it's unlimited height. Typically, that's where you see like 100 Central, 400 Central, the Art House. And then you go out towards the green area. Some of the green area, if you look west of ML King, that is both DC1 and DC2. But again, the heights are the same for that zoning district. And then if you look to the north of where we're at now, the subject property we're looking at, the magenta is also DC2 for one of those, basically at 3rd Avenue to 4th, but the height map is different. So there's no correlation specifically to the district, but you can tell that between 3rd and 4th, the height in DC2 is higher, and then a block north of that, the height goes down.
Okay.
Because it goes up to 5th Avenue, and there you have Uptown and Historical Northeast. And the same thing occurs on the south side along 5th Avenue South. You do have DC2 there again, that's abutting USF, and that's again magenta. But then if you go more to the west, that's kind of abutting more residential portion of DC2, and the height goes down there. So again, it's really relating to the development pattern and the neighborhoods that's abutting on the opposite sides.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm glad you had them pull this back up because this leads to my next question. The green area, we're discussing 125 base height, and then public hearing up to 200 feet. In that public hearing, what criteria are considered when we are trying to decide 200? I mean, I assume compatibility with the surrounding areas.
So what you do is the 16 review criteria that are in the staff report. The commission, the DRC reviews the exact same criteria. So this approval before the commission was for an FAR bonus and a height bonus. So the 16 review criteria are used to evaluate both. And so those are listed in your report, and you as council can review each of those criteria specifically. This is a de novo hearing, so you get to take all new evidence and look at what's before you today. And again, as City Attorney Judd said, you get to weigh these criteria. And you might put some weight on compatibility compared to transportation. You may put something more in the historic than another criteria.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm glad you said historic because that's where my next questions are. Okay. Because generally, with this kind of decision, you put before me things that I know are well vetted, and this is too. I feel this one's a little unique in that it's like maximum intensity at the edge of a district, kind of drifting away from where other intensities are of that. And so I just, I'm hung up on it a little bit for that reason. So you mentioned historic as well. Can you just speak to, I can't remember. I don't know where the quotes that we had gotten. It's been a while now since I've seen them. But just consideration of historic buildings. I don't think most of the people here would, actually, let me take a step back. There's no legal protections on the buildings that are there, but they do contribute to the downtown historic district. Can you talk about that distinction?
And I'm going to defer to the director.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm asking you because you're in front of me. Yeah.
Good evening, Derek Kilborn, Director of Planning Department. I knew Corey Milishko was going to do that to me.
I'm happy to see you, though.
I'm always happy to see you, too. All right, so for us, we do this historic preservation review in response to Criterion 14. So that is the memo that's included in your packet. Now, over the series of cases that have been brought forward where this criterion has been considered, we have first presented and included all the background information so that you have that the DRC and the City Council on Appeal has to consider. background information related to National Register, background information related to local. Some of what had come up in the discussion related to the comprehensive plan, talking about incorporating policies in the land development regulations that discourage the demolition of historic resources. We agree. That's a policy direction given by the comprehensive plan. So when you move into the land development regulations, that's where we have that substantive debate about how are we going to discourage the demolition of historic buildings. So through the LDRs over the years, we have incorporated a number of tools to do that. Some more effective than others, but the first tool is to exempt the floor area ratio for any local landmark buildings in the downtown center bonuses. There is an FAR bonus for prioritizing historic preservation. So when you have a case like this one where the development proposal will directly impact contributing resources to the National Register District, they are required by code to use a historic preservation FAR bonus. And so again, that is an LDR criterion in response to the comp plan policy. There was some ancillary discussion about housing as well. So likewise, there is also an FAR exemption for workforce housing. There's an FAR bonus requirement for workforce housing that the project has to move through. There is an adaptive reuse section of the code that allows multifamily units in adaptively reused historic buildings in locations where the zoning might otherwise prohibit multifamily units. And then finally, there are other incentives that can be stacked on those development regulations. For example, in the historic preservation section of the code, we have an ad valorem section, and individuals have been able to take advantage of the ad valorem tax incentive when they are restoring the preservation of older historic buildings.
So let me make sure I understand.
Mm-hmm.
You described how we laid out basically meeting the goals that we had set through incentive structures. Is that accurate, that statement?
Some are voluntary incentives,
Yeah.
adaptive reuse or ad valorem. Others are code requirements. The FAR bonus requirement to do historic preservation, and the FAR exemption it's an incentive that we would apply in our initial analysis of any floor area ratio calculation.
Okay, so it seems to me like the analysis, or I'm sorry, the decision being made here today takes into account all of, how do I describe this? The code being written to basically set out, this is a difficult decision and discussion. The decision we're making here today is based off of all the things we laid out in our comprehensive plan and the way that we incentivized or required them, and so they've met their requirements, and that's why this has been able to be put in front of us. They met their requirements when it comes to historic preservation, and I'm assuming they have not chosen any of the incentives.
Well, they wouldn't be choosing the incentives because in this case, the incentives are set up for any type of preservation, which they are not doing.
Yes, okay. All right, okay, so I do feel like I understand how our code intersects with the historic preservation because of that. I don't have another question for you, Derek. I'll just say if anyone's sitting here going, what's Councilmember Floyd's going to vote? It's because I'm figuring it out too right in this moment. I'd say the thing that hangs me up the most is the intensity and the height and its immediate surrounding environment, which is not normally something that I get hung up on. I am generally supportive of people doing what they have a right to do. I'm completely supportive of it, but with us having to make a decision on these criteria and it being its maximum height right at the border, That's the one thing that's hanging me up right now, so I'm going to leave it there for now.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody who came out, sticking with us. It's very appreciative, and I know these can get long. Having been on the CPPC before City Council, quasi-judicials are a normal in that commission, and so I thank you very much for the input because it is important. Corey, I have a couple of questions, and you may need a second because it's not anything that was in the backup material, but I do think it's relevant. There's been a lot of talk about adjacent properties, and obviously the adjacent property across 4th Street on 5th Avenue on the southeast corner is the same height restriction, right? Or same height tier.
So are you looking at on the same block of 4th?
I'm looking at 5th Avenue and 4th Street, but on the the southeast corner.
So the southeast corner of that block, yes, you're correct. The height in the block of basically 4th to 5th Street, 4th Avenue to 5th Avenue.
And then can you quickly, or within a minute or so, tell me what the zoning is for the northeast corner and the northwest corner of that intersection are?
So directly across the street to the north where you have the bank.
The bank, yep.
And you also have the, which used to be a sushi restaurant.
Yeah, now it's like a Portuguese, right?
So that's CCT1.
Okay.
And then on the west side, excuse me, of, that's Dartmouth, Dartmoor, I believe. That's going to turn into CRT1. So the height in CCT1 is 42 feet by right. They do qualify for a height bonus of 12 feet, just like this project did. And then the CRT1, the height by right is 36 feet. They do qualify for a height bonus of 12 feet, which would give them up to 48 feet.
Okay, so you can go to, did I hear 58 feet on CCT and 48 feet?
Well, it would be 54 feet with the bonus in CCT1, because the base height is 42. And then it's 48 feet with the bonus in CRT1.
And then what about the northeast corner of 4th Street?
So looking at the northeast corner, I'm assuming you're looking at where the road curves there?
Yep.
So that's going to be, that's CCT1 as well. So it's the same height?
54. I think, I mean, obviously, it's very easy to talk about what's there now, but what's allowable, I think, is important as well. And so I just wanted to get a scan of that. And so there was a, staff had, not a correction, but I guess an explanation about the 74 units. And then I heard somebody talk about it's 100 people, but then in the backup, it talks about how some of them are multifamily units comparison to, can you give some, can you straighten that out for me?
Yeah, so there's, it was a blatant statement about 74 units, but some of those are actually beds and not dwelling units. And we had do you have the numbers specifically? I think it was broken down on the report.
I have the information here. So the in my original memo regarding the historic preservation criterion, I had a table included, total units and beds. It was a total of 74 units and beds combined.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, we did clarify that in the material, so let me just break that down for you.
I'm sorry, I probably just scanned the table, so I
It was
apologize.
41 beds.
Okay.
It was 33 multifamily units.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we do a conversion, just 3 beds equal 1 dwelling unit.
Okay. And then, I don't know if Corey, you want to do this, or Derek, it might be you. I know there's been a lot of talk, but just again, for clarity's sake, about officially registered versus a contributing factor and the demolition of those and the difference, I just want to make sure that that's clear. I know we dealt with this a bunch on CPPC, but it's been 5 years, so.
Sure. So sometimes there are, I hear comments here that National Register is not historic. So it is important to point out that National Register listed properties are by definition historic. They are more than 50 years in age, and they have gone through a state level and federal review process and registered national.
And there's historically designated, right?
Right. That is separate from a local landmark process that goes through a local review and is adopted by ordinance. Local landmarks have a certificate of appropriateness review process that is required. National Register does not. And so the level of review that is applied to a local landmark property is very specific, but for National Register, we don't have design or procedural requirements for review other than this one comment in the site plan review and special exception that says if you are impacting a historic property, then there needs to be some consideration or response in the site plan review process.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so listen, here's where I'm at on this. You know, I for the most part am in agreement with Councilmember Harding, and I think a lot of what Councilmember Floyd said. I think this is why our meeting with CPPC on an annual basis is so important, and I think this year, probably after this conversation, it becomes even more important, because I just tend to agree that we have these criteria, and that's the guidelines of what we should be doing. And if we want to alter those criteria, that's done in a separate arena. And I'm struggling to combine the two. And I have a lot of empathy for, you know, where it's like, you know, you got to do what you think. Well, I would love to do that, except that that's not one of the 16 criteria, do what you like. And so I struggle with that, because when we decide to come and be a part of this decision-making process, we understand that there are guardrails inside of them, and you don't just get to do, you know, whatever I would like. I would like a lot of different things that you just know aren't possible. And so, and if you want to make them possible, then you've got to go through the legislative process in which to do it. And so I actually very much agree with what Councilmember Fig Sanders said about we've got to find ways to rein it in. I just don't think you do it in a singular decision that sets a very bad precedent, in my opinion. And again, certainly my opinion. We do it as a new business item that looks at the code and looks at the comp plan and looks at the 16 criteria and changes those things through the process in which I think is laid out that have done by our predecessors. And so I know that's not the fun thing to say. I hate saying it. And I didn't like it on CPPC when I did it, and I haven't liked it here. But unfortunately, that's just where it's at. And so I'm all for those conversations. I just don't think it fits here inside of the criteria. And so at this point, I'm certainly willing to listen to everything else my colleagues have to say. But at this point, I would deny the appeal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to pick up where Councilmember Gertis left off. What precedent do we want to set, right? As much as I don't like what I see, I agree. I think 212 feet is a little bit of a monstrosity. That is not my decision to make. I fully support land development rights, and because of that, I feel like there's three choices here if you don't like the process. You can change the code, you can change the height map, or you can change the criteria. And so my recommendation would be that for each of you, and I thank each of you for showing up, that you get with our planning department, get with your council member, and let's change the code. But as it stands, we have criteria, we have laws, and we have rules for a reason. And I certainly believe that you all have a right to express your opinions, but I have a right to abide by the law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Madam Chair, you haven't spoken yet.
I
I'm
haven't.
happy to wait until you have spoken.
I will speak. So first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here. It's been a very long day for you all. It's been an extremely long day for some of us who started at committee meetings this morning, and we've been talked at all day. So when I get frustrated because I can't hear people because they're clapping and they're doing things and snickering, I hope you can understand that, because that's not the behavior we expect from people here. And it just, at some point, we're very tired, and we're really trying to give the attention that this matter deserves. And as you can tell from all my colleagues' comments that you've heard, everyone here has been listening and has been thoughtful about the comments wherever they land on this. I also want to make a comment about the DRC hearing, because I think it's important, and to Councilmember Gertis's point regarding communication with DRC and the CPPC and what we expect to see in the record. I think it's all extremely important when we have the CPPC or the DRC make the record, explain their reasonings, and why they decided how they did. I'm bringing that up because there was commentary that I saw in the record that I did not like, and it was innuendo regarding the veracity of staff positions on certain cases. And I want to make it clear to the CPPC, the DRC, any board, including City Council, if you are going to make, and people that are in here, if you are going to make a statement about the veracity of someone's statement that is not true, you better back it up. You should never make any statement regarding anybody not being honest unless there's evidence. When people say city council members are bought, I'm sorry. It's very convenient to say that, but there is no evidence of that. And it's the same thing when I hear that happen in any other meeting. I will tell you this, if I have anyone here at the podium that I think is not being honest with me, I will take them to task. You know why? Because I represent the citizens of St. Petersburg. And if people are not honest with me, they're not honest with the citizens of St. Petersburg. So I just want to make that crystal clear. And if there is a claim as to any employee in this city that has done something wrong, it better be backed up with evidence. And trust me when I tell you, when I've had issue with something that's been said here, I've made it very clear to whoever's standing, and I back what I say up. And I think that's extremely important. So I just want to make sure that, because these are quasi-judicial matters, and these records, if there is an appeal, it will go to a circuit court. And so it's always important that the facts that are presented before the court are accurate and correct. Now that I've said that, I'll go to the facts of this case. So I want to touch on a couple of things. I think the council members have done a fantastic job of really touching a lot of the issues that are before us. I will say that, to start, the reason that there is a supermajority, and this is, by the way, no indication of how I'm going to vote, but I'm going to say it. The reason there is a supermajority required to overturn the DRC decision is because the DRC has subject matter expertise. And the reason you get a supermajority is because it recognizes that expertise. And to overturn that expertise, it should only happen when there is broad agreement between city council members. And there is a deference to that decision. And I think that's always important to understand. And I think that's always weighing in the mind of city council members. So when we're going to make a decision, and I think everyone here has articulated their reasoning, it's important for the DRC and the public and any court to understand why we're deciding what we're deciding, whether we're going to overturn something or not. So I do have to say that the DRC did make the record, and they had a level of discussion, that was sufficient. And there are times, trust me, it hasn't happened, but I want to make that clear. We have it in front of us as the no vote, which means that right now we are just starting from scratch, and we could look at everything again and make our decision applying the factors that are in the code. I will agree. I will tell you, it's not a very effective argument to tell a body, I don't care if it's us, I don't care if it's a judge, I don't care who it is, that they don't have the ability to make a decision. That's just not effective. I don't care who it's coming from. Just like it's not effective to tell people that they're bot. The reality is the most effective arguments are based on the facts and based on the factors that we have to decide, because I understand that a lot of times we all come in with emotion and we feel very strongly about things, but as many of my colleagues have mentioned, we have the burden of having to apply the law to the facts, and that's what we're doing. And believe it or not, you can have a lot of leeway in that. It's not a guarantee. There is discretion in terms of how you interpret things and how the code is read and how things are seen, and you're seeing that kind of play out. That's kind of how the process is supposed to work. So I think it's very important to point that out. So I will touch a little bit on two things that were mentioned. First of all, talking about the 29th story on Beach Drive. That's that's DC3, correct? Okay, and I believe what was mentioned in the hearing is DC3. The reason why the massing in that building looks a lot less is because in DC3, even though it's 29 stories, it's up to 4.0 FAR.
Correct.
So that's important to understand, and I think that is incredibly important to understand when you're talking about 29 stories, but it's 4.0 FAR. And if you can just explain floor area ratio for the average person out there, and it can be read easily in the record.
So floor area ratio is a relationship to the size of the building to the lot area. So for a floor area ratio of 1-to-1, if your lot is 10,000 square feet, you can build 10,000 square feet. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. In this case, it's 4-to-1, so basically 4.0. So if the 400 Beach was 10,000 square feet, they can build 40,000 square feet. Now, there's certain exemptions that are built into the code. This was approved pre-current code. So not knowing exactly, we didn't really have a lot of exemptions in our old code, but the garage did not count, for instance. So that's why some of these projects are bigger, because a lot of times the parking garage does not count against you for floor area ratio. And so looking at that, they decided to go up instead of out. And you'll see differences throughout downtown depending on how they design the FAR. And setbacks are different too. So Beach Drive does have a different setback than anywhere else in the city. It's because they're all about pushing the towers away from beach. So there's a 60-degree triangle. So that's also why the tower is pushed back where it is at.
So it's the design element, obviously, along with some of the standards that make it appear a certain way.
Correct.
Okay. This is DC2, and the tapering was brought up. And I think part of the reason the tapering is brought up is because, and thank you for bringing up the map without asking, you already know. The tapering is brought up because when you kind of look at the map and you talk about height map, and they talk about step down when they're talking about height map, and then they mention tapering in DC2 in the code. And it's interesting because, I mean, here it says heights in this district begin to taper down as development sites become less proximate to the core and transition to surrounding neighborhoods. But I mean, the reality is, and I know you have a certain interpretation, this could be interpreted in a different way too. And when I read this, because it was added there, because I mean, when you start looking at these sites in many ways, in the other, I think, like different sections of downtown, you could say there could possibly be some, it's going to the height isn't going to always be the highest. The most intense is in the DC in the center, and then it goes further down, right? But it doesn't really talk about that in the other sections. It only talks about tapering in DC too. And so to me, there is an area that I think can be ambiguous, can be interpreted in a way where it acknowledges that in these areas that are closer to neighborhoods, you may want to consider, or at least take that into consideration for compatibility purposes. I can't even speak at this point in time. In terms of applying the factors, when you do have a public hearing, when it's above 150 feet. So that goes to where Councilmember Floyd was having his challenges in terms of intensity and how it kind of is within the environment. So I do think there is leeway there. And I will tell you, I mean, I saw it and look, the idea that the site is going to be the way it is and all that was taught, I mean, that is probably not going to end up being the case no matter what. Because I think there will be development there. The issue is how that development happens in terms of the mass and scale and whether or not it's appropriate for that site. And it's not, it's not going to be small, but I think the issue is that the right development for that site the way it is right now before us? And I'm having a real struggle with that. I understand the elements of the code, but I will tell you, based on what I saw, I'm having a real struggle on the compatibility issue and reading it the way I read it, and understanding Beach Drive was brought up, even though it's higher, it's just way different based on the floor area ratio. So, I don't know how they can make it better, but I know that we have had developments that do make it better in terms of the mass. And that's where these wonderful architects come in and kind of work with it. So where I stand right now, and I will tell you, I got here, I didn't know where I was going to get today, frankly. I had no idea. And I felt like Councilmember Floyd, I've been thinking about this through now. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know what my decision is going to be. And I will tell you that I've had the help of my colleagues and the comments that they've all made, and they've all been valid. Because this could go either way based on how you frame it. So I would uphold the appeal on this, and I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate your remarks and those of all of my colleagues. No matter where we land on this, I think it's very clear that everyone has taken this very seriously, giving it a lot of thought, knowing that we want great growth in our city, but we want it to be responsible and smart and true to our city as we move forward. One thing I wanted to bring up here is just circling back to these heights and what the process is, because there are some who might say, oh, our hands are tied. This is the law. The law is 125 feet. The law with some compromise is 125 to 150 feet. 212 feet is more than the maximum, even with a public hearing that's on the books. They're getting a little bit more than that if they win. But that doesn't, just because it goes to a public hearing doesn't mean you have to support it. It means it's time for you to look at it. If it was 125, yeah, there's nothing I can do. They can fire it up. 150, we would never see it. It's brought to us because, yes, we have a decision to make. If it was just a law of the land, do you really think that what would our vote be all about? What is that even worth? We sit here for hours for something that we can't do anything about? But I want to make it clear that there's that part, but these 16 criteria, the 16 items that we have to look at to use, we can weigh the way that we want to. You've heard from me. I'm looking at the scale. I'm looking at how big it is. I'm also looking at the compatibility. That's the biggest thing for me right now. You've heard others talk about what their misgivings are, their hesitations are about this project. That's where we work, is within that. And yes, every single person here can choose to uphold this appeal or to grant the appeal, and with that, send a clear message to the developer that they can do better and that we want better. So the hesitations about this actually could be used to really influence the direction of this project. I hope that everyone will keep that in mind as everyone decides how they're going to vote. But to be very clear, the law of the land is 125 for this property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Councilmember Driscoll. And again, I just want to make it very clear that yes, we do have 16 criteria that were used to determine moving forward. However, it coming before council is a part of the process. We have a yes and we have a no button that I plan to exercise as a council member. In regards to, setting precedent, I'm not always about the status quo. I'm not always about, we can't make a change because we can. To say that we have to change the site plan and the criteria, well, that's fine. We can do that, but it's not applicable now. Because what we have before us does not take those things into consideration until after the vote. So that's not something that we can do right now. Can we move forward? Okay, yeah, I'll do a new business item for that, not a problem. We can have that conversation for future development, but I'm talking about what's in front of us right now and where we are right now. And again, I have been on this dais over 5 years, and I have seen us get developments that we have pushed back, and we have gotten something better, a fantastic compromise between the developer and the residents. And I have to agree, I have not heard one resident say that they didn't want it, that they didn't appreciate the development. And that's who I'm listening to. That's who I'm hearing. Because a developer can build anywhere. Those people that will be displaced cannot. They cannot. So whether or not I'm the only yes, I will sleep well tonight. I'm going to sleep very well tonight. Because I'm looking at the credentials, I'm looking at what I've heard, I'm looking at what I've read, I'm looking at what we've experienced in the past, and we have been able to make projects better because we've considered both sides of the argument. And so as far, again, setting precedents, I don't mind. I don't mind setting precedents. We're not here just to, we don't go along just to get along. That is not why that's not why I'm here. Let me speak for Deborah Fig Sanders. I don't go along just to get along. And when I hear, so many hemming and hawing about the process, we can still fix this. It's not written in stone. We can still fix this. And again, everybody's sentiments have been heard, respected, and but I've heard so many different conversations over the years that this can still be fixed. It is not too late. I'm not going to be a part of displacing seniors. I don't care if it's 1, I don't care if it's 5, I don't care if it's 74, I don't care how many beds that is. I have talked to residents that have been displaced by development, that are on the street. That I can't be a part of, knowing that we have opportunity to fix this. Knowing that we have the opportunity to take this back and say, we're not saying we don't like what you're bringing before us, but can we tweak this? Can we make a change here? We've done it in the past, because I've been a part of it. So I know that we've done it. And again, as far as the committees are concerned, I've sat on CBAC, I've sat on CAC. I know how some of those committees are put together. I've been a part of those conversations, and when those conversations are presented in council, it didn't take the full unison of everybody that was on that committee. I've been there. I've been a part of that. So you can't tell me that every single person may have been in unison when it comes to this. Somebody had a discrepancy somewhere. I give the utmost respect to all the committees, but had I not sat on some, you can't tell me that everything has been 100%. You cannot, because I've sat on them. So, you know, I appreciate it. I just think that this can be better. I think that we can do better. If we need a new business item to be retroactive, we can do that. But standing where we are here to now, you know, again, I'm staying where I'm staying. And you know, that's my story, and I'm sticking by it. I just think that we can actually do better than what we actually have. And you're right, there's going to be growth somewhere, but that doesn't mean it have to be there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of completeness, legal, in the appellant's presentation on page 7, they have council options. And then one of them is continue the appeal and remand to DRC for additional information. A, is that possible? B, what does that look like?
That is one of the choices, is a remand to DRC for reconsideration. I can't remember a time that that's happened, so I can't give you a practical, yeah, we did that, and then we came back, or everybody was happy, and then we didn't. But it is one of the options. You can approve with conditions or deny with conditions. Usually what that would be is you're going to go back to DRC because there's some kind of new information that came up, or in the course of testimony there was an offer to reduce or change the building, but you might not feel comfortable with that, like, substantial modification to the plan, so you remand it back to DRC for them to reconsider that modification, something like that. But because this is de novo, if there were some criteria or conditions that you wanted to add, you can already do that right now without sending it back to them. So yes, it's an option, but it's an option that also includes things that you can kind of already do now.
Thank you. And then, real quick, it's probably Corey. Corey, talk about, you know, and I appreciate what Councilmember Driscoll is saying about the 125 to 150, but can you just, I know I use this term a lot, so I apologize, but can you kindergarten it for me and just talk about the process from going to 125 to here, how you get there, and the steps in which you have to take to do it?
Sure. So, as previously explained, the by right height is up to 125. So, and then if they were looking to do 125 to 150, it's what we call a streamline approval. So, by streamline, it means staff level review and approval. We still review it against the criteria in the code, but public notice is provided, as well as advance notice is provided to any neighborhood associations. So that streamline approval, there's a 15-day window that someone could appeal that review, and that could go then to the Development Review Commission. The Development Review Commission will review that, similar to what we're doing here, against all the criteria. That vote by the DRC can be appealed to council. So council could hear that, but it'll be the third step. And then the fourth step and final step could be circuit court. Then above 150, it automatically goes to DRC. Public notice is provided, and basically we tell you there's a hearing date like we did for this case. We review the same criteria. We make a recommendation, but DRC is the one that will approve or deny that. And again, that could get appealed to City Council, which it did. And then, of course, the final could be circuit court after this.
Okay, and then will you do the same with FAR?
Yes. So the base approval by right is 3.0 floor area, so 3 times the land area. And then you can go up to a 5.0, I believe in the zoning district, you know offhand? Okay. But there's a threshold that could be a streamline approval.
In this case, they used workforce, a contribution to the HCIP?
Well, that's to get to the bonus, correct?
To the bonus.
So there's different levels, so we're just double checking on the levels here. So typically, it's, 3.0 is by right. No bonuses are needed. You can just do that. There might be some exemptions in the code, such as like retail space on the first floor, parking garages, office, etc. 3 to 5 is what we call a streamline approval process. And I think, good, I was right. And so between the 3 and the 5, you have to go to the bonus chart. So the first one typically is workforce housing. The second one would be historic preservation. In this case, since it was involving historic resources, we're going to flip that. If they go above 5.0, max is 7, it does come to a public hearing at that point as well. So up to 5, staff can approve with public notice, could get appealed, blah, blah, blah. 5 to 7 has to go to DRC, get appealed, and come here, which it did.
And so, and again, just to reiterate, there's a $1.5 million payment in lieu going to the HCIP.
Correct.
And
the exact amount will be determined when
by
they submit for
construction
permitting.
cost, right?
Correct.
Right, okay.
So it could go up.
approximately $1.5 million, and then approximately a $50,000 contribution into the public arts fund.
So that is up to, there's 2 things in the code. So they can either provide art on site worth $100,000, up to $100,000, or do a contribution up to 50. Now, again, that's based on construction costs, so it could be less than 50,000, again, depending on the construction cost.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Floyd.
I was fully engrossed in your questioning, so just take a second to gather my thoughts. Okay, I'm just looking, I just want to get real clarity on the decision to allow the maximum height here. And I feel like it's important, uniquely important, because it is one of the thresholds laid out to get to a public hearing. And so this might be too hypothetical or speculative, but when you're making a decision as to, what you recommend for approval, what's something that you would consider that would make you not want to approve the maximum amount, the maximum public hearing amount, if you could speak to that at all? Yeah.
So in this case, when we reviewed the project, when it came before Adriana and I, we met with the applicant and the representatives and their designers. They originally came to us with 2 concepts, what you kind of see before you today, and then one that was a large building and took up most of the site. So when we looked at it, we were like, well, we'd rather push that tower towards 4th and 5th, because that's the main intersection into downtown. They're carrying a lot of traffic. They're wide roads. If you go to the west, now you're getting into the CRT zoning district, the lower intensity density. You got also the historic church that was just designated. You also have the city's property right there as well, which is another historic asset. And you have a lot smaller buildings going down that part of 5th. So we said, let's push the mass of that building, and we can support that because we're going to push the mass towards that intersection. So that's how we reviewed that item. And every case and every project's a little different. And, you know, for instance, we did look at a project at Mirror Lake that we supported a height and the DRC did not. So we just recommend, and that's why this goes to hearing, is so that the DRC is another level because of the potential impact, and they have a different view sometimes than staff on how we look at the height.
Okay, thank you. Actually, that was really informative for me. And I appreciate the work that you did to get this proposal to this point. Yeah, but I guess I see how you could have said, like, oh, you know, this mass and scale that is feasible, you wouldn't have supported, so you got it to this level right here already. And I think, yeah, I might just have a slight disagreement, and it's probably not even huge, because you did sway me a little bit when you described how you shifted it towards the CCT from CRT. But I do still think, you know, it's quite an intensity for the area. So anyway, I appreciate that. I'm really glad to have some of your thinking. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I'm about to make a motion, but first I want to ask so first of all, I'm going to make the motion, and then I would like for you to explain again what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. But before I do that, we have been in a quasi-judicial cone for quite some time. And no matter how this shakes out, I'm really looking forward to having some conversations about what goes forward. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of people I like that are on both sides of this issue. When can I start having those conversations?
Well, there's we would require extending that cone throughout the appeal time. So regardless, both parties would have an ability to appeal this decision to the circuit court. We already talked about petition of writ, and that's generally 30 days from the rendition of the order. So for the next 30 days, we're going to stay in the cone. And then afterward, depending on that, if there's a current appeal, then we move to, let's kind of stay out of it because we're in a litigation posture. We might not be. But in all likelihood, there is a situation where this could come back, depending on the vote, and still be quasi-judicial. So I will give you the potential quasi-judicial talk of just be aware it could be something that you could see again. So, but mandatory time, 30 days.
All right, I think that's important for everyone in this room to know. So if we don't respond to your emails or calls about this particular topic, you know why. We want to make sure that we are doing things right. And before I make the motion, I'll just say finally, we've talked a lot about height, what you can do, what you can do, what you can do by right. But I think the biggest takeaway that everyone should have is don't walk in here with 125 by right and act and talk like you've got 212 by right. Because that is not a way to win me over. With that, I will move.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. I apologize for interrupting you. Do you mind if Heather gives the talk on the motion again real quick before
I make the motion?
Just to potentially inform how you phrase it?
Yes.
So the motion here is going to be to grant the appeal. So motion to grant the appeal. Granting the appeal, so a yes vote means no to the project. Is there any questions about that? Sometimes it is, with the appeals, it's very confusing. Usually yes means yes, but in this case, a yes means a no to the overall project.
And the reason that, even though you've seen the resolution A and B, like Heather explained, it gets cumbersome if we vote on a particular resolution and that vote doesn't pass, we need a record. And that's why it's set up, as Heather explained previously, even though these do tend to be cumbersome in that way, to make the motion in the affirmative, and then the purpose of the resolution be, unlike the typical resolutions are before you, are to really provide that final order of your decision.
All right. So I've got resolution B in front of me.
We're just going to, the motion is to grant the appeal. If there are 5 yeses, then you have met the supermajority and the appeal is granted. And the result of that would be resolution B. That would be the example of the final order. A and B are examples of the outcome of the vote. The vote is on granting the appeal.
Got it. All right, then I will make a motion to grant the appeal, which I can just read this, right?
Which would overturn.
Which would overturn, I'm sorry, so I move to grant the appeal and overturn the Development Review Commission's approval of this project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you could open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J4 fails 4-3, with council members Driscoll, Fix, Sanders, Floyd, and Hanowitz voting yes, council members Gertis, Givens, and Harding voting no.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know it's been a very long day. Next up, we have open forum. Clerk, are there any speakers?
So I just want to clarify. So that means we're using resolution A, the resolution denying the appeal and upholding the development review. So that's what you'll be signing, Madam Chair.
And we still have to wait 30 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, legal, for everything. Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you. Clerk, are there any speakers for open forum?
No speakers.
Thank you. Announcements and adjournment, any announcements? I don't see anything. Oh, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. As some of you, as you all might be aware, last weekend there was a terrible fire in my district.
Hold on a second. Could someone tell them if they can take it downstairs, please?
No, it's fine now.
I know.
So last weekend there was a terrible fire in my district that unfortunately took the life of a young woman. And, the fire is still under investigation, but, at this time, I just ask that you will all please keep that family in your prayers, in your thoughts. And with that, please help me remind everyone that when they're home, at some point when they get home, number one, make sure every single person who lives in your house knows 2 ways to get out of the house. 2 ways. That would have made the difference. The other thing is, everyone can have smoke detectors in their house for free from our fire department. All they have to do is call 727-893-SAFE. It's easy. Let's put it in our newsletters. Let's get it out there. You can call. They will figure out when to come over. They will take care of all of it for you. And that is through a partnership with the American Red Cross, who we love. They did a very successful canvassing in the Harbordale neighborhood very recently. And that's not the only time that they give and install smoke detectors. So, if there's any good that can come out of this, I hope that we can honor the life of this young woman by trying to help others stay safe. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that reminder. And it's just a horrible, horrible incident to happen. Okay, if there's no other speaker, thank you everyone it's been a very long day, and I appreciate all the staff that's been here. Thank you all for staying up with us. Meeting adjourned.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Berg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
About a year ago, I was in some financial straits and really struggling with some personal hardships in my life, with just relationships and lack of support. I signed up for these emails and all these newsletters like a year ago, and I got a email about the Youth Opportunity Grant. It kind of was a design to support foster youth. You get a $500 stipend for 12 months, no questions asked, no strings attached. It just gave me that confidence in myself that even if I was going to have like a lack of income, I always had that to rely on, no matter what was going on. And I was able to save it for a new vehicle. It showed me that with the right follow through and the right discipline, that it can change your outcome. It's very important for a lot of the foster youth and underprivileged to have that chance to just be believed in. The goals that you have aren't just going to be dreams anymore. You can actually see the possibilities because you have your whole team there with you and you have the funding to support it.
Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. When the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Do you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, gonna start moving towards that separating line. I'm wading through muddy water. You know I got a made up mind. And I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. And I know what's around the bend might be hard to face, 'cause I'm alone. And I just might fail, but Lord knows I tried. Should stars fill up the sky, stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, do you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. I go to prepare a place for you. 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 Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Kenneth T. Welch.
Good morning, St. Pete. How are y'all doing? It is a little cool, but I just imagine it was cold when Harriet was leading folks to freedom, right? There have been tougher days in our nation, but I'm so excited that we're here today. I'm honored to stand before you as we gather to raise the flag once again for the Dr. Carter G. Woodson Memorial in the celebration of Black History Month in St. Pete. Y'all give that a hand. Now, we do have someone who's going to stand in for Terry Scott, and thank you for joining us at the last minute. Terry, y'all know, would want to be here, so definitely she's in our prayers for her quick recovery, but Terry, we're sending you a shout out. I want to thank let's give Terry some love, please. Your presence here today is a testament to the shared commitment that we all have to acknowledging, celebrating, and advancing the legacy of African American history in St. Petersburg. I want to thank our esteemed city council members and Chair Hanowitz for again joining us for this significant moment. We will soon hear, we changed the order a little bit, but I want to send a shout out to our first Poet Laureate, Gloria Munoz, who moved away from the city, but thank her for doing a great job for us as the first in my administration. And we are going to be welcoming just in a few minutes our next Poet Laureate, Denzel Johnson Green. Denzel. As we prepare to host the Carter G. Woodson flag, it's important that we pause to reflect on the strides we've made as a community and as a city. Black history is critical to St. Pete's history. And in this city, we still value the truth, facts, and the accurate information that help us to lead equitable change in our city. The facts still matter. One way we're prioritizing this is by remaining steadfast in our mission to honor the promises made to the residents of the historic gas plant community. And so while plans may have shifted, our objectives are still the same: to restore what was lost, to uplift what was overlooked, and to ensure that progress includes everyone. Greater progress lies in our unity. We must be united in our commitment to justice, united in our pursuit of opportunity, and united in our belief that every voice, every neighborhood, and every family deserves to thrive. When we move forward together, rooted in truth, guided by history, and driven by purpose, we build a St. Pete that honors its past while boldly shaping our future. And I'm confident that together, as the resilient and united community of St. Pete, we will overcome obstacles and mistruths, and we will triumph based on the facts, the data, and our true history. That is what I'm going to stand on, and that is what our city stands on. After all, we are St. Pete. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Mayor Welch. And hot off the press, I would like to introduce our city's newly appointed first Black Poet Laureate, Mr. Denzel Johnson Green. This event is his first official city appearance, so let's welcome him.
Hello. Oh my God. Thank you for coming out here. It's really cold out, and I see people just shivering out there, just staying warm, like penguins out there. So I really appreciate you coming out. I'm still a geeky kid from high school. I'm still, that nerdy guy that laughs a little too loud. And so I'm happy to do this. This is so cool. And I'm happy to be here. And look at all your faces. Y'all so happy. And y'all believe in something. Y'all believe in unity and blackness and poetry and art. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. But you're here for something, and you believe in that. And I thank you for believing in something at all. This would be a little zany. It's bright on the plain. Clouds white as the KFC dudes shoot, luminous like we're flying straight to heaven to see the pearly gates, not a premonition, I pray. There was that Alaska Airlines flight where the exit row doors got torn off during the flight, which was actually really scary because I used to use that airline as a kid and I always needed exit row seating. They say anyone sitting there would have been sucked out the plane. And what a terrifying thought after watching Soul Plane and seeing what happened to Kevin Hart's Doberman. There's snow in Chicago. My family picks me up from the airport. It's dark, icy wind chats up my beard. Something Chicago isn't used to from me. Things have changed. I've come back to Nursery Waters for my grandmother's funeral, and my sister drives up and I open the car door. The water is warm inside and shallow. Light dances on the surface, but not how it used to, if light ever danced or played for me here. My mom's in the passenger seat talking on the phone, hands it to me with a business card, asking me to take a picture of the paper. Nothing stopping her from doing it. I almost asked why she can't do it. She's still young, military captain in there somewhere. Handing me her phone, her pictures are open, and it's grandma's face is the last thing that's open. Great. Fast forward. Hands wrestle hands, trying to remember every relative's name. Late night studying didn't work. The test commands the sweat. All the things old folks told me growing up rushes to mind like a snowball to the face. I dumbly find myself parroting, is that, oh, that's so-and-so. Who's your mom? Who's your grandma? Children, grandchildren, great-grands take up the migratory paths. The ancestors clear their throats, sit up straight to watch us pour in by the hundreds. Springfield Baptist Church is swell this January morning. Clans sit with clans. Prove who you are with a handshake. I fumble on one or two. Asphalt palms, gems on rings, on pinkies, earthquake voices, young men now old, smile like gunmetal, hard metal flowers. Plants grow bark now. Old folks get older now. Ivory grins and crow's feet, now vanilla grins and stork's feet. They sway gently now, ushering in the new blood. Elephants rumble in the savannah. We are the mega herd gathered to mourn, chew the grass. Hey, somebody mind the dang babies. Old heads rumble, wave their ears. They fan themselves and hug other clans, steel poles for touch, meeting gently and embrace with a surprising grace. Black is the skin, black is the cloth, black is everything, and the mood is loud, trumpeting, sloshing of tails, pachyderm familiarity. The time for crying is not yet. The cold night is not yet. Now is the greeting time. The sun is here, and the savannah is so freaking warm. And today we remember why elephants never forget. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Denzel, for sharing your powerful words with us today. Your poem honored the depth, resilience, and brilliance of Black history. We're grateful for your voice, your artistry, and the truth you carry through your work. We look forward to hearing from you again on February 18th at Mayor's State of the City. To continue the first for the city, I am pleased to introduce Chair Hanowitz, who represents District 4. She's the first ever Hispanic to be elected to City Council. Let's welcome her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Wow, that's a hard act to follow. Let me tell you, we were in City Hall doing City Council business, and it is wonderful to come out here to hear beautiful music, beautiful poetry, and beautiful culture, because that's what we're here to do today. So thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I hope you're staying warm. I know we're trying to. So on behalf of City Council, thank you for joining us as we raise the Dr. Carter G. Woodson flag in recognition of Black History Month. And as we reaffirm our responsibility that extends far beyond February. The Woodson flag is more than a symbol. It is a reminder to reflect, to learn, and to ensure that the decisions we make for our city to honor the history and contributions of those that came before us. Black history is not just a part of St. Petersburg's history, it's woven in its very fabric. The struggles, the sacrifices, and achievements of Black leaders and communities have shaped this city and this country. Recognizing that history means more than celebration, it means understanding how our past informs the present and how it must guide the future we are building together. Thank you to everyone at the Woodson African American Museum for your steadfast leadership and for championing the importance of preserving, teaching, and elevating our histories in meaningful and profound ways. As a daughter of Cuban exiles, I know how deeply our histories shape who we are. Honoring where we came from matters because the world we live in today was built by those who came before us, by communities that persisted even when the path forward seemed impossible. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, often called the father of Black history and the founder of what we now recognize as Black History Month, challenged our nation to fully acknowledge the historic contributions of Black people. That challenge remains with us today. The lessons of Black history, of courage, resilience, and community strengthen us when we take them seriously and allow them to inform our work. So today, as we raise our flag, we recognize ourselves to listening, learning, and building a city that honors every contribution and every story. And I am proud to serve a city that continues to do this work together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Hanowitz. We will now hear from a representative of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida, Ms. Vanessa Sweat.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Vanessa Sweat, the office manager of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Mayor Welch, Chair Hanowitz, members of council, distinguished elected officials, community leaders, honored guests, thank you for joining us this morning as we gather to honor the life, legacy, and enduring vision of Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black history. Dr. Woodson devoted his life to ensuring that the stories, scholarship, and contributions of African Americans would be preserved, presented, interpreted, celebrated, and taught, not as footnotes, but as the foundational truths of this nation's history. As our country looks ahead to commemorating 250 years of independence, many still struggle to tell the full truth. The reality is that this nation's success was built not only on ideals of freedom, but on the hard work, brilliance, resilience, and extraordinary ingenuity of African people who were enslaved and brought to this land to fortify its wealth and prosperity. Those who are learned know this truth. Others may resist it, but history does not bend to comfort. It calls us to courage. In 2016, when the then chair of the Woodson Board, now executive director Terry Lipsey Scott, appealed to the mayor of the city of St. Petersburg to raise the flag honoring Dr. Carter G. Woodson, she did so with clarity and conviction. She knew it was time for our city to take a lead, to become a truth teller and a beacon for integrity and inclusion. This flag was not simply a symbol, it was a statement that Black history matters and that the untold stories deserve to be seen, heard, and honored. Though Ms. Scott is not with us this morning, she asked me to remind us of this. African American history will not be ignored at this nation as they mark its quincennial. We will honor the lives and the legacies of those who made this nation great. We will not allow their stories to go untold. In that spirit, the Woodson, in collaboration with the Smithsonian and Florida Humanities Council, will open a major exhibit in July, one that centers African American experiences and highlights the countless roles Black Americans have played across centuries of American history. As the Woodson African American Museum of Florida continues to serve as a catalyst in the community and beyond for preserving Black history, we thank you for standing with us today. We thank you for honoring the resolute history of courage, resistance, resilience, and excellence. In closing, we would love for you all to take an active role in this day of celebration. So when I say Black history, you say American history. Black history. American history. When I say tell the truth, you say honor the legacy. Tell the truth. Honor the legacy. And let me leave you with this final affirmation. When I say lift every voice, you say and tell the story. Lift every voice. And tell the story. Thank you so much. On behalf of the board, the staff, and the Friends of the Woodson, thank you for your continued support and for your allegiance to America's full, honest, and inclusive story. Thank you, and happy Black History Month.
Thank you so much.
Whew.
Thank you, Ms. Vanessa, for your hard work and passion, not only at the Woodson African American Museum of Florida and Ms. Terry, but for the city of St. Petersburg. I also want to recognize and thank Ms. Caprice Edmond, the Pinellas County Schools Board Chair, for being here with us as well today. Okay, we are excited to have with us today Mrs. Nancy Ream, a talented local artist with a background in illustration and graphic design. She is the creative force behind this year's commemorative Black History Month poster, which you can have signed at the table provided. Okay, we will now have mayor and city council members gather for a group photo, followed by the raising of the Black History Month flag.
Photo first?
Yes.
Okay, photo first.
Photo first. Thank you. This concludes our Black History Month flag raising ceremony. Thank you for joining us. Have a great day.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month. And that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz. Thank you all for being here. Any other council members? Don't want to miss any. And certainly thanks to our St. Pete team who are here today. It is really hard to believe that 1 year ago today, we were facing the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And just 2 weeks after that, we would be gearing up again to respond to Hurricane Milton. I remember sitting in the Emergency Operations Center with our city staff, working through every single contingency from evacuations to sheltering and recovery, and thinking about what our city would look like after these storms passed. I remember the sound of the winds outside our EOC through the night as Hurricane Helene made its way through our city and through our state. I recall our teams moving out for first push as soon as the storm passed. And I recall surveying the damage with our team very early the next morning after Helene passed and seeing debris and flooding and impact like I have never seen. We met with our residents and saw the stress and devastation in their faces as they began the monumental task of rebuilding their lives. I even remember getting a briefing from our emergency management team that despite all of that, we were going to see another hurricane in just 13 days. At that time, I wasn't sure what the future of our city would look like, but I knew that we would be committed to the long road to recovery for our community. These hurricanes changed our community forever. In those 2 weeks, we experienced record levels of storm surge, damage, and debris. Our community hasn't faced anything like this before. However, it's in the immediate aftermath of these hurricanes that we saw the true spirit of St. Pete. Our neighbors moved into action and began helping people haul debris off their property. Organizations were hosting food and supply drives for anyone impacted by storms. It was truly incredible watching the community band together after back-to-back storms. We're here at Tropicana Field today to reflect on the last year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As you can see behind me, we've made great progress on Tropicana Field repairs in the last year, and I want to thank our staff for their hard work. I'll provide a brief update on those repairs later in my remarks. Also, later in the press conference, we will recognize some of the remarkable individuals and organizations that displayed true community spirit and innovation in their recovery efforts. These individuals and organizations identified a need in the community during the initial aftermath of the storms, and in the last year have since developed that idea into a larger effort or program to better serve the community for future disasters. The people we are recognizing today demonstrate the true spirit of what We Are St. Pete truly means. In addition to our one-year recognition, we'll also provide an update on our long-term recovery efforts to date and highlight Fire Rescue's new high-water rescue vehicles. In terms of long-term recovery, we know it will take years to fully recover from the back-to-back storms of 2024. Long-term recovery is a massive and complex undertaking that will take some time. In the initial aftermath of the storms, our focus was on immediate short-term recovery. This work included things like finding short-term housing for impacted residents, removing debris throughout the city, and facilitating recovery funding for our community. We took extraordinary efforts in our initial response, including establishing the We Are St. Pete Fund and establishing a hometown recovery haulers program. I'm proud of those efforts and the work our city team did in the initial aftermath of the storms. However, in the last year, we've also made incredible strides in our long-term recovery efforts. Long-term recovery will require perseverance. Our city team has made this their priority in the last year, and I'm proud to discuss just some of the work that they've accomplished today. To date, we've secured approximately $40 million in reimbursements from FEMA. We've received reimbursements for projects that included debris removal, emergency protective services, and other actions taken from the hurricanes. In addition to our FEMA reimbursements, we've received approximately $13.9 million in insurance payments to date. To date, that's a total of approximately $54 million secured to help our city recover. We continue to work with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure additional reimbursements for our remaining projects. We also successfully launched the Sunrise St. Pete program with $159.8 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we are one of only 2 Florida cities to receive direct funding. The Sunrise St. Pete program will support housing, infrastructure, and community recovery. This program was developed with input from the community to ensure it accurately reflects the recovery needs of St. Pete. In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs, and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof, and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year, and will start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental